Wasn't feeling it at first. I get the energy back. It be feeling like a Monday when I restart this over again. Take a break off this. Oops. I don't sit still. I keep it moving like a drive-by. Mm, we are the children. Right. See something real quick. Turn it around. Let me see something. I said I like camera action. Let me see something quick. I gotta get my bacon. Dang, that's sick. That's sick. That's sick. I don't even know how I feel. I feel so defeated. That's sick. I don't even know what to say. I can't even talk right. It's an evil act. Oh, you had to be looking from the outside, dog. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got caught. I literally was just trying to go on my phone so I can go to my back. Of course I gotta come with an excuse. I'm sick. I'm mad. I am mad.
That TikTok, that TikTok they had with the Annie,
The what?
the Annie theme song. We're like something about this moment. Yeah, I saw that. I had to take this opportunity. I was like, "Ooh, he not paying attention."
That
Mwah.
was I give it to you. I give it to you. That was a good one. I ain't gonna lie.
Damn. I think I'm
Dang.
two. I'm two
I
and zero
didn't think I
now.
was gonna get caught slipping. That's crazy.
It's
I
that
just
birthday
lost the
luck.
Mortal Kombat. Now I'm about to lose. Feel like I'm taking L's every.
L's all day.
Right. Oh boy, I did not expect it. Oh, that's crazy, man. How you feeling though, man?
Look, I'm slick nervous, Kev. Okay, so this is what's been going on, right? So my birthday was yesterday, whatever. So
Yeah.
my husband has planned this like secret surprise event thing where I gotta pack a bag, right? And then we're supposed to go somewhere, but I have no idea where we're going. So I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to pack for because I don't know what we're doing. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And if I bring my whole closet, he'll be like, damn, babe. I'm like, well, I didn't know.
We just going to the grocery store. It's like,
You know what I'm saying?
like what the
I don't know. I don't know
hell?
where we're
Yeah, I
going.
know. They got that nerve. Like, dog, what could it be? What could it
Yeah.
be?
I feel
I
like a
heard
kid
you.
in the candy store. Like,
With that, right? With that gut stomach feeling too, like you about
yeah.
to get a whooping feeling.
I was like, yo, yes, last night, I decided I was like, ooh, let me go snooping, right? So I was like, so I'm on the laptop and I'm snooping, and I seen like some places like in Boston or whatever, and there's like this little tab, like he made a note for something. So my nosy ass, I clicked it, right? So I click it. Why this man said, I know you in here being nosy. This isn't where we're going. I was
You already knew it. That's how y'all.
like,
That's how y'all know. Y'all know each other. He like, I know you. That's
I was
funny.
like, touche. Like, that's cool. You got that one. It's
Man,
okay.
say, got you. That was funny. You had the little
Yeah.
smiley face thing in there that you got me with.
I
You
was
thought
waiting.
so.
I was like, you know what? I can't stand him, but it's okay though, because Payback's a bitch. His birthday's on.
She be out here trying to get everybody.
See,
I ain't
this is that
taking
healthy competition. You know what
right,
I'm
exactly. I feel you
saying?
on that too.
When
I feel
couples
you.
really love each other. But I got him though. See, his birthday is October 19th, right?
Mhm.
So I'm just gonna plan a little excursion my damn self, and I'm not gonna tell him where we're going. We're just gonna pull up and boop boop kachoo. So I got payback coming. Don't don't you?
Boo Kachoo.
Boo boo kachoo.
I gotta learn music. That's that lingo. That's the New York. I ain't never heard of that before though.
No, I
We say
haven't.
what up do around here. We say
What up, though?
like a mug. Uh,
Where are you from again, girl?
Detroit.
Oh, y'all right there, though.
Yeah, ain't that far. It
Y'all in
wasn't
like
this.
Virginia done stole y'all swag. Like Virginia
Dude, I ain't never. I gotta hear them then. They
and
doing with our stuff.
and they got DC. I'll be like, what? Y'all don't know who y'all want to sound like.
Yeah, invite some people. No, let me talk about men and women. The rest of my room for 1,000. Ain't talking about
Right? I should have been
my
yelling.
people's in here.
I should. My husband taking me somewhere.
That's funny, right? No, you saying it's some regular positive stuff. That was
You know,
funny right there.
I feel
He
like
taking me and it's a surprise.
it's a
And I don't
surprise.
know.
And I
That's funny, dog. Those just like a glitching. It is. Oh, never mind. That's what happened. Oh, what the freak? Let me send these invites out. Let's see. Kayla. I feel like I'm missing some people. Um, I guess that's what I'm gonna get for now. Hormiga, I think I just sent you an invite. Did I? Let's go. What's the deal, man? What is the deal? You know how it be at the beginning, man. It be funny though, cause like the beginning vibes be so different from the ending. Be all smooth and stuff, and then somebody then it get rough out of nowhere. Or I don't know, it's been like that the past couple
Rob
weeks.
the jewelry store and tell them make me
Okay,
a
What
that's what
up,
we feeling
baby?
now. That's what we feeling, huh? Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's how we're doing it today.
We robbing a jewelry store.
Had a whole
The
top
whole
diamond
top,
in the
bottom, and the
bottom rose
bottommost
gold.
gold.
That's how I'm feeling. Just wanted to come and say hello.
You feeling? What
You
you
know,
got up, man?
hey, you already know. Listen, before you even start, I'll answer your questions. Maybe let me see if you can present them to me.
hmm So the topic. You shouldn't stay mad at who you choose to sleep with. That's the topic. And
You shouldn't stay mad at who you choose to sleep with.
hmm
Yeah. Holding on to your feelings too long. It's okay to have feelings, but how long you're gonna be in these feelings? You
facts.
understand? Like
Facts.
this is the problem that instead of shutting somebody's feelings down, you get to the point faster if you allow them to release. But you can't let it be like diarrhea of the mouth.
Mm.
So there is a limit to how much, because if a person is venting and a person is out there expressing themselves, and it sounds like they're going in circles, but you don't understand, but you don't understand, but you don't understand, but you don't understand. No, you know what the problem is? You don't understand.
Right.
How you expect me to understand something that sounds like a broken record?
Right.
Do something different so I can know that something triggered, because triggers are not always bad. Sometimes triggers are motivational and enablers to get you on the right path as well. People need to stop using the word trigger one dimensionally. Pulling the trigger just means that you're ready to do something. You're ready to do something. You could put your best foot forward as a trigger. It doesn't necessarily mean, oh, that's a trigger to me. Okay, I get that. At the end of the day, Kevin, look, real simple. If you make it too hard for me to love you, I just won't.
Exactly.
So no, you should not go to sleep with your partner. You're bringing negative energy into your dreams where you're supposed to be planning and you're supposed to be relaxing, and you're supposed to be working on your everyday struggle. You don't take those to bed with you, because guess what? You're not going to wake up in a better mood. You're going to wake up in the same mood that you went to sleep with, if not worse, because now you're having nightmares. Now you're indecisive in your dreams. And now you're going to wake up with that energy, and who are you going to take it out on? The person that you're going to blame for going to sleep that way.
Facts.
So
I be
that's where I'm
I
at with that.
I think and the reason why I made it like this, I was talking about like basically how people be still like, if say if you got with somebody new, right, but then you still mad about your ex. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's a real big problem when you ain't really get over your past. So I feel like if you still mad over your ex, I feel like you're using that new partner as a somebody to make you happy. You know what I'm saying? Using them for your happiness, or to be your band-aid or something like that. Because like it's a matter of seconds. As soon as as soon as one of them gets you mad, it's gonna bring the negative trigger, right? It's gonna bring like a reflection of the past. Soon as that's how it happened though. Like soon as something happened, you get like a PTA, like dang, because you never overcame whatever happened in that past. So you like
I think it's resentment. I think it's resentment
resentment, yeah.
that you didn't get back at this person, or you didn't handle it the right way. Because I feel
Hmm.
that if you're bringing your problems from the past to a new person, then you should have just stood there.
Hmm.
Because obviously your job is not done, or your work is not done with this person. Because if it was done, you wouldn't even be thinking about this person. You wouldn't let this person have these chains, this command, this power over you. And they're probably not even thinking about you the same way you're thinking about them, but you're
Right.
allowing yourselves to be stuck in this gerbil hamster wheel, in a treadmill, a mental treadmill, where you're jogging fast and you're doing all this, but you ain't going nowhere. You're in the same spot.
I definitely think that when you're going into a new relationship with somebody and you've had experiences in the past that may have been negative and may have affected you in a negative way, or whatever the reason may be, I definitely think that what people have to understand is that healing isn't a one time thing. You don't just heal from that one time, because something somebody does may trigger you, and it's what you do in that trigger that determines whether you're still in that healing light or if
Hmm.
you're going backwards.
I get it. I
Facts.
get it. But if you're with somebody else and you're still going through it, you are nowhere near even the beginning of healing. Healing takes an individual to not be around other people. Get to identify yourself and realize where you at before you bring that trauma dumping and that luggage with you to someplace else.
Big Bill, what's
It's
up?
just not fair. It's not fair for you to be with somebody else when you haven't done the work to get over the first one. And
Facts.
not only that, if you keep healing from everybody you're with, it ain't them.
Facts. Facts.
I definitely think, okay, so I have a, it's kind of like a catch 22, because if once you're, it's not like a, like life in general, when you're with somebody, you're not, it's not them, it's not you being with them, you're experiencing them at the same time. So like, I get what you were saying, like as far as like you need to be by yourself for a while and heal and then find somebody else, but you can be by
Go to
yourself
bed.
for 10 years, and then when you get by that next person, because you haven't been next to people and you haven't been in a space where you're can be triggered, then I feel as if it's not really like you got to be alone. Like you, it's still a choice. You have to choose. And if when you go into the relationship and you express yourself and you say, "Hey, I've been through this and I've been through that," then it's the other person's choice to stay with you after that point, because at that point you can be triggered if they know you've been through certain things.
Yep.
If they
Yep.
do certain things to
Yep.
trigger
And,
you.
and I'm not going to disagree with you, for the simple fact that everybody has a different path to their healing and their learning experiences. So
Right.
some people may be able to do it with the right person around, but this is the fear when people bring other people into their shit. The fear is that if you don't do as much as you can by yourself, you're always going to need someone to hold your hand in life. You're always going to need someone to be there through the most difficult times.
Facts.
And
I get
unfortunately,
that.
You are, we attract the people that we are. The problem is that we want something more than what we are because we want to better ourselves through somebody else's positive energy. And that's not the way it works. You want somebody good, you want somebody wholesome, then be that person. You know what I'm
Right.
Right.
saying? And that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate when people get into that argument of women want a man with 6 figures and 6'6", and a man wants a woman. No, listen, you know what? At the end of the day, if you look at it as the human beings that we need to be around, because as human beings, we need to get along before anything else. Because
Fact.
without respect, without loyalty, without trust, and those are human being things. Those are not men and woman things, ladies and gentlemen. Those are
Right.
things that
Yes.
belongs to
Say it again.
humans, you know? And once you get over those human things, you are now ready to coexist with other people so that you don't risk pushing people away because you're not ready.
And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people aren't ready, but a lot of people also aren't ready to accept that they're not ready. So they're going to continue that cycle.
Good point. Good
Have
point.
you
It's the same.
ever?
It's the same thing as the gym. When you go to the gym and you go every day, every day, every day, and then you reach your goal, and now you can't get out of the habit of going to the gym. I agree with you 100%.
Hey, have you ever heard this for like the main ones? The main reason why I put this down, like I be hearing people that be in a relationship and stuff, right? But still bashing their ex. You know what I'm saying? I feel like people that's like that, I don't think it's gonna last too long because they're not over their situation. Like I
What
said,
do you
it's
mean
such
as
thing as
far
people
as that?
using their partner as a band-aid. You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
it's not
As
always
long
getting over. Also, Kevin, it's not always getting over. Sometimes it is that you feel as though you should have did more to this person. You should have hurt that
Mm,
person more. You know what I'm saying? So it's not always getting over. It's always like you ever said something and then get into an argument with someone, and then after you walk away from the argument, you say, "I should have said this.
yeah,
I
I've
should
been
have said
training
that."
myself to not be like that no more,
It's the
man.
same thing with relationships. I should have never let this person do. I'll never forgive myself for what
Ego,
this person did to me. I'll never forgive this person for what they did to me. Hey, look
ego.
what you're saying. You
Yep,
understand?
yep.
But I think to Kev's point though, a lot of that comes from not being able to resolve what it is in you that connected with that person's behavior. Because it's not just a lot of people think it's I connected with a bad person, and sometimes it's not that. Sometimes it's
A piece of you.
plus they bad behavior created a bad outcome. They might not be a shitty person. You see what
I
I'm saying?
agree with that too. I agree with that as well.
Hey,
I
hey,
do agree
hey,
with
Bam, I
that.
was ready for you to say psychology.
I
Hey, that's
mean,
where it come
that was
from, but I
probably
wasn't
the
gonna go
thought.
there. You know what I'm saying?
I know
That'd
it
be
was
too
eating
deep for
at you.
people to. Hey, look, that'd be too deep for people to understand though.
Yeah,
My
but you
man
know
was
what,
so mad
man?
at you that day. Like, no, everything don't have nothing to do with psychology.
Don't ever make excuses for your intelligence.
No, I'm not, bro. But it's just like, okay,
It is what it is.
when you study certain things, right, and you understand certain things from a depth, you also have to understand that when you communicate this with a person who don't understand, you
Right.
gotta communicate it in a way that they'll get it. That's why a lot of times
Baby,
I
you
use
gotta, yup,
analogies
dumb it
to
down.
explain psychological um thought patterns. Like we know, you know what I'm saying, or somebody who understand that you really created a defense mechanism. But I'm not gonna start talking about that to people who don't understand the process of
Yeah,
psychology.
yeah.
I'm
You're gonna
always
I'm
go
gonna
gonna
bring
into
my
a
man's back
psychology.
in here. He was so
Right.
mad. Everything don't
Because
have
they're not
nothing.
gonna get it.
Funniest stuff ever.
look. You know what I learned today? I want to share something with y'all since I feel like we're all conscious people here. I learned something interesting. I learned that as you if you're not chasing yourself, if you're not chasing who you are and trying to figure out who you are, you're chasing
Mm,
somebody else.
facts.
You understand? If you're
Or
chasing somebody else, you're living their life. And guess what's gonna happen? It's it's just
Phone. Got a
I had a
phone
little
call.
phone.
I think he was gonna say it's gonna breed resentment. You're
I
never.
well resentment is one word. I'm more geared towards the if you don't have your own path, you know what I'm saying? Like think about this. You should be busy trying to catch up with yourself or who you're supposed to be instead of somebody else's path or somebody else's destiny. I understand that there's foundational pieces that we could learn from other people, like use this, use that. But at the end of the day, you need to try a whole bunch of different things, man, to get ahead, you know what I'm saying, or to heal. Whether it's therapy, whether it's exercise, whether it's spiritual healing, whether it's conversation, you got to keep going at it until something hits, until something does something to you that moves you. You could go through 5 things, and none of those things are doing anything. Gotta keep
Right.
going. That's all I'm saying.
So
You
this is the
do have
reason
to
I
keep it.
attach resentment to that, right? Because I know you'll understand this process, right? From that standpoint, I wasn't so much of thinking about relationships, which if 100% can occur in a relationship. However, I was speaking more to the sense of, you know how parents sometimes live vicariously through their children. So your parent is a basketball player, you have basketball skills, so they push you to be a basketball player. You become a successful basketball player, but your passion was music, right? Those people end up resenting their parents because they never got to follow that real passion that they had, just because they had evidence of skill in something that their parents had skill in. You see what I'm saying? I see this happen every day, and the same thing can translate inside of a relationship. But this goes to a lot of people following social construct rather than following their inner person. They don't know how to tap into their own psyche. Shut up, Kev. but listen, they don't know how to tap into their own psyche. They don't know what really feeds their spirit and what emotional patterns align with their emotional patterns.
And
So they
I
want this socially constructed relationship. Oh, I want some. We're gonna get married and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. Well, what does your spirit really say? Does your spirit really tell you that, or does your spirit tell you you need to align yourself with a balanced person? And then you'll be happy. So people get in relationships and they're in relationships for 10 years. They got a marriage, they got kids, but they still not happy because you're living for what society told you to live by, and you don't know what you really wanted. People don't know themselves these days at all.
And I think that society is a big part of why people do what they do. Like, because if you're immersed in society, and especially in these days with technology and everything, it's harder to find yourself when you have all of this around you, and it's so easy
Right.
to connect with other people so easily. Like back in the days, you can connect with somebody across the world. You can't connect with 40, 100 million people you don't know. Like you have to know these people because you have to be around them. You have to, it's kind of just like, it's
Yeah.
kind of like your society will corrupt you. It will.
I want to ask
Absolutely.
Mika. I want Mika to come up because I want to see how do you find. Yeah, I want to see how do you find yourself through. Because I always be telling people that you really. I don't think it's kind of hard to find yourself while you in a relationship or if you. I don't know about that.
You say you think
I,
it's harder to find yourself in a relationship?
Yeah, I think basically like because I've been hearing people like some people like you can heal while you're in a relationship or you all this stuff. I'm like I wouldn't
it,
recommend that.
and,
You know what I'm
and
saying?
I mean, if you set
I'm gonna
boundaries, you can.
let me jump on
Yeah.
that real quick. You see, here's the thing about advice. Advice has to be unbiased, and we have to look at this as what's good for you, Kevin. It's not good for everyone, but it does work for some. So I like how you worded that, Kevin. You said that the way that you're supposed to say it. The responsible answer is yes, it is possible. Is it likely? I think the odds are against you when you are in a relationship and it will not work for everyone.
Right.
Yeah, I think finding yourself in a relationship is different than maintaining your true self and who you know yourself to be. Because when
Hmm.
you relationship with a person, 100%, a lot of times, especially from the male aspect, um, a lot of the relationship for us is compromise. It is okay. I'm allowing her to condition me in a way to love her properly for me to be the man that she needs me to be. And inside of that self, if you don't create healthy boundaries that say, hold on, wait, this is who I am. So I appreciate the fact that you're molding me to be the man that you need, but this thing right here, I cannot compromise. And people don't know
Facts.
how to do that.
I'm
Right.
I'm
You see
glad
what I'm
I'm
saying?
glad I'm
Right.
glad how he worded that. I'm
Yeah. Right. I'm
glad.
about to say I'm
You know
glad he
why?
put it that way.
Because that goes back consistent to my point originally. Like he said that he ran into a lot of parents that live vicariously through their children. That is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Instead of helping these children become their own person, instead of removing their creativity by not answering the questions that we don't have the answers to, and we are in our pride and ego, instead of saying, hey, that's a good question, let's look it up together, we end up ruining their creativity and we end up making them be more like us than anything else. So I agree 100% with what you're saying. All it is part of the truth because the truth includes everything.
And that's what people aren't ready to like, or people honestly can't even grasp is that the truth includes everything. It really does. So most people like to think about the truth in their own aspect. Like you said, like it may work for that person, but it may not work for the next person. But it may work for a couple people who also do what you do, but it may not work for the next group who don't do what you do. And I think that's why people need to genuinely find their their way of healing.
That's right.
And when they find their way of healing, then they can continue on to add another person to their experience, or to experience them, or to experience someone else. Because why would you want to experience somebody else at that deep of a level if you haven't even experienced yourself at that deep of a level?
Well, you won't be anything else except that person's cup of tea. And I'm telling you this from experience, my experience, right? And the other people that I have seen. Look, the thing that we need in a relationship for it to work is the individualism. Because if you're asking me to be somebody else, then you're asking me to be somebody outside to the confines of who I am.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I don't want to be anybody else,
It's
especially
like
if
a
I put
balance.
in
I
the
feel
work
like
to
you
be
gotta
this
have.
person.
It's
Oh, balance
always
is
a
everything,
balance.
Kevin.
Because you got to
Balance
know
is
yourself
everything.
and you got to know how to compromise with your partner at the same time too. So it's like,
That's
and it do
that's
got to
what
And
I'm
be just
telling
like
also
how
you.
while
Ben
knowing
was
your
saying. You got
partner.
to have that one solid thing that you can't compromise about yourself. Otherwise, you be bending like you have no backbone or something like that. From that point,
Look,
Straight
man.
like that.
Look, for all the TikTok influencers, for all the social media psychiatrists, for all the social media therapists, for all the life coaches, for all the business coaches, guess what? It includes everything. Stop teaching people one way of doing things. There are many facets and in the logistical chain of life. And if you don't learn all of them, you're gonna be lost in the sauce. It ain't about loyalty and communication and this and that. It's about all of it. The more you know and the more you go into it, the better you will understand. And the less you have to compromise
What
with
was
anything. You
the
can live your life.
what was the question that you had for me?
yeah, I was about to say, can you? I was saying, you got like an example of how you said you found yourself through your marriage,
Oh yeah, because they were talking about finding yourself of without that person, you should know who you are before you get married,
right?
which is true. You do know who you are before you get married, but like I said, I've been married 12 years. I'm not the same person I was. I met my husband at 24. I'm not the same person I was at 24. He's not the same man he was at 27. He's
Oh,
40 now. I'm 37. We're not the same people that we were. We met singly with no kids. Now we older and we have kids together. And what I mean by
congratulations.
thank you. But what I mean by finding yourself is people grow and change all the time. And by us being married, we become one. But that doesn't mean we're going to change and grow at the same time.
Mm.
Right.
We don't physically become one being. We're still two individual physical beings. So therefore, when I go through my growing process, he's not going through his. When he's going through his, I'm not going through mine. We grow and change at two different times. So when you find yourself on the path of trying to find yourself or understand yourself better, or you're doing things differently than you did when you were younger, if the partner is the right person for you and want to be there, they'll step aside and let you go through that.
That's an excellent
Because
point.
how can a partner stop you from growing? That's not right. Why would they want to?
That's not a partner.
So I got
That's
a
somebody
question
that wants
then.
to control you, right?
I don't know if men and women are different, but I thought about so this a question then. So say if do you think you can live without your partner?
Who,
It
me? You
depends
asking
if it's
me?
hard.
Yeah. If like say if y'all split it up apart or something like that, would you know how to would you still be yourself? I'm put it that way.
What do you mean? Like we had to split up because of life, or we
Because you
just split
said
up
you
because we weren't
found
getting along?
yourself. So say if something happened, right? And you are you able to still pick yourself up and be able to right? I mean, live life. Man, I know how I want to say this. I couldn't think about it. I never thought this one out. But basically, are you? Uh, dang, I can't think of it. I
Are you
can't think of
finding
how I want to
I, I,
ask
I
it.
want I
But
want I
but
want I wanted to ask her if what she thinks she would be if she didn't go that path. Like how far different would life be? And that's obviously hypothetical, but she would know this answer more than anyone else. Like
How
that's what I
far
would ask
different
her.
would my life be if I didn't go what path?
Yeah,
Married? If I didn't get
the,
married?
the, right. If you didn't meet your husband and stuff like that, like what
I don't
other
think my
direction you
life would
think
be
it would
that
go in?
much different. I don't think my life would be that much different. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, before I met my husband, I'm a theater kid. I was into theater. I danced, non exotic. Like I did theatrical dance. I danced, here I am now at 37. My kids are raised to a point. My oldest is in middle school, and I still do theater. I still dance, but that's because I never let those elements. I never pushed those elements to the side just because I was married. We came together as one. That didn't mean I dropped my individuality. I had to hold on to that because that's who I was. I had to add something else to my plate. I was still who I was. I just had to add wife to my
So
title. I didn't
that's
drop nothing
so
to
you
add
ju- you
wife
just
to my
so you
title.
basically said what I said. So you did find yourself before you got married.
Well,
Then
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You
that's
have
what
to
I was
find
about to get
yourself
to because
before.
I didn't know how to ask it, but basically I'm saying is like you should already because a lot of things is people be trying to find themselves through other people. That'd be the problem. That's what we just mentioned
Right,
about
right,
earlier. So it's like you can't know how to live your regular functional grown life through another situation. I mean, I think stuff
right.
can
But
happen if you
I
got
had
time
agree with
alone, right?
that.
Yeah,
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 I agree. You have to know who you are before you get married because marriage
yeah.
is,
That's what I was
definitely
meaning.
serious. But I'm just
It's
saying,
no
the person who
individual.
I
Yeah, right.
was at 24, I'm still not that person at 37. I'm still a different person. I like to think I grew for the better.
Yeah, I get you, but that's gonna happen regardless. You're gonna every 10 years or every
It
whatever
does,
years
but a
you're
lot
gonna
of
change
people,
anyways.
a lot of people break up or get divorced because one person is starting to grow into their
Oh
comfort
yeah,
and the other person
yeah,
is not growing. So that's
yeah,
what I'm saying. You're
yeah.
changing, you doing this, they're not changing.
Everybody change, yeah, everybody
Right,
change,
they're
but do you
changing in a good
progress?
way.
Do
They're
you progress?
growing,
That's a different thing.
and a
My
lot of
thing,
people split up when one person starts growing and the other person's not growing.
I have a
They think,
question.
Uh,
So,
absolutely.
so for Mika, for you, is it like, so you said you got married at 24. So at what age did
oh
you
no,
find yourself?
yeah. Go ahead.
What age did you find yourself?
Ugh, it will have to be. Well, I got married at 30. I got married at 30. And that's just because I probably didn't know who I was to probably about 30. I got asked to get married like at 25, 26, and it was engaged for a few years because I didn't want to marry someone when I didn't know that person as well as I knew myself. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
of course I
get you.
know myself. I know what he's
Absolutely.
getting into if he's married me, but what am I getting into if I marry him? So I had to learn him before I wanted to say I do because I have to know his
Yeah,
triggers. I have to know what he likes. I have to know his swings. I have to know his cycle, you know,
yeah.
and not only know it, I have to realize if I'm able to live with it because no one's perfect. So the stuff that I like, I have to decide if I'm able to live with that
Yeah,
because
that
no one's
attract who
perfect.
you are
Agree
is
that.
real. Like you really do attract who you are, and people just don't
Right, because
realize.
no
That's why
one's
people be
perfect.
like, "Why I
People
keep
think,
getting these suck dudes and all this stuff?" Because you sucky. You know what I'm saying? So once you change yourself and you change your selections and stuff. That's how you pick better because you got to become better. You know what I'm saying? So okay, you basically got saying that what I was saying though, but and I think the part that you trying to because you end up saying something about being an individual, but I think I'm pretty sure you saying like because it got to come with that compromise thing, right? That's why it goes back to what we was talking about at the beginning, right? With the you
I
can,
said you have to
you,
live with things you don't like, not like, don't like.
yeah,
I'm,
yes,
I'm
for
making
to the
comments.
better the relationship, to better the family, right? That's what you got to do. I mean, some stuff it's a sacrifice. I mean, people got to sacrifice their individual lifestyle sometimes, a lot of the times to make a family work. That's just what it is. But some people be staying themselves too. That's what make a
I
problem.
wouldn't say sacrifice because sacrifice is such a, you should never
Mm,
have to sacrifice for love.
yeah,
But
I
that's just my
agree.
opinion.
I
I know they
agree with
say no. They
Mika.
actually,
That
I know. They say you sacrifice and compromise in a relationship.
You
I
You
would
got
do.
to
say more
sacrifice, especially the
compromise
negative
than
things that
sacrifice
you got.
because if that person got you the way you got them, nothing should ever have to be sacrificed.
I mean,
I
and if
can't.
we're
Compromise.
talking about being in a relationship and a family dynamic, are we talking about with kids or without kids? Because with kids, there is sacrifice.
That's all I say. It's all it is. That's all I say. Some things in there you do because I had talked about this a while ago. You sacrifice and you compromise in a relationship.
But when you have kids, no, I agree with, I was definitely sacrificed for my children. I'm agreeing with her. But with kids, you sacrifice for your kids. You still compromise it for your relationship. That's still the difference.
There's some stuff you say I just can't think of. I'm gonna think of it though. I'll think of it.
I definitely think there's both,
It's
and
some
it
stuff. It's
may
both. It's most definitely both. We talked about this a while ago. I just can't think of it now.
But what is
I
some stuff
definitely
that
think
y'all feel like?
Let me see.
Well,
life
I'm trying
I'm
to
gonna
means.
learn
think
Let
from
of
me
it.
other
let me
people's
let me let me
perspective.
let me
What is
let
some
me let
stuff
me
that
give an
y'all would
example.
consider a
Let me
sacrifice?
let me give
Uh
an
oh.
example of
She
what
got you. There
sacrifice.
you go.
Let her give the.
TT about
Let
to
me give
get
an
you.
example of what sacrifice is. It's really not that big. It's like real simple. So, like, say for instance, I'm a wife and a mother, right? I have children, right? I might want a 5-bedroom house. So if I want a 5-bedroom house, I must sacrifice some things in order for me to obtain that goal. So you make sacrifices to achieve something. Okay? That's what
There
that
you go.
is.
Right.
That's different from a compromise, right? And
Right. You
although,
did.
Right.
although,
You said that. You
although,
said that right.
yes, ma'am, thank you.
Right.
Although that can still turn into some sacrifice because when you compromise, you're giving up something. When you sacrifice, you're giving up something. You're saying, you know what? I am not going to eat today. Today, I'm going to stay off the food and I'm going to sacrifice. And I'm going there and I'm going to talk to God. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to get closer to God or whatever it is. I'm going to go and I'm going to lose the weight. I'm going to sacrifice these bad
My
habits. I'm
cousin
going
in the
to give,
building. What's the
I'm,
deal?
what's up, cuz? I'm going
What
to
the?
give it all
He
up.
caught me on guard.
I'm gonna give it all up so that I can lose this 400 pounds that I need to lose to save my life. So I'm gonna sacrifice cake. I'm gonna sacrifice bad habits and eating. You see what I mean? Sacrifices are just things that you do in order for you to reach a positive, I would hope, a positive, healthy goal. Okay.
Right.
So, hopefully nothing toxic, but hopefully something that is healthy and worthwhile. So sacrifice is needed and will always be there in any kind of relationship, whether you're with somebody or not. You sacrifice, right? You sacrifice your time on a job. You sacrifice your time in a relationship. You sacrifice your time with, the school kids or whatever. You're sacrificing. Life is a sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely
Compromises
agree
and
with you.
sex. Both of them. It's literally both. I couldn't think of it, but you ended up getting a couple of them though for sure. Yep.
To do, Kev.
Right. Coming from her
Touche. What's the
perspective,
deal,
yeah.
honey?
But see, I don't think a sacrifice is something that you want to do. Like if you want to do it, it's not a sacrifice.
That's the
I don't
point. You
think
don't
that.
want
I
to do
think
it. That's why you
I think
sacrifice it to
I,
do
Right.
to
That's
do
what I'm
better.
saying. That's right.
I think
Right.
Yeah, that's
that.
what
but
it
I
is.
think a
Because you
sacrifice
sacrifice
is
their wants for your needs. That's what it is. That's most of the
Right.
time
a
That's
what it
how
handles like.
that's
sacrifice.
how I was coming at it. If it's something I want to do, then it's not a sacrifice. But that's what I was saying. When it comes to my kids, there are lots of things that I would sacrifice for my kids because they're my kids. They didn't ask to be here, so I would take care of them 10 toes down. So I give up a lot of things I don't want to
Now you wouldn't do that for
because
your husband?
I was
because
gonna
they're my
say, like,
kid.
why wouldn't you do that for your husband though?
Now, and what I'm saying is with my husband, I'm saying I love my husband. So when I do stuff for him, it doesn't seem like a sacrifice. This is what I was saying.
Mm.
I got a question. I got a
It'll be
question.
more of a compromise because if he
Yeah,
All
he
if
right.
just
he
my husband.
sees if he
It's not
sees
no
me
kid.
It's just my.
right, if he sees no, I'm not saying I don't want to give it up. I'm saying I don't have a
Can you hear me,
problem.
Kev?
I don't
I
have
hear
a
you,
problem
Tush.
saying okay, let's do this because if I give up something from him, it doesn't seem like a sacrifice. That's what I'm saying. Because
Can
if he
Is
sees
it
me
is it
giving up
ever
something,
something? But let me ask you
he's
a
going
question,
to.
Mika. Mika, hold on. Let me ask you a question, honey. Now, is it something that you want? If it's something that you want, and you say, you know what, I do want this, but because my husband may want this or need this, I'm going to sacrifice my needs or wants for his. Do you ever feel like there's something that you might want, like say, let's say you want a bad purse. I want this purse, but I know my husband is trying to build his business. I know I want this little Gucci purse over here that costs $3,000, but I know he's just trying to get this business off the ground. I'm just gonna sacrifice my need or my not want, because that's really a want, right? You just want a
Mm.
purse, right? It's not a
Nah,
need,
person, a
right?
need,
So
girl.
Okay,
Wow.
whatever you, however you want to say it, but haven't you ever done that for your love, right? You've saying, you know what, I do really want this purse. God, I want this green because I like that green Gucci purse with the green red on it, and it got the little yeah, that one right there. But anyway, it's $3,000, and you say I'm gonna sacrifice it because my honey is building his business. And a lot of times when women make good women, when they make those sacrifices for their husbands like that, and Moringa can probably attest to this, they come back and give you more than that purse.
They come back and
Right.
give
That's
you.
what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
I wasn't saying I
that's
didn't
a
want to
sacrifice.
do it. I'm saying, right, but I'm saying, you know how some people would do something, you have to make them do it, and then they could be like, well, I did this for you. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't, it's not
No,
something I
no, no.
want to do.
That's
It's,
disingenuous. That person never
okay, well,
really
yeah,
did
okay, well,
anything
that's a
for
good
you.
word.
And
Okay, then that's what I'm saying.
I
Maybe
don't
I'm
think
looking
that's
at
a
it different, because if I
sacrifice.
do anything for my husband, it's not something I feel like I'm forced to do. That's what I'm saying.
No,
I'm doing it
I
because I
don't
want
think
to.
that's a
No, you're
I
not
don't think
being
that's a
forced to
So
do it.
say
sacrifice.
this. I got an example
Okay,
then.
okay, okay,
Say
You're
okay.
not
say if
I
you're
hear
you
not
you.
about to
being
have a
forced to
girls' night
do it.
out or something like that, right? And your husband wanted you to do something, whatever. That's like sacrificing. I'm messing up. That's like sacrificing right there. You see what I'm saying? Because it's like that's something that you really wanted to do, right? But he like, nah, baby, I need you here to do this or whatever. There ain't no
Yeah,
compromise. You know what I'm saying? You're not compromising that situation. It's something that you really want to do. So you sacrifice, the time you was gonna hang over with
Right,
your girls
right.
to take care of the house
You
duties or something. You know what I'm
sacrificing
saying?
your
That's just one example. I
Well,
can
yeah,
think of some more, but
you
everything y'all saying
sacrificing.
is
Hold
right.
on,
I'm trying to get my words. I'm trying to get my words
Mika, let
correct.
me say this real quick. You're
because I was
sacrificing
like,
your she time. Your she time.
yeah, your individual. Remember you was talking about that? You sacrifice some of that individual ways for family. You
Right,
know?
but
yeah,
like I was add on, but if it comes down to sacrificing, if my husband notices that I'm giving up something for him, it will always come back like threefold. You
yeah.
Read
know, if,
But what if it?
solution
But
right
what
here.
my question to you
It
is,
says right
what
here,
if it
sacrifice.
does not come back?
Mm.
Are you
huh?
comfortable with that? If it does not come back, are you comfortable with that?
I
Well,
am
yeah, because I didn't do it to expect it for it to come back anyway.
Ah, he trying to set you up. That's he.
exactly.
He
You
trying to get you.
because
You're not
all
sacrificing to
right,
get
Kev, be
something
quiet
back.
because you in
Yeah,
my
you're not
head.
expecting like you go. If I do this for you, you do this for me. That's
No,
not
it's
gonna work.
12 years. We done
That's
been through the good, the
transactional.
bad, and the ugly. You hear me? The good,
That's
the
because
bad,
and
and the ugly.
the reason that I said that is because maybe I'm younger. I'm just gonna assume that I'm younger than y'all. There's been times I went to go out and do stuff, and I know that it's something that I really really want, and I'll be like, let me call my girl and see if she wants this just in case. And then she'll probably yes or no, and then if she say yes, then it's like okay, I done gave up, what I wanted for her. So I mean, it's a sacrifice, but it's not a bad sacrifice. It's something like I think you gotta. I think you want like sacrificing is something that you want to do. Like you want to do something.
Yeah,
That's
that's what I
Oh,
think.
I'll give you an
Right,
example.
that's what
I'll
I'm
give you
saying.
another
But if
one.
you want to
That's
do it, it doesn't make it a sacrifice. That's what I was saying.
but
If you
No,
want
some
to
of
do it.
it's still a
yeah, you're
sacrifice.
right.
And let me tell you.
I
Wait,
But
let
I
me
get
let
what
me tell
y'all
you why.
saying. I'm just saying that's how my little mind was trying to get it out
Okay.
earlier. If you want to do it, it doesn't feel like a sacrifice, I guess.
I'm,
doesn't
No,
feel
I'm gonna
like
I'm
it,
gonna
it's
give
but
you
still
it
I'm gonna
is.
give you an example between the two again. One more time. I just thought about one. So say right here, I played a video game, right? That's something I love to do. I don't like watching no love movies or none of that stuff, but she do, right? So that's me making a sacrifice to watch a movie. Now, this is a compromise with the same two things. So I'll be like, all right, I get to play. I play the game for like 2 days out the week, and then I watch the movies the rest of the 7 days. That's a compromise. You see what I'm saying?
Right, right.
So that's two things in one. That's what I'm saying. Some things you sacrifice, some stuff you compromise. It just depends on the situation.
I think people are
Right.
taking the verbiage of the word sacrifice
Let
and
me read
making it
this
a
real quick so
negative.
we can get this in order before you speak, brother, and then ride off of this, okay? Let me read this. It says, "What are examples of sacrifice? She's had to sacrifice a lot for her family. He sacrificed his personal life in order to get ahead in his career. I want to follow a diet that is healthful. I just said all this. Is helpful without sacrificing taste. She was able to ask for their help without sacrificing her dignity. Okay, does that everybody understand that now? You
Yeah,
sacrifice what
no,
we're saying, what it is.
it's understood.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I was
it's
just
it.
trying to read it because we keep going back and forth as in, okay, it's not that I don't want the food that I want, but in order for me to lose the weight or be healthy, I'm gonna have to give.
Are you not finna make
Right.
me
And
hungry?
then
That's
his
what you're
second
not
part
finna
of his
do.
question about you asked, how did I find myself within my marriage? Well, after we had kids, I was way over 300 pounds. I was like pushing 350 by the time we was done having kids. And so I had to like find myself all over again because, I became mom, I became wife, I became everything but Mika. I became last on that list. So I had to find myself again. So in time and finding myself and taking time for myself and learning who I was again, instead of him sitting back complaining, telling me I'm acting different, he was there for me. So that's what I was saying. You can find yourself within the marriage.
You
Now
just bettered
relationships, I
yourself. I
don't
don't
know,
think you
because
found yourself.
relationships are different from marriages. So
I
what'd you
don't
say?
know.
I mean, you
I
could be
mean,
in a
I think
Think
they
marriage and
you
kind
like
of.
you
find
still be
yourself in a
yourself. I mean,
relationship.
I don't think it would be like wise for you to like in a relationship where you feel like you got to give up who you are just to be in that
That's what
relationship.
I right, exactly. That's all I'm about to say.
It don't
I
make no
think
sense to
So I
do that.
think
That's at that point you're just making pointless sacrifices or like not preserving yourself in a right
And I
way.
don't, and I think in order, I always hear people be like relationships and marriages are different. Like you
it
can't
ain't
skip.
supposed to be.
They're not supposed
If
to.
they gotta be different, if you gotta put them in a different category, you ain't doing it. You ain't doing
Yeah,
something right.
something ain't
Right.
correct because I feel
Facts.
like when you in a
Well, like I
relationship,
said, I've been married 12 years, and it's definitely different from when we was dating. Because there's problems that he had, in relationships start off that you don't want to deal with. A
Why
relationship you
was
can
it
just walk
different?
away. You
Because
can't
there's a
walk away when you
legality.
let
married.
oh Kev,
You
let me
know.
go.
You can.
But
I mean, it's called.
listen. The crazy thing that you just said
That's why I
is
said you
that
learn
you.
that person and learn if you
Oh,
can live with their good things and their bad things. Because no one's
but
perfect.
I
what you
just think
said
some people
was
switch up
that you
when
can't
they get
walk
married.
Yeah.
away. You can walk
I
away from a
I
marriage
can't hear
because
two
I.
people.
Oh, well, I mean, what you said is people just can't walk away. I see many people walk away from
Oh,
marriages.
yeah, you can just walk away, but you gotta go through the paperwork and this and that. What I'm saying is, when you're in a relationship, you can just leave. You can just go.
I
Just
mean,
You
you
go.
can
still
leave.
In
separated
those
or
You
You can do the
in
situations,
a
same
you
marriage
thing.
though.
start
You can do the
seeing
same thing in
you
marriage.
start
Right. Yeah.
seeing
You
That
can do
paper
the
ain't gonna
same
help
thing in
anything.
marriage. I don't know why
That,
people say that. Like just because you're not look, you can leave a marriage relationship and you can leave a common law marriage relationship. However y'all want to say it. If you ain't got the ring, you can leave, and if you got the ring, you can leave. Now you
where
may
Yeah.
you
not want to
can
drink.
just leave,
Hold
but then
on, let me finish. You can leave the situations regardless of whether you're married or not. Now I get the more why people say that about marriage because they believe that it's more of a weightier thing because we have stuff, we have children. Okay, these people have children and stuff together too when they're not married. But I understand the obligation when people feel like, okay, well, we're married and we just ain't gonna leave. No, I've seen people get up and leave in one day from a marriage.
hmm
Doesn't mean that something wasn't going on before they left, but they can also leave a marriage just like they can leave. But I understand that you seem more harder to leave because you're married. I get all of that. But
no, it ain't
going
no
back to the
hard up.
marriage,
My grandpa been married 3 times, girl.
I
Three
understand, and
times.
that's what I'm saying. And it's like, why
so
do
again,
people
like he
say,
can just walk away.
it's hard?
Right. He just proved that.
You can leave. You can leave
that's
either
No,
what I
what
said.
I'm
one. You can
saying
leave
is,
either one. But I
when
do
you marry
understand why
someone,
people say that. I understand. But
because I'm
to
saying
me,
that because when you marry someone, you're agreeing to take their good and their bad. You say for better or for worse. You say that.
So I
When
always
you're in
got
a
this question then.
relationship, you don't
Yeah, you
say
can
none
say
of that. When
whatever.
you start getting to know somebody and see their red flags, you can be like, I'm out. I'm going. This ain't for me.
So I got a
That's
question then,
why.
because with that, right? Why do I always that's gonna be that's just weird by America. So why we gotta wait till we put this paper and all this stuff to agree with all this situation? That's why I said people be taking relationships as games nowadays. I
You
noticed
don't
Yeah,
that
have to, but
because
most people have to. Most people have
right,
to.
what the
I don't know
yeah.
why.
that's
I
why
don't know
stuff be
why. I
funny.
Okay, but
seriously think
my
me
thing
and
is
my
this.
husband will make it just fine without the paper because that's just how we are. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Okay, so
no, I'm
That's just
just
what's the
how we
difference between
are.
marriage and a relationship?
What you say?
What's the difference between a long term
What?
relationship and marriage?
That's what I was
wait a
explaining when
minute,
he asked this question.
Mika, wait. Why did you get the paper? If it's so good,
I mean,
if
so the
it's
paper
so
is the
good,
difference.
if it's
I,
so good, wait a minute, y'all. If it's so good without the paper, it wouldn't make a difference. Why did you go get it? What did you need it for? Some
The
other reason?
legality
well,
of
for one, I
marriage.
A
didn't
legal
say it was
reason?
so good without the paper. I said I was answering his question. I said me and my husband could have made it because he said why do people need that paper? I'm saying over here in this marriage we didn't need the paper. Well, I didn't need the paper. I didn't ask me to marry me. He asked me to marry him. That's
Okay,
what I'm
so
but
saying.
then
you
that's
I
why.
come from
Then
I
we can
come
you
from a
say
said you was
family.
different from when before you
Right.
got
I
the
come
paper
from my
though.
okay.
parents wasn't
So
married, so
wait.
marriage was definitely not the first thing on my list. I
Okay,
come from parents who wasn't married, and they're the best of friends.
Mm.
So I was answering his question when he said, "Why do people need that paper?" Some people need it. I'm saying
Why?
for me, for my marriage, we didn't need it. I was fine. I was content with who I
so
was in this relationship. He asked me to marry him. Is what I'm
so
saying.
what was the difference? Like I said, this is the same question that I'm back at again.
Hmm.
What's the difference between a long term relationship and marriage other than the paper?
Right. That's what I was trying to answer when he started talking about the paper. Okay. Now, your question, what I was saying is, it's a difference with some people because that vow that they take, like those words mean stuff to people. That do you part and this and that. Like, some people don't think about stuff like that until it's presented to them. They don't naturally get their Bonnie and Clyde on. You know what I'm saying? People don't
Mm.
click like that until they get that paper, like he was asking. And that's not every relationship is different. Some people I see, like my parents was not married, had one of the best relationships ever versus people who are married. So I didn't grow up in a married home. So it's not about the paper, it's about the people.
Mm.
It's about the people. But
About the people.
some people, right? But some people are so technical. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about people in general. Some people are so technical that they need that paper. They need that paper. This is why they get
I
married
think
and change.
it's like to some of the people that's like in the religion and all that stuff too. I noticed because like it's like people, and I guess I get you to a certain extent because it motivates some people because they feel like, dang, I ain't got no way. But I feel like the reason why I
Kev, you
said
want to
that, I
hear?
feel like you should have the same mentality because
In
that's
a
why a lot of stuff
relationship.
don't work, right? Because,
No, I said, you're right. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. Keep cooking, because I'm
Oh.
bringing the seasoning. I'm bringing the seasoning.
But
Keep
no, I
cooking.
was saying that you should. And that's what I always tell people. I actually was getting into it with people about this stuff too, about the paper. But I was saying that you should have the same mentality before you even
I
get the paper, though.
remember
Like
that.
if it take a paper, did she say?
I
if,
could
Well,
barely
I
hear
think
her.
I
All I
have a
heard her.
point
All
on
I heard her
why
was
if
people like
murmuring.
if
the
it take
whole paper. I think it's like the whole, are you willing to put me on a paper and say that we're connected to each other even if I leave you?
Are you
Like,
willing to say? Are you willing to tell the government that you guys
yeah,
are
are you willing,
together?
like, or
And
are you trying to keep me a secret?
but no, it's not even a secret.
what
You
the
worried
heck?
about what
You
the
already going in the
wait.
wrong
Kev, let me
way
cook.
anyway.
Kev, bring
It's
the
a
seasoning. I'm about
insecurity
to cook.
already.
Kev, I'm about to cook. Bring the
Well, for
seasoning.
some people, it
So
is security because if nobody have no paper on you and you get sick, somebody,
Yeah,
next in line
I
can
could
do
get
what
it
they
for the
want to do with your
benefits though.
Somebody
body.
do just up and leave you high and
I
dry.
I feel it's for the benefits.
Yeah,
That's the only thing. But I feel like marriage is more of a mentality and a spiritual thing, not just the paper to all of a sudden make you.
It's
That's why I
definitely
said
not
we going
just
in
the
there feeling
paper.
like we forced. I don't think it's gonna last too long. You know what I'm saying?
of
We don't
course it's
have
not.
and
we
Right.
that's
should be
why a
the
lot of
same
marriages
person
don't
before we get the.
last.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We should have the same mentality before you sign that paper. You should like. I even talked to this other married couple. They was like, when I got married, nothing really changed, and I'm like, that's what I would have thought, because but you already had marriage mentality, marriage ways, and all that stuff. So it shouldn't be like that.
Nothing
I can
changed
get
for us.
getting married for the benefits. I always say that the paper should be for the benefits, but you already was married before you was so called legally
That
married.
paper. That paper is funny
Right.
because it seems like
We got.
whenever somebody get married, the first thing they get, oh, I'm married now. My power level's over
You know what?
9,000. No,
You
Right.
know
it's
what
no
changed for
different, dog.
us? You know what changed for
It's
us?
nothing different,
Our
dog.
ages. That's all that changed for us was our
There,
ages.
there you go. There you go.
As soon as somebody bring that paperwork out, yeah, you guys are now husband and
The
wife
papers
on a
for the
piece of
benefits,
paper.
right?
My
And
Sure,
power
I
for
was
sure.
level's
engaged for
over
so long. This
10,000.
man
I
was
mean,
thinking I didn't want to marry him. He thought I just told him yeah, just to say yeah. That's how long we was engaged.
and then
Like
you
it
have
was not no
of
rush for
different
me.
a lot of
It was
different
not.
factors. Like you could be dating for your whole 20s and y'all ain't got no kids, and then you get married and then you have kids, and then you realize, oh, this guy's not a good father, but he's a good, like, friend. He's a good partner, but he's not a good dad.
What the?
Wait, what?
That
Where
could
did
be a
that come from?
thing. That could
That
be a
sound like
thing.
the.
Hey,
Like, that could
Kev,
Wow.
be a thing. You could think
Kev,
that
did
person,
you
like,
get lost in
dudes
that?
really do change after they have kids. Girls do too. Don't get me
That mean
wrong.
you should never be. That mean you ain't married,
Yeah,
ready
that
for
means you
marriage.
didn't
Then if
spend
you got
enough
that,
time with
But
them.
how would you know if someone was gonna change
because
though?
you should. That's why I
You
be. That's
don't
about
know.
that. It's
I get
about
what
that
I hear
vetting.
what she's
No,
saying.
no. If you vet
I
the
hear what
right
she's
person,
saying.
that's the
She's
lack of
saying
vetting. That's the
she's
lack of
saying
vetting.
if you're engaged for a long time or not, wherever you marry this person, how do you know when they're going to change? And
No, no,
that's the
no.
No,
I'm
gamble.
talking
come
about
on.
you
That,
could literally, it could be, I'm talking about like solely in a like, okay, you just built a family with this person. They were great people without kids in the factor. Then you
I
add
got
kids. Y'all had the greatest marriage before y'all had kids, but
I
they're
got a
not
question
good.
for you
Go
when you
ahead.
get a chance. I got a question. When you date, right? We talking about dating, just dating. Do you believe in courting?
As in,
The word courting.
I'm not actually familiar with that word.
We get
Mm,
somewhere.
that's tough.
Could you explain that to me though?
Do you want me to give you a definition on it, or do you want me to give
You can
you
give me an
niggas?
Important
example, a
is being with
definition.
somebody with the intention to marry. Your
Okay.
goal is marriage.
About to drop.
Oh, do I believe in
All
it?
right,
For
brother.
me? For me, no, but that can be the goal. I mean, not really the goal, but it can be the end game. Like, sure, like, but it's not really a goal. But I do believe that some people can do that. Like, if that's your end goal and that's what you want to work toward, that then yeah, I do believe in that.
Okay.
My thing. Oh, my bad.
What I'm getting at is basically when you are in a relationship, right? When you
Right.
guys officially say, hey, yeah, we want to be exclusively to each other, we're doing this, that's when you begin to court, which means you are dating basically with the intent of marrying. So vetting is the same thing, right? It's kind of like you guys are taking time and you exclusively and romantically are dealing with only one another to find out certain stuff to help y'all in that relationship, right? So if people are not courting and vetting during in a dating process, when they're aiming for a serious relationship, that is the time where you need to be learning this person. Like that is the important time. So
I
when you say that I didn't know that this person was like that, then that means you wasn't being courted enough, and they weren't vetting you enough for them to show you that side of them or show you whatever you needed to see. You get what I'm saying?
I definitely get that. I definitely get both ways. I get what I'm saying, obviously, because I'm saying it, but I also get what you're saying. I definitely think
You get
that
what you saying? Sounds like a joke. But
it definitely could
but
be. It could be two things because I mean,
Blue Heart,
you can't tell me like I'm a Gemini.
I
My
am too.
partner is also a Gemini.
I'm
So
asparagus.
like
But
I definitely like
Well,
in
what is
I
my
what
hate
is
you,
what
Kev.
is the what is the Gemini astrological thing has to do with any of that?
I feel you,
I
TT. I'm on the same
definitely
tip.
What
I'm
what
feel
what
like
what what
I
does it
have
have
a
to do with
I
any
feel
of
like
that?
everybody has
They
a
it,
switch,
it, they
but you can flip it
intellectually
at any
they
time.
intellectually are crave intellect. It's just a zodiac thing. It's not
It's
like
not
top
really.
important.
Zodiac signs have nothing to do with any of this. Not at all.
TT. You gotta let them do their thing,
I mean, like
man. I
for
ain't want to
you, like the way
crush them
that you
like
No,
that.
look
I'm
good,
just
I
saying.
may not, but like
I keep hearing. I mean, I understand. You know, I'm a Virgo. I ain't gonna never date a Gemini. No,
ooh,
or because
please tell me, my
they
mama. Oh
say
my
they say
god.
Geminis lie, right? But all people lie. People
Right.
lie
Uh-huh.
all the time.
Oh,
Everybody got
oh,
But I
oh.
intellect.
definitely think we
Say it
So
can't
again,
why do
Kev.
deny
they
the
say? Why
traits
do
Yeah,
they
that
use
everybody
their?
lie.
Why do
define
Kev,
they?
give me a
humans.
Everybody got
five.
two faces.
Kevin,
Everybody can be.
everybody do
It
got
ain't no
two
big thing. I
faces.
just was messing with you, sis. You good?
Everybody definitely got two faces. Literally.
I'm all the signs, man.
I just definitely think
But
that anybody can
funny
flip
knowledge,
their
Kev.
switch.
I'm gonna talk to you about
Anybody
that.
can flip their switch at any time, so you can know a person to the ends of the depths of the world. But as soon as they flip that switch, what are you gonna do?
I don't
But this
believe
is
that
the thing,
flip and
sweetheart.
switch stuff, man. That's the lack of vetting. That's what I called it. It's something you
But there's
missed
Right, that's
out
what I
also
was
on.
trying to
Said
answer her
that's the lack
question.
of
Like, if
what?
somebody switch up on you, you just got to be strong enough to handle your own.
yeah, you gotta just
And
take that
that's
on the
true
chin.
though. That's true. But that
The,
gets back onto why did you sign that paper?
yeah, but me signing the paper, I could still leave you. I could still
Right, you can
change.
still leave,
Yeah,
but you can
but
still
Like
it's
me,
so
leave.
me
many
being
different
me being
Why
factors.
married to
didn't
you is
Right.
you?
Let me
still
let me
different.
say
If
this.
you
So
leave
when you
me
got
high and
hired on
dry
your
without the
job, right?
paper,
When you got your interview, you got hired. You working for your job. Did you see that pink slip coming? No. You don't see the pink slip club. You don't know when somebody's going to change. You probably vetted
Right,
the job and everything else. Certain things happen unexpectedly and certain things happen
right.
expectantly, right? Some things are inevitable, right? So sometimes you don't see certain things coming, you know? So you just have to, when it comes, this is what prayer is for. This is what living a fasted life is for. This is why you should not live a life that is so undisciplined, so that when the
mhm.
unexpected does happen, because I didn't expect to lose my father, y'all, okay? I didn't expect to lose my father. I didn't, but I did. And when that came, the way it came, definitely the way it came, my father got hit riding a bike, okay? So I would not have expected in the world, in a million years, that I would lose my father like that. But it happened. But when it happened, it was the most devastating thing in the world to me, right? But I was okay to the point where I didn't, go to drinking and just doing silly stuff, people do when they lose something, when they lose a parent, or lose a child, or lose, you don't do nothing crazy. So,
Sorry
something
for
like
your
that. I know that's
loss.
a deeper more
My
extreme
condolences.
example,
Yeah,
but
definitely sorry for your
but
loss.
definitely if something happens, she's right. You just need to be strong enough at that moment to be able to handle it, and that's why you try to stay in prayer, try to stay with a life of morals, close to God. I love the Lord, so I try my best so that if whatever happened, at least I have
Mhm.
the half the battle won with keeping my spiritual life healthy as well. You know what I mean?
And that's
So
a great,
Yeah,
like,
so
that's
I
good.
wanted to say this real quick though.
And I want
So
to say
me
something after you,
myself,
Kev.
I don't know about no. Okay, I understand everything happen things can happen, right? Things can happen, some stuff or whatever. But I think like these changes that people be saying nowadays, I think it's more of a lack of vetting and seeing major signs sometimes a lot. Because like I don't think if it is gonna be a change, it's gonna be something small. I think it's some questions that just haven't been answered. It was some stuff that haven't been absorb. Yeah, I said it right. Observe.
Observe. You said it
For
right.
somebody to do a major thing to where you got to break up with a person or something like that. So I think it's like I think it could be some certain stuff that can change, but it shouldn't be so big that you got to split up from and get a divorce and all this other stuff or whatever. Because I feel like if you really understand who you talking to and y'all really like one together, y'all can, it's stuff. Cause some of the stuff can just because of course it's gonna be flaws, it's gonna be all this other stuff, but nowadays the way people be saying, "Now he changed up on me" and all this stuff, I don't believe it in that way. It's just I feel like it's more of a red flags nowadays that people miss out on, especially when people be trying to be in a rush. Especially when I be talking about when people try to rush to have sex and stuff, and then they miss everything from there because they want to make the stuff work out, and then they got that blinder on them and stuff. But I think
Those are
most of the
just
time
hookups
how
that
people
lasted
use
too
it, I think
long.
they missing out on flags. That's what it is. They don't
I
be
think
just,
people.
oh, he just switched on me or she just switched on me. I don't believe in
I
that.
think that's a victim mindset as well, because that person, if them people did not end up not being together, they wouldn't say that, oh, he switched up on me or she switched up on me. That's like a coping mechanism. Like, oh, they just
Bro,
switched. They wasn't the person. Bro, listen,
If
that
I
person
could,
did not switch. You just was
I'll
not
give you
paying
guys
attention to who they were.
a example.
And unfortunately, like this is kind of like you got to take that acceptance. I tell people to learn the power of detachment, meaning I'm cool with you being here and I'll be cool if you not gonna be here as well. I love you, I want
Right.
you to
You
be
have to
here,
realize
but
you was born
you
by
need to
yourself.
but that's
Understand.
what I'm getting at is a piece of paper don't hold nothing, because what if that person just grab your marriage thing and just rip it up in your face? Then what?
mm,
Paper's gone. The
right.
paper is gone. It don't even
I mean,
matter.
is she right though? Because people can't just switch up like that. Like you got people who just leave their family in the middle of the night, say they
But I
going to
don't
get
think they
cigarettes and
switching
never
up.
come
I
back.
just
Anything you
think
guys
that it
Or
ever got
wasn't.
on Reddit?
I'm
I
talking
don't
about a
think that's
relate.
switching. I think that's you did not learn this person to see
Right.
right.
that
That's what
characteristic,
I
which is
think. That's
why
what I
I
feel
encourage,
most of the time.
I
And I'm
which
just
is
I
get
why
mean,
I
but
If
yeah,
I
encourage,
I
could,
get
but
what
you
you're
just have to
saying
be
which is
ready
though.
for
listen.
whatever
But
because
everybody has the knowledge at
Wait,
certain points in their lives to learn that person.
But listen,
right.
this is why I tell people to take their time with
right.
dating and courting and vetting, because you guys are saying that people are switching up. These people never switched up. This is the same person that you knew that you've been with, but guess what? They probably are now showing you that side of them that they never showed you, and that would have came with time if you had took your time and got to learn that person. It's not
but
nothing
Hmm.
different.
some
Right.
things
But
though
you
you
have people
can't
out
learn. Like
there.
Because you
when
got
I'm
a
just
lot of
saying,
different
y'all both
when
are
my wife
correct
and
because there's
ex-wife
people
and I
out
lost our
there.
kids, we
Y'all
lost
both
our
are
son.
correct because there are people out there who you got people who've been married to people for years and then wind up getting got by this person. The whole time they was married to their assaulter. I
would
didn't
have
even know it. I
never
mean,
expected.
so she's right. People can't just switch up. That's what I'm saying. You just have to be strong and prepared to handle it if that situation ever comes, whether how minor or how severe it could get. My husband tells me he loves me every day. All I can do is trust that until otherwise happens. I can't
Yeah.
live in the life
So
thinking, well, he might switch up one day. I can't do that because then I'm gonna miss out on the now.
I
Right.
think
when
people
people
need to
switch up
wait.
this so-called
Yeah,
switch up thing, do they just leave straight out, or do they still try
no,
to
that's
hang
not
on
true though,
and then
Kev.
try
I
to make
guess
it
it
work for
depends on
another
the
10 years?
person.
People,
I
I
people
think
guess
Huh?
it
need.
that's what
depends
I'm
on the
saying.
person.
It could just depend on the person,
Because if a
honestly.
person that got that ability just to switch up out of something that you never seen before, you should just leave off rip then.
I
Well,
think
But you
people
don't
need
know
to
that what
No,
she's
realize
no,
that
saying
you
is
though.
you
When
won't
stuff don't
no,
work,
you
then
Jay.
won't know
they
to
look at her and
leave.
say, "It didn't work. It
Mike,
switched
we
up
can't
on
all
me."
hear
That's
each
when they
other.
say that 3 years
We all
later.
can't hear each other. We all can't hear each other. Well, let's let
Right,
Mike
right.
finish.
But some people try to fix it, but what she's saying is you don't know until they show you that. It could be 3 years in, then they show you something. It could be 3 months in, they show you something. I
The
think that's
thing
what she was just
about
trying
it
to say.
is change is the only thing
People
that's
change though,
consistent. So
but switch up
if
is a whole different thing.
somebody, so it could be like, okay, you liked all the changes your person was making. Like she said, she got older with her marriage. Like, and that was the only change. But overall, as a person, you develop new characteristics about yourself. You like new things. You may not
Hmm.
like new things. Some people do, some people don't. Some people stay the same, some people, but overall there is a little tweak, there is a little change. You change bit
Yeah.
by bit, little by little, maybe a lot by a lot. But when that next change happens and he decides to just drop you, can you
That,
can't prepare yourself for that.
that's
I
a
don't think that's
switch
a
up. It's
change.
a
I
different.
don't.
People
That's a
change and
switch
people
up.
switch. That's two different things. But I gotta let Rod go. He been trying to say something for the longest. Go ahead,
I
Rod.
was just there are certain circumstances that you just can't prepare for or don't know about. Like when my ex and I lost our son at 7 months along. Okay, when he passed, she changed. You know, and yes, we went on. We had another child together, and whatnot. But she got very mean, very abusive, very verbally abusive to the point, it got to the point where it was physically abusive and stuff like that. And then one day uh, I found out she was cheating on me and all this stuff, and we decided to end it, but we were going to stay together in the house just so that because of the baby, and all that stuff. And then one day she comes out and starts telling me about her boyfriend being sick and all this. I'm like, why should I care? And that ticked her off to the point where she picked up a glass of ice water and chucked it at me, and it hit me, but the ice water splashed over on the baby. And I was like, that's it. I have to go, you know. And she did completely, like, her mood, everything mostly about her changed when we lost our son. Like, she was not the same person.
So was she
And it's
ever?
not none of the vetting that I could have done, none of the getting to know her could have prepared us for that kind of a circumstance where people, switch up. Like it, you just
But can I say something? When somebody passes away or someone loses somebody, it does something to you, right? Like I'm sure
Right.
we all like. I don't know her name. I can't. I don't want to destroy her name, but she brought up her father passed away, right? My father passed away when I was 12. I didn't realize as much as when people leave your life, when you no longer can touch these people, hear these people's voice, yes, that does something to you. That lady probably and that's a
It's a
life growing in
trauma.
her stomach. So is it okay that she took it as far as she did? No, but could you obviously say that she was perfectly fine? I don't think she switched up on you. Switched up and changing is two
Two
different
different
things.
things. Right.
We're gonna grow every day, right? We grow every day. We learn something new every day. We're changing. We're not the same people that we are the day before. But switching up is like beyond to scale that. That's like 1,000 times over of a change.
Okay, so switching up
So
and changing is basically maybe what I've gotten, the words I'm using maybe wrong. I'm
Yeah,
talking
your
about people
verbiage.
changing. I'm talking about people changing, and people can change in any
people
way,
change all the time. Yeah, they get
in
Yeah,
worse or
any
they
people.
get
way that
better.
Yeah,
you
people
didn't expect.
definitely change. So,
I'm
but
not
change.
necessarily saying switching up.
So I
Yeah.
got
So,
another
so
thing I want to ask Rod real quick. So did you have any? How have she ever handled like bad times before? Like, have she ever like got into it with people and stuff? When she get mad or something like that, or was she good at controlling her emotions before that?
yeah, pretty much. That was the thing is like she said she wanted like the family life and this, that, and everything. And after we lost our first son there, she changed up, but she still wanted to have a family and all that. And it was kind of like, well, I didn't really want to, but she did, and I was trying to. So
You know
uh,
why I asked that though?
like
Because sometimes
her moods and
what I mean
everything
about
changed.
yeah, what I mean about like with vetting too, because I'm a firm believer of like how people treat other people is how they gonna eventually treat you one day. So I was wondering if she ever like held grudges against her cousins or something like that, always snapped on one of the family members or something like that, but then treated you nice or something like that. If she ever did that.
No, no.
Mm.
Let me
But
say
there's
this
a
because
couple
somebody
things you
wanted
can't
the difference
compare.
between change and switch up. Well, switching up is a slang one. So I'm gonna give you guys a slang definition of switching up. To change, usually in regards to one's feels, thinks, or behavior, right? Or how they behave. So when y'all say a switch up, y'all saying they started acting different or whatever the case may be. They became somebody that they wasn't. Changes and then change. I'm giving y'all accurate definitions. It's stuff that I'm googling.
Maybe she
So
didn't
yeah,
change. I mean, maybe
yeah.
she
And
did switch
change
up. That was something else
makes you
in her
alter.
already.
Yeah, or maybe it could have triggered. It could have triggered something
That's why I
and
said it
brought
could
out
have been a
something that
trigger
she
she been
wasn't.
hiding.
Yeah, and then it says change, make someone or something different, alter or modify.
A lot of people be hiding their traumas. People don't know that people be hiding their traumas. You just got to pay attention to the signs.
Switching up it does have change in it, but switching up when you use it because it's an urban word, you saying that this person wasn't somebody that they used to be. But that's why I always say, like, when you say switching up, like, they probably was that person the whole time. They just never showed
So
you that.
say if okay, here
Right,
go
but I
one.
feel what
This how
you
you
mean.
know a
Sometimes
base.
we have to
Say
just
say if you one second. Say, say if they had an optimism mentality, right? This would be switching up. B. Soon as something happened, now you pessimistic or something like that. I don't think it works like that. You know what I'm saying? So if you have an optimism mentality, of course you're going to be mad, things going to happen or whatever, but you still going to think about things in a positive type way. Like, all right, this, this, whatever. But switching up would be like turning straight pessimistic. Like, I can't believe this bull stuff and these people and going, that's switching up to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the
That
definition
happens.
is, but that's what I see. I see that as switching up from being your core being your core ways. You know what I'm saying? Then all of a
Yeah,
sudden you the opposite type of person. Like I can't see somebody doing that. That's a switch
that's
up.
what I'm saying. Switching up is just a slang.
That ain't
It's a
tomato
slang.
tomato. That's two different things.
That
If you
when
got
you
a
say
court, like
somebody,
okay, I'm
when
gonna put another thing then. Say I'm always holding people accountable, right? Then all of a sudden I'm playing victim. That's switching up. That's two
yeah,
different things.
yeah, you didn't
Pe-
change. I mean, you
Okay,
changed.
I think the thing.
You changed the tune of the song, but you kind of like changed drastically. I think
That's what I'm
switching up is
saying.
a
It's like
drastic.
that's two different opposites.
So,
It
is there
Okay.
a
I think
reason,
switching up is
or
just
is
a
just
super
someone just switching
drastic
up?
for change.
I
could
mean,
be a
but we
reason
should know
behind
enough
it.
to where we can listen to what someone's trying to explain and know what they mean without just trying to shut them down completely. Like I knew what she was trying to say. I knew what you was trying to say, Lee.
I
That
Thanks.
they
mean,
led the whole debate of change and switch it up. I mean,
I
I think
mean,
once again,
ultimately,
it's good,
everybody's
y'all.
changing. I think the whole thing was we was talking about the marriage. We are talking about marriage, and y'all said, "Well, what would be the reason to sign the paper if y'all have a great, glorious relationship and people can change, and you don't have to be, oh, well, I love
That
you so
means stay
much, so
single then.
I wouldn't have to sign that paper just because we love each other. I mean, but if that's what y'all want to do, it don't have to be just one person's decision. Y'all could both agree on it. Say, hey, we want to sign the paper. Or like she said, her
Right.
husband asked her to marry her.
If
Like,
everybody's able to switch up, then you got to stay single then, because that's a harsh gamble then if that's the case.
But
I
that
mean,
is, but
Because that
that's
mean
exactly.
that's what
everybody gonna
everything in
switch up.
life.
I
Yeah,
And that's just not. But
according
exactly,
according
that's
to that
just it.
logic,
That's just it.
exactly.
That's just not relationships. That's
that
just
means stay
people in
single.
general. That's friendships. That's your boss, your co. That's everybody.
Yeah, I think once again, love is. I keep saying this, Kev. I might as well get a shirt that says this at this point. Love is a courageous thing. Love is not for anybody who is weak and scared because love is going to test you. It is going to show you different things and it may even hurt sometimes. But
Right.
that's why it takes that's why when it's like y'all
Love
heard old
itself is
people
a
say
sacrifice.
like why when you hear old people used to say it's okay. This ain't your first time, and it won't be your last. But love is a courageous thing. That's why they always encourage you. Like if you had a bad experience, to not hold on to that and let it go.
and that's
Love ain't
easier
for
said
nobody
than
who
done.
weak. Yeah, but no, it's not. It's really not hard. The thing is that you still looking at what happened and you seeing why you trying to figure out why. other than saying it happened, it is what it is, and I need to move forward. You walking around life with a ball and a chain on your leg the whole time, and people are passing you up, and you looking at everybody else be happy because you carrying around that. You
But
can't
what
change
I'm
the
saying
past.
though, is like when I say it's easier said than done. Like for me, I'm a more nonchalant person. I let things go. I'm more okay. I forgive, move on. I may not even forget, but I forgive you. Cool, go live your life. I don't got to be around you if I don't want to be around you. Like in that sense. But some people are not, and you can't change somebody. No, like you can't. Everybody not the same.
No, and I agree with you that everybody is not the same. But if somebody goal is to
Maybe
get
we can
married
switch
or
up.
find love, if it, did you what you say, Kev? What you say? What up?
I was being funny. I said maybe
Go
they'll
to
switch
hell,
up
Kev.
then. Then
Go to hell,
okay.
Kev. Listen, what I'm saying is this: love is a courageous act. Love is not for nobody who is scared. If you want to love somebody and you want to be in a relationship with somebody and you want to be married,
That's
love
what
is
you're
a
gonna
part
do.
of. You
And
have
he
to
is
do it.
absolutely correct.
You have to. If you sitting
Yeah,
here scared all the time, what if this
Right.
person does this? What if this
it's
person does
definitely
that?
work.
Well, it's not gonna work. You're gonna be stuck there because you wondering what if. Like when I love somebody or I enter somebody's life, I enter their life with pure intent. If they play me, that is on them. They are
Oh
missing out on a
damn.
good person. That is not on me.
Right.
That is on them, but it doesn't change your emotions or how you feel or
That's
what
why
you.
you have to power the art of
It shouldn't
detachment.
change your emotions. You shouldn't let nobody change your emotions. Like he
Yeah.
said,
Right.
that's all on them. You let them
Right.
I didn't
carry that
say
bag.
they change your emotions. I said it doesn't change your emotions. Like they're not
Oh
changing
no,
your
it don't.
emotions, but
It don't change my emotion because at the end, like I said, I know my value. I know my worth. So if you want to go, and I know that it's very rare to find people like me, but if you want to go out there and try to find another one and go through your nicks and Annies, by all means, go ahead. But
say
I
it
know that I'm
again.
dating with pure intent. I know that I'm not coming with nothing negative. I don't lose with you not being here because somebody else is gonna gladly find me and they're
Exactly.
gonna cherish
I
that.
definitely get that. I definitely get that.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
that's kind of what I was getting to. 'Cause it's like a solid thing that people have inside of them already. Like if you already know that you're a person that get over all the hard times or whatever, even if a hard time comes, you still gonna find a way to get back to your original self. But
Kev, I look at
if it's
Kev as my
something,
homie.
huh?
I look at Kev as my homie. Kev is a solid person. Yeah, we may disagree, but Kev is not gonna stop. I don't think Kev will stop being solid if me and him are not friends.
Right.
I don't
Right.
think it because it's in him.
Or
That's
I'm
who
gonna just
he
switch up. You know what I'm saying?
is. But
Man,
That's
I think people have to. I think this generation, and I just said this in another group before I came in here. I think this generation swear that they not scared of nothing, but y'all scared of love. Y'all scared of trying. Y'all scared of a risk, and that's
Oh,
what it
I
is.
said that too. I said people are scared of their old emotions.
Yeah,
They
y'all
don't
most
want to feel
definitely.
nothing.
and if and the hit dog go holler when I say this. If y'all are scared, then y'all need to go look into yourselves and find something in yourselves that y'all love about yourself. Cause I love
right.
me. At the end of the day,
What
I
the heck?
love
This
me.
is
So
agree with
me,
Touche Day? What the freak going on?
so
It's crazy.
with me loving me, I'm not losing nothing in this.
Thanks, sis.
You feel me? I'm not losing nothing. Like Lee. I don't know you from a can of paint, but I'm pretty sure you done been in bad relationships. But guess what? Just how you learn the value of a diamond, you got to learn the value of learn the value of a dollar. You got to learn the value of a diamond within your heart, and you cannot. And that's more valuable than anything. And if don't nobody see it shine, that's not your problem.
I
Somebody else
definitely
is gonna
get
see
that.
it.
I definitely get that. And the whole can of paint thing was definitely true because I haven't been in a lot of relationships. I've been in 2 relationships. I got 3 kids. I'm with the same person I've been with since a long time. Like, um, so maybe that may be a thing too. I haven't dated a lot of people. I just know people are different and some things flow for others like that don't flow for others. But I
Listen,
definitely get what you're saying. You know your worth, you stay under your worth, have your boundaries, and then you get into a relationship with somebody, you can peep out all the factors. You see your red
yeah.
flags, you move on.
Because if you enter every situation with pure intent, the phonies and the fakes won't be able to last
Or
around
say they
you.
ain't gonna be able to take it.
And
They
They
you'll
ain't
be
can't.
gonna
able
be
to
able to take it.
identify them
It's too
early. You know what I'm saying?
it's
It's
too
some
pure.
signs
It's
you can
too
find
pure for
early.
them.
Right. If you
It's too
stay
pure
true
for
to
them.
yourself and be real, the fake cannot handle it. They fall apart quick. You can walk in a room and the fake is falling apart.
Right.
Because you're. But that's what I say when I
Can
mean by
somebody
pure
else
intent.
talk instead of him, please?
What
Who is that? Who is that? What happened?
I think
Oh no,
perfect
the?
said
no,
something.
you were just talking a lot.
I want to hear from somebody else.
I'm cool. You can respectfully wait.
And awkward silence.
Because that's rude. How you gonna tell me like this not your life? That's
Okay, just
rude.
hurry up.
Bro, I'm gonna talk as long as I want. This not your life. If you don't like it, you can leave.
Well,
So,
maybe
so
we can move on to a different aspect of our
Yeah,
conversation.
like rude. Have some human decor.
it's always those kind of people. Man.
Yeah, it's always your type of people that don't have to say nothing. Just be quiet.
Exit stage left.
No.
Okay.
No,
No, but
Kev,
I
you
definitely
need
get
to.
what y'all saying. I definitely get all the parts. Honestly, I'm a very open person, but like I definitely get it. I just know it's some people that don't. It's some people like, and then like, who's to talk for those people, and who's to like, like I don't know. I just feel like I like to talk, guys.
So,
I mean,
The
that's what
best
life is
thing you can
for.
do
so,
is
so instead of
just
coming to
let
pick
people
sides,
show you who they are and treat them accordingly.
I'm speaking.
That's
I'm
the best you can
Definitely.
do.
speaking. I'm speaking.
So instead of letting me talk, y'all just gonna kick me out.
We
Who
put
are
you back, buddy.
y'all? Who gave me that bear? Thank you.
That's crazy.
What?
Are you saying something?
No, he ain't talking at all.
All right, I think we're gonna move on.
You wanted me to be quiet to not say nothing. It's fucking crazy.
You sound butthurt, sir.
Well,
Stop.
y'all, it was nice
You
meeting all
you sound
y'all.
like a
I
woman.
enjoyed the
But have a nice day,
conversation.
bro.
Num, you say
I'm
what to
about to
me?
get. Uh-oh.
What you say?
So
What happened?
have a good. Oh yeah, for sure,
No,
for sure.
no, what did you just say?
I said you sound like a woman right now. But you have a nice day with that.
Oh, oh, so you disrespecting me now?
Take it as you want to take it.
Okay. Well, always that community, but it's okay.
That community.
What kind of community? Okay.
Do
I ain't
not
even
feed
going.
into
I
it.
ain't even going.
Do not feed into it. Do not feed into it.
Well, love and
All right,
positivity.
y'all. I'm about to get out of here. Nice meeting all y'all.
For sure,
I follow everybody who was up here on the screen. And
for
if I
sure.
see y'all live again, I'll definitely be back. I'm like
All
everybody else. I like to talk too. So
right.
hang on to those relationships. See y'all. Enjoy y'all evening.
See ya.
Very, that's all I was saying. So even with that, right? The reason why I be saying that because I went back to about the reason why I be talking about that vetting thing, right? Because people be saying that change up, switch up stuff or whatever most of the time. And I think most of the time they don't be a switch up, it be like a red flag thing they miss out. And the reason why I say that because I always ask people, right? Especially if they got done in, I'm like, so are you able to get tricked again? You know what I'm saying? Most of the time people be like, oh no, I know what to watch out for. That mean I was originally right already. That mean you missed out on some flags. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I be meaning about that. A lot of people just don't, it's stuff you could look out for. It's just when you get more advanced and learn yourself more, you know what to watch out for. That's just what it is. But some people are so quick to say he switched up or she switched up. Most of the time it don't be that. But sometimes, I mean, I can understand. Sometimes it can be like that, but majority of the time, it's just no. They miss out on red flags. You know what I'm saying? And of course, I'm gonna say that it ain't perfect all the time. Sometimes, even if me feeling like I know who I want and all that stuff can still happen. But I don't think it could be a drastic thing, especially when I know the person I'm gonna be with. You know what I'm saying? That's just trying to choose right or choose better.
Can I be a moderator so I can pick somebody out on the panel?
You want to kick it? That's sad.
Yeah, I would love to kick you out.
I mean, grow up. You can't handle no words. You can't handle no words.
You sound triggered, ma'am.
You're the only one crying still. Talk. You have the floor.
I want to hear something.
That's what I'm waiting on. Go ahead. You wanted me to be quiet, and yet you're not talking.
I like that.
The perfect tone.
Somebody sounds triggered, but it's okay.
Someone else is triggered, but okay.
So you got anything to say about like, people being in relationships, marriage, any of it?
Oh, this is not your page. I don't answer to you.
Mm.
Kevin?
I smell some money coming. Let me see. But anyways, um,
I mean, if you want me to leave, bro, you could cash out Kev $20, and I'll leave.
what the heck?
Why you still talking to me? I'm not talking to you no more.
Well, I'm talking to you now.
All right,
Nothing.
TT. You left us up here, TT. Come back.
I don't like people from your community, so leave me alone, please.
That's fine. You came in the wrong space, my boy. I think I started coming to Kev space way before you did. So welcome.
What community is he a part of?
Man,
Uh-oh.
nobody worried about him.
This mic
Nobody worried
being brought to you by Yes, I Want That Smoke.
about him. Hormiga. Man,
I want half of that perfect. I want half.
Kev, I'm gonna start off with the song of the day. Georgia, Georgia, the whole day through.
But anyways, my whole point is okay, yeah. Well, with the community start putting up a celebrity pic, get you more for. Oh yeah, that's what I've been doing. Lately I usually do that stuff, put something in the background. But I'm gonna think of something though. But you right about that. That stuff do be bringing the eyeballs. You made me keep on because I was slacking on it. I'm gonna go ahead and put some more pictures in the back. I usually do one, but I try to make it too fast. So my whole thing with
On their
this though,
phone.
if you still, if you still, what the heck? My bad. Echo like a mother.
Somebody called their phone.
Oh, that was her. You probably got a
Hey, Kev, if I was still a moderator, you probably would have been mad at me by now.
Why you still triggered, bro? Stop talking.
Is your name Kev? Is your name? Is your name Kev, sir?
I love it. If
Well, let me stay over here with my community and talk to Kev, okay? Thank you.
Please don't address me no more.
Just stop. Kev, okay? Thank you. Kev,
Please
he's
don't address
talking
me
to
no
me.
hey
more.
Tell me
Lee,
not to address
Lee,
him.
you got hold up. You gotta just drop and come back up. It's gonna stop that echo. You probably had swiped. Matter of fact, hold on, I got you. It's gonna stop that echo. You probably hold on, I got you. Where her name at?
Now we got one more loser to get out of here, and we're good, Kev.
You're the loser. I've been here before you, sir. You're late. Wait, Kev, have you noticed that he's telling me not to talk to him, but he's talking to me? Mental illness is crazy.
So here go another one. Just because you're in a relationship doesn't mean you are ready. Do y'all agree or disagree?
I definitely agree. And you're not. Some people don't get in relationships because they're ready. They get in relationships because, I mean, multiple reasons. Some people get in relationships to
Ready for
leech
the
off other
relationship?
people's energy. Some people get in relationships to think that they're healing. Some people get in relationships because their moms or was in relationships their whole lives, and now they just trying to follow their mom's footsteps. Or honestly, that's just what they picked up on as a kid, and now they're doing it, but they don't have no knowledge on it.
I feel like you just said a bunch of nonsense.
Are you gonna say anything after that?
So extra quiet.
That shit funny. That shit hilarious.
I mean, I'll be willing to hear some nonsense.
Lee, he's not gonna say anything.
Yeah, I just feel it. It's a clout game.
Yeah, don't even fall for it.
So, Kev, um, are you gonna say it or do you want me to?
You can. I won't have.
Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back.
He said I'll be back. I won't have my brother. I knew he was about to. Oh man.
It make me mad, so it don't count. He did not make me mad.
Hey, yo, Touche,
What's up?
cash at me my bread, bro.
You didn't make me mad, so you didn't win.
No, it's not mad. It's
He
triggered.
said
Cash at
triggered.
me,
Right.
You
He
didn't
did
trigger
say
me either.
triggered.
You
cash
didn't
at me
trigger
my
me
bread.
either.
Yeah, it sure did. Cash at me my bread, bro.
You didn't trigger me. Like I
Cash at
said,
me my bread.
if you would have triggered me and I would have been over here yelling, that would have been
Like,
different.
it doesn't matter about the yelling, bro. Cash
No,
at
you
me
did
my
not
bread.
trigger me. No, because you
Man,
didn't trigger me.
how you not gonna stick to the rules that we agreed
You
on, bro?
did not trigger me. I'm not upset or nothing. So what are
Wow,
you talking about?
it's crazy.
You didn't trigger me at all.
Yo, bro, you really not gonna pay up?
Bro, I'm really not because you didn't trigger me. If I was
That's
triggered, I would have said I was triggered.
what? What? People
You can say you can say that I'm triggered all you want.
who says
That doesn't that
okay,
that
Kev,
doesn't you could have
okay,
came in here on another account and said that I
okay,
was triggered. I was not
Kev,
triggered.
Kev. Um, would you say that was triggered behavior? The even though you weren't screaming, your
Kev,
responses and even when I wasn't saying nothing, you still were
Kev, you've heard
All
me
speaking.
right,
trigger
Touche.
before.
You got to be
You
fair,
see,
though.
right
That's
now,
not.
Kev,
I
right
can't.
now,
Kev,
You can't.
right now,
You
Kev, have
can't
you
make
ever
your
heard me?
own definition because you the one made that bet in the room,
Kev,
right? You
have you
did,
ever heard?
and you said
Kev,
you told
okay,
him that you was to go, and he
Kev,
basically made you come back at him. So that's
Kev,
still triggered. You can't just
that's
make
not.
up your own definition of triggered.
All right, I'll send the money, but Kev, that's funny because I've even admitted to saying I've been triggered when Charles was talking to me and I got out of character and I
Yeah, I feel
said
you. That's a
something
whole
back.
nother level. That's a
So,
whole nother level.
but that was
But
when I said, Kev,
hey yo,
I got triggered.
it's all
Did I
good.
not say that?
Nah, man,
I'll
that's
send
my
you your
cash
bread.
app. Nah, man, that's my
I'll send
cash
you your
app.
bread.
Well, all right, guys.
'Cause
It was nice
that's,
talking
I
to
mean,
you.
I
that,
was
I don't
wondering
feel
if you
like
really.
that's
I thought you was going. I was hoping you was about to fall for that,
I
dog.
was
I'm like,
hoping,
no,
I
hold up.
was not triggered, bro. I
just,
just was responding like I would
just,
respond any other time.
bro,
That's
come
not
on, son.
triggered.
Come on. I mean, let's be real about it, though. Not, bro,
On my dead folks, I would have said I was triggered. You did
no.
not trigger me. Charles
Okay.
triggered me before, and Kev have seen it. He's
Yes,
seen me get
whatever
triggered.
type of trigger that was, the different type of. Come on, bro. Come on. Let's be honest,
That
right?
I'm being, and
Hold
I
on.
said on my dead
Okay,
folks,
okay,
I'm
see,
not
But you
triggered.
got. I guess you saying you got levels to your trigger, but still, like that still was
No,
a
bro,
trigger
I'm not.
response,
All right,
though.
all right.
You
So,
gotta. My thing is, you gotta think about it this way though, because like even if it happened opposite way, it's like all it is about the way you respond. That's what make a
bro,
trigger. You can't,
I respond
huh?
the same way. That's not me being triggered.
oh,
Me
no,
being triggered
okay.
was
So
when
all
me and
right, I
Charles.
guess okay. This is what we can do then. Ask the chat. I think the chat
No,
was in here.
no,
Ask, huh?
Kev. It don't matter about the chat. You was in the room when we
Yeah, I
made the
know.
bet, bro.
I know. I know.
Like, I thought if I talked mad low on that other page, he wouldn't recognize my voice and he would
What?
catch on. You know what I'm saying? That's why I use that totally other page.
Mm-hmm.
Triggered is triggered. If you're triggered, it's cool. Sometimes when I get triggered, I may not admit that I was triggered. You know what I'm saying? But
Whatever, man. I just feel like y'all. That's some con artist shit. Because
what?
me being triggered is when me and Charles was in here and I was yelling at my phone and I
That
specifically.
is
No,
Charles. I
wait.
don't even
Let me
know who
finish.
Charles is.
Let me
Yes,
finish.
sir. Yes,
Because
sir.
Kev agreed with you. Kev seen me triggered, and I even openly said, Kev, I got triggered and I got caught up in that. So therefore, that's what I was saying was triggered. Me responding to you, I would respond to anybody the same way on every walks of life. That does not mean that I'm triggered, but you got it. And I'm glad that you
No,
got your half of your
let,
25, Kev.
let,
That's
let me
weird. That was
No, I
weird.
ain't taking that. I was joking though. But
let me
Now,
just
uh,
now, now that makes me feel like You guys don't know what like a trigger. My
No,
trigger was me yelling at
Okay,
my
school
phone.
us. Okay, school us on trigger.
Bro, when I'm like, that's why when you said you can trigger me, I said you can trigger me by saying or by getting me out of my character. You didn't get me out of my character. You got the same person that everybody gets. You didn't trigger me, but you got it. Like I said. That's why when Kev was agreeing with you, that's why I said that's weird because Kev have heard me say, I ain't gonna lie, bro. He got me on my character and I was triggered. I didn't get. This is the same me anytime with the smart remarks and everything. So
Okay.
how is that me triggered?
Okay, so we're redefining what triggered me. But hey, listen, you know what I mean? You paid up, I'm good, I'm out.
that's crazy. Wow.
That's crazy that
I thought she was playing around. I'm like, hold on. I know you ain't just. I thought you knew that was him, and you just still was going back and forth with it.
bro.
That's crazy.
I was never triggered. I was responding the smart way that I always respond to people. That's not triggered. That's just me responding. Now, if I was yelling at my phone, that would have been different. Then I would have been like, oh, dang, he caught me. But he did not catch me. But because y'all saying triggered and y'all using a different definition of it. When you're triggered to me is when somebody's yelling and getting out of character.
I feel you.
I was
I feel
I
you.
was not
But
out of character. I was the same me that I am now. That is the difference. When you're triggered, you're getting out of your character. Like if you sit here
yeah, but
and
how
you
would
like
somebody know that? Tusha, you got to think
but
about it this way. How would somebody know your character when you do a regular trigger response? Because there's such thing as trigger response, especially if like somebody was like.
yeah,
You
but
remember? I think he was in this
do
live
you
before where somebody was like said,
but
"Yo,
do
yo, mama" or something like that. That's a trigger response after he was like he called him a B. That was a
so
trigger response saying that, even if you know what I'm saying. Because
Kev,
he said something
Kev.
about your community and you some stuff he just said, but y'all
And I laughed. You didn't hear me laugh? I said, oh, my community. So was I, like I said, once again, I admitted to you, and you cannot sit here and lie and say I did not do this. When Charles came in here and me and I was yelling at my phone, I said, Kev, you know what? I got triggered by that, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I got out of character. I did not get out of
you was
character.
ready to fight that day. That was a different.
But I got out of character. I was triggered. So like I said, with me, did I get out of character or did I just respond smart like I always do? That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
But that's what I'm saying. Like I've been triggered before in front of y'all. I was not triggered just now. I just responded smart like I always do.
That'd be hard. That's why I say I understand what you saying, but you got to understand from another way too, because it's like how can somebody not know if you triggered or not the way you responded back to them? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Because
I'm
how would
not
he gonna ever win that money? You know what I'm saying?
because if he would
If he couldn't
because
go
if
off
he
your,
would
huh?
I mean, look at it like this. That's why I said it because when they was in here arguing, he was getting under old girl's skin and she was yelling. She was triggered. I was not triggered. I laughed at it the whole time. That's why when you sat here and agreed with him, I'm looking at you like, bro, do you know me? Because you would have known that I would have been not. I'm not
I
triggered.
was
I'm
laughing
just
because
getting.
I was like that you lost already. I already said it when I heard your responses, the way you was going back. But I don't know your levels. I don't know your different levels though. It just
But
sounded
that's what
like
I'm saying.
to me it sounded like that. And I can see why he's thinking the same thing. That's just my point of view. Because I don't. I do believe like I ain't know that your trigger got to be you ready to fight type stuff because you did that with Charles. But I ain't. I feel
But
trigger is trigger no matter what. That's how I
but I,
see it.
but
Because I
I
trigger many
acknowledge.
people in the live and stuff. You
But
know what I'm
that's what
saying?
I
They ain't got to
said.
fight me, but I trigger people.
But what I said is when I got triggered, I got out and I yelled. I got out of character. I didn't get out of character. That's why when you agree with him, I'm like, bro, what are you talking about?
I guess I don't. I don't know. I don't know what. I guess I got a whole different definition. It's a different definition of
I
trigger
think
then,
I
because
think
I
when
seen trigger people. I mean, well to me, I don't know. If you was to ask me, I would say that was trigger. I mean, I understand you got different levels, but trigger is trigger no matter if it's a high level or a low level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
But
then
you said you
that's
wasn't,
the
but I it's nothing, no way I could tell that. You know what I'm saying? Because
but
the way
that's
you
what I'm
was
saying.
responding, that's why I was laughing. Like, dang, why is he responding to him? Like, I'm laughing, but you said
Yeah,
it's you
so
wasn't.
but that's what I'm saying. Me responding is not me being triggered. That's just me responding.
You said, what's my definition of trigger? Um, basically, just like okay, some of the times when somebody, let me see, I'm thinking of a switch. Say if like sometimes I'll be doing people when I bring up Kevin Samuels and they come in here like, um. Man, I gotta think of something. Cause you know it when you see it. Same way like how sometimes I might
Okay.
do y'all
Yeah,
sometimes, trigger y'all.
what does
Y'all ain't
it
about to
mean?
fight me, but it's just y'all I trigger y'all was depending on what I'm talking about.
What
You know what I'm saying? All of us
what it
got
means
triggers
to be
every now
triggered?
and then, depending on what's being talked about.
What it means to be triggered. When someone is triggered, it means they're having a strong, uncomfortable emotion reaction to a stimulus that wouldn't ordinarily cause a response. While
Right.
triggered people may panic, feel overwhelmed, cry out, act out, withdraw, or act defensively. I was
Look,
not triggered.
so it's another one. Basically, another one is like
That's the definition,
responding to a person the way they want you to respond to them. That's another thing.
bro. That's
Cause,
not the
cause if I
definition.
want somebody that's stoop as low as me, I'm gonna make them like, especially if we was in here talking smooth, right? Then I come in here and I just bring matching energy. That's another way of trigger, right? Some people
But
like to
that's not
cover
the
that up and say matching
definition.
energy. I match energy and stuff. That's still a trigger response because you wasn't matching energy before this person came in here. You was on a whole different energy before another person came in here. You know what I'm saying? When
When
somebody
someone
changed you from what you was originally was, the way you was.
when someone feels triggered in counseling, when we use the word trigger to refer to intense emotional distress you may feel suddenly when you're faced with something that reminds you of a past traumatic experience. I was nowhere near triggered. Those are two definitions. So
Okay,
I
I'm gonna
got
ask this then. Can you tell a triggered person then? Or that's something a person got to self diagnose or self say? I mean,
yes. If like the time that you guys was all in here yelling at that girl, a gang of y'all were triggered because y'all was out of y'all character.
facts. But
Exactly.
you don't have to yell to be triggered though.
But listen, I respond smartly all the time. I've never been triggered.
So you was like, man, I wish I could. I don't know. Well, I know it's recorded now, but I was. So when you was like, why you talking to me and all that stuff, and when you was
I
saying,
said, why are you? I said,
huh?
why are you talking to me when you just told me that you didn't want me to talk to you? That's not me being triggered. That's me asking a good question.
I don't. You know what?
I just gave you the two definitions, bro. Like I said, I get it. You agree with him on that, but I'm telling you that you were wrong because I was not triggered.
That's hard. That was hard. I hate that y'all even made that because I won't be able to tell how a person if they well, that level. You know, I know that's for sure. That's like seeing in the face trigger type situation, but I wouldn't be able to tell because like I said, from what my point of view, that looked like you was triggered. That's just me, but I could be wrong. That's why I said for me, it
I
looked like
mean,
you was triggered.
I just get. That's why I just said I gave you two definitions, and I just said that you were wrong.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So
Okay. I just want you to
I don't
understand
know. I
that you
be
were wrong.
seeing so many people that's on here triggered. I mean, shoot, you could tell a trauma response. You could tell when somebody mad. I mean, I think trigger is it's it's a subjective thing too, though. Because I don't think
But,
when you ready to fight, that's not the only form of trigger.
but that's what I'm saying. You
It's just a response. Did his character change at all to show? Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
no, it
Because
did not.
we was all talking about something until he came in here and interrupted, and then he
Kev,
responded to him.
How many times have you heard me do that though? I've never been triggered. That's me responding. That's not a trigger. I just explained what a trigger is. I just gave you the definition two times.
So if I didn't respond and you did, then what would that look like?
What are you talking about? I just
Because
did.
if I'm
Did
put it
you
this
not
way,
just?
if we all talking right, and somebody came in here and told me to shut up or something like that, and then I respond back to them in a negative way, then that wouldn't be considered trigger.
I don't think you could. I don't think it was negative way I responded. I think I responded with the smart comment that I always respond with. You can say, and you've heard me do that, but I've not been triggered. And like I said, I openly admitted it. I admit it When I was triggered, I said, you know what, Kev? I got out of my character and I got triggered by what Charles said. But that's what I'm getting at. But you was agreeing with him, saying you were triggered, but I just gave you the definition of it. Me responding smart with a smart comeback is not me being triggered.
Let me see real quick.
I just gave you both definitions.
Even the definition, I still know what triggered is, though. I think everybody, I guess if you said it take, I don't know how to explain it.
But that's why I said what I said when I said Kev.
Because
You're
anybody could just say that I'm not triggered and be triggered.
but that's the saying. I could say the same thing about you when you get
Yeah,
frustrated. I can say that you're triggered, but that's not you
exactly,
being triggered.
exactly.
But one thing I'm gonna just say this to be honest with you, if I don't know somebody and somebody came in here with a cosign for you being triggered, I would not cosign for them. Now, if you say, Shay, I got out of my character, bro. I apologize. So and so made me mad, and I remember that, then I would be like, nah, you didn't trigger Kev because I seen Kev triggered. Like Lion said, she said it, and she's been in the space a lot of the time. Now, do I respond smart? Yes, I respond smart to everybody, but that don't mean I'm triggered. That's just me responding. Like I said, I openly told you, and I admitted it. I said, you know what, Kev, my bad, bro. I got triggered by when Charles said that. I was yelling at my phone. I went as far as I possibly could go. But what I'm just saying is, since triggered is a subjective thing, I would not co-sign with nobody on that.
I don't even know. I don't know what to say. That's something new to me, then, man.
How you doing, man?
What's up, man?
What I miss?
Uh, we still trying to figure out if Tooshay was triggered. Remember, y'all, they had that bet.
Did he get triggered?
He said he didn't because he didn't like. I don't know, and I'm just confused. I still don't know because he said he looked up the definition, but I don't know. I really don't know. But I know.
He co-signed for something, and I openly gave Kev the answer before. He openly co-signed for somebody.
I didn't co-sign.
You did. You co-signed, Kev.
I told you. I never changed it up. I what I supposed to change?
Kev,
So
you co-signed.
what I'm
Well, what
saying is I
happened,
still believe you
Touche?
was triggered.
What
That ain't
happened?
no well, I guess you could say co-sign, I guess, but I still believe you was triggered, even though you saying a whole different thing. But I still believe that.
I mean, I still gave you two definitions that said nothing about that. If my response is normally the same type of response to anybody, was I really triggered, or did I just respond the normal way that I do?
Because you could have ignored him. If you wasn't triggered, you could have ignored him. That's all I'm saying. Because I wouldn't respond to somebody unless I felt a certain way. If I see, the thing is, if somebody wants you to do something, they're looking for some type of attention. Once you give them that attention, it's something that caused it. You know what I'm saying?
But how many? Okay, Kev. Once again, I'll ask you this question again. How many times has somebody said something and I respond with a smart remark?
That don't make you not triggered, though. What the heck?
Yes, it does. What are you talking about? I'm not. I've admitted to being triggered with Charles, and when I was yelling at my phone, did I yell? Did I get out of character?
Mm.
I don't know. I
And you
wasn't
got
here.
my
That's
brain
why I
thinking
asked what I
hurting this
missed.
time, man. Wow. I don't know. So,
I feel like
let me
when
see. Hold
somebody,
up. So let me see. Let's say I had a third person. I wish there was more people here so we could just see. Because I don't know. I thought that trigger was triggered. I didn't know it was like
Well,
different levels. But
what was the supposed trigger? What was the
so
question or statement?
basically,
I made a smart remark, so I was triggered.
Well, just Since I missed it, let's just go through it scene by scene. What was said and what was the
I don't
response?
know. I just watched. I got to rewind the whole thing when I see the video
Basically,
and stuff.
basic,
But basically,
basically.
huh?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Kev.
No, from what I seen, it was like Panda came in here he came in a different account and stuff, and he cut Tooshay off in the middle of talking. Was like, I ain't trying to hear what you saying or something like that. I don't want to mess the words up. I feel like Touche had responded some way, like this, basically say this ain't your room and different little stuff. I don't. It might be more stuff he might have said, but I don't want to mess it up until I listen to the replay again because I don't
Well,
forget.
okay. Let me tell you what happened. He came in and he said, "Can you let somebody else talk? I'm tired of hearing you talk." I said, "Well, we're on live and we're having a conversation, and I'm going to keep talking," which is a smart response for anybody who's been in a space with me. Knew that I would have said that to a person in real life. I would have said, but that does not mean that I was triggered. But I openly told Kev Mister, and I admitted to him when I was triggered because I got on the phone. I was yelling at my phone one day because me and Charles had got into it. And I openly said, Kev, I apologize, bro. I got triggered by what that man said, and it took me out my character. Kev said, hey, bro, I understand. So if I'm not, if I don't get out of my character, which is me yelling, me going off, me like me smart remarking is me smart remarking.
All I'm gonna say is if the tone, Kev, when you rewatch it, if the tone was just
That's what
how
I'm about to
he
do because
said it,
I don't remember word from word, but I know what I heard. I mean,
I'm gonna
I
give
know
Timmy
what
the
I heard
benefit of the
sounded triggered,
doubt
but I'm gonna
here.
listen to it because I don't want to mess up what he said. But I for sure know it sounded like he was triggered though.
I'm
I
just
just
saying,
ain't gonna
like
say
when
that
you
because I
say it
understand he
back,
feel a certain way because he lost that money and stuff. But I just can't really. I'm
Bro,
gonna
it's
listen.
$50.
I'm gonna show you the video too. I can show you a copy of the video too because I know you. It sounds like you kind of lighten it up what you said, right? But I'm gonna
I'm just
listen to the
saying if
video.
the general feel is how he described it, then that's not being triggered.
That's not being triggered, right? But it didn't go
Like
like that. It was
No,
they was literally going back and
Mister,
forth for a good minute.
Mister, I did not raise my tone or anything. I may have responded with a smart remark, right? Which is what I usually do. If you've been around me, you know that I'll do that. Is say something smart.
yeah, I've
I
heard you a
know.
few times in the lives, man, and that's why I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt because you're already willing to admit there's moments where you have reached that
Yeah.
point. You know what I
And
mean?
if I would have
And it's
and if I
like
would have been wrong, Mister, I would have said, "Hey, bro, he got me." But I
so
did not get out of character. But Kev co-signed with the guy, and it's but we've been in the same space. Like Mister, for instance, if your tone completely changes, I would say, Mister, you're triggered. But if you're talking the same way that you usually talk, I would not say that you're triggered.
yeah, and I'll admit sometimes I get hot. I'll be the first to admit I can get hot. Pretty,
I
you know
can't
what I
say
mean?
no more. I'm gonna just wait
And,
till I get that video.
Yeah,
I'm
so
gonna
I'm
listen
even
to
I
it
this,
just want to see that
even
video
this.
because
because
I
I
want to
heard.
see.
I mean, I know I ain't tripping. I ain't co-signing for no reason. I know what I heard. It's just
No, bro, you did because that's why I said what I said. The whole
All
time
I'm
I
saying
even,
is I don't want
because
it to
I
be
was
opening
laughing
it.
once you messed up. I'm like, uh oh.
but I was laughing too when he was like, "Oh, when you kick the rest of these losers out," I was like, "Oh, wow, you're the loser."
Yeah, he
I
caught me
didn't
off
get
guard
upset,
with that one. Yeah.
but I laughed. I was never upset. I was never triggered.
I'm
That's
just
why I'm.
saying, Touche, you got to ride this out longer on my fantasy draft for how this is going to play out.
I mean, we could ride it out however long you want to ride it. I don't feel like I said, I've openly admitted to people I've been in here and we've been triggered. And I've even said it before. What do you mean? That don't make no sense. Like that, are you serious right now? Y'all have heard me triggered before. So Kev is saying that he's never heard that is like mind blowing to me right now. Because he's heard me triggered. We've
And
disagreed.
if the point that Hobo just made in the comment is true, then you shouldn't lose the money either because the trigger is supposed to be from OC. So it's like, that's an interesting point. I wish I didn't miss it. I was driving, man. I wish I didn't
We
miss
gonna
it.
see. I'm gonna do it. I feel like we should do a double or nothing. It's like,
No, I just feel like next time don't co-sign because if you heard me triggered, even
what you
Mr.
mean? No, you telling me what I know though. I wouldn't say that for no reason. I don't have no reason to team up. I got my own money. I don't have
Kev,
to.
you
I
just
don't need none of that
Kev, you,
stuff, man.
I
I'm
never
just
said
from
you.
what I heard. That was just my point of view. It just sounded like you was. I didn't know it was gonna switch up. But from my point of view, I thought you was. That's just me. Maybe I don't know you like that. But from me, it sounded like the way you was responding back to him. You sounded like you was triggered. I'm not about to just say this for no reason. I don't got no reason to to be on his team. Y'all made that bet.
Yeah, but that's the thing too, Kev. You sat back here and he was like, "You sound triggered," but I'm like, people have heard. Like I've been in live with you more than Mister and Hobo. I don't want to say is her name Hobo? I'm gonna just say Lion. I've been in a live with you more times than I've been in a live with Mister and Lion, and they're telling you, "Hey, bro, we've heard when he's been
Yeah, but
triggered."
they always on your. They do that anyways. No matter what you say, they're
They're
gonna
not.
be on your
They're not
side.
always on my side.
But no,
Don't
I'm
say
just
that.
saying that's always been like that. I've been noticed that even no matter if our debates we have, they like that because I already know. I know them more. I actually know them more than they know me though. But I realize I know when people connect and stuff. But I'm because like I'm not saying this for no reason. I don't have no reason to I give you $25 back if you wanted that bad. But from my point of view, that's just what I seen. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no reason to make nothing up. You know what I'm saying? I have nothing to make that up. That was just my point of view. I see the same thing with other people. They just seem like they're triggered especially when somebody respond off emotions and stuff. That's what triggered is to me.
But that's what
I
I'm
can't
saying.
tell if somebody, because you saying that you got a nice tone, but your tone was not like that, like you doing
My
now.
tone was I didn't get upset at all. I never got out of character. I
All right.
respond with the same response that I give everybody when they say something, and I give a smart response. Once again, like Mister said, Tusha, I've heard you get out of character before. I've yelled. I'd be like, "Are you serious right now? Bro, are you that don't make no sense." I've got there. I did
Okay.
not do none of that.
So let's do this then. Since you okay, let's do that then. So we could do a $25 bet then. I ain't doing no 50 though. So
I don't
I'm
I
gonna
don't
redo the video. Actually, I'm gonna replay the video and post it on my page then, and we gonna see. I'm gonna ask people, do they feel like you was triggered or not?
Hey, I just want to point out that
And if
Kev, you on this recording, you got both versions. You got the version that has it played, and then you got the description that you can compare them to. And there's a difference, I would say, between actively responding and that causing a tonal difference versus actually being triggered. You know what I mean? So when you're making your video, you know, just because the octave might go up, really try to really listen to them, and I'm excited to see it personally because I want to say that Touche is given a pretty close read, and he may not have the same adrenaline pumping or the same heart rate
boy, he
pace that
way
I
exactly.
calmer
respond.
now. That's all I'm gonna say.
So, you know what I mean? There is some consideration, I think, to say to that when we're having a conversation on live. You know, it's like you may not be triggered, but you just might get a little bit of a heart rate increase. So it's like I just want to see how it goes, and I think I want to side with Touche because I want to see him try. I want
Okay,
to see the trigger attempts go further. I want to see how
okay.
clever Panda Bear can come in and try
Nah,
to
he
keep it
already done. He
going.
got his money. He ain't about to do it no more. But I'm about to
Oh, okay, it's over. It's
I do
over.
want to. So should I put triggered or what's the other thing he said? He said something about responding, just regular response. What's I want to name it something. I'm
I,
gonna ask,
uh,
is he
uh,
triggered or is he
I mean, I'm not
uh
respond.
trying to put Touche in the hot spot here. I'm just
no,
saying.
I'm
To
I,
not
me, it's
saying
an
that. I'm giving him a
interesting
chance to get some
topic.
money back. So um
I don't, Kev. I don't want the money back. That's not my point.
no,
My
I want to
point
do that
was,
because I want you. The reason why I'm doing that, or I don't even need the money. I mean, if you don't want the money back, I just still want to put it down on. I just want to put it down to see if I'm tripping because, like I said, I don't have no reason to side with nobody. From my point of view, I still feel like you was triggered. I'm not saying it
Yeah.
because he's saying it. I just
no,
saying it
for
because that's what I thought I seen. You know what I'm saying?
Mister.
But we could
Mister, I got
we
a
just put it
question.
down, huh?
No, I was asking Mister. I got a
Yeah.
question. In conversations, have you noticed me to have a smart ass response?
Yeah, and it's like, that's why I give Kev credit that he'll have an eye watching it, that he's not just gonna be like, okay, boom, the first reason to say you're triggered, he's gonna jump on.
No, so I
He'll give you
said
a fair shake on it, in my opinion. He's not some some idiot that's just gonna look to out you.
Right.
So it's like, you know what I mean? It's like I give Kev the credit for that. So I
But
think it's
what I'm saying is, like I said,
yeah,
the
you're
question to you,
quippy. You're quippy is
I'm
how I would
quippy.
put it.
But have you heard? I'm saying in disagreements with Kev, have you not heard us go back and forth? And I'll be like, bro, you don't get what I'm saying. Like, are you like you've heard me
Of
like
course.
get aggressive?
We both
Yeah.
do that. Right. Exactly. That I would say that's
But
like
that
more triggered, right? That is
yeah,
triggered.
so
But
that's trigger. But me with a quippy response is me.
so
Even
okay, that's what I'm gonna call it. Quippy response. I gotta put this as a note.
I don't think people gonna
So I'm
know.
gonna
Triggered or
say
quippy?
trigger or quippy response.
Smart A response. Just put the little whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
That's smart. Hey, you sure you don't
Quippy
want the
might
money? Because I
quippy
don't
might
matter to
piss some
me.
people off.
Bro,
Yeah.
I don't care about the money. My thing was
I just try to
you
make it
have to
fun.
no, listen, you have to understand, right? That I have a smart response.
Okay, because I said I could be wrong. But like I said,
But
from my point of view, I never. When I feel like when people respond, the reason why I say that when people respond, I feel like they got you out your pocket. That's why I look at that as a trigger. If somebody can get you out your from you talking about a regular topic, and then all of a sudden you want to snap on a person instead of talking about the topic, that's how I call that. I call that trigger. That's just how I feel to me. But I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna see. Let's see. So we gonna
So
call it.
how'd your topic do today?
It was smooth though. Um, yeah, it was smooth though. I still got another hour. I got another hour. We gonna see some more people come in here. So we gonna call this.
wait, Lion, what do you mean? Like y'all need to define it better?
The word triggered. Give it a specific definition
I feel
when the bed is
Trigger
made.
is a made up word. Actually, it's like it's just it ain't gonna
Well,
or it's gonna be in an urban dictionary. You know what I'm saying? It's no
maybe
different from
give it parameters.
that's
I
some
But
don't
that's what
stuff
know.
I'm
you.
saying. Like when we were sitting here, like the other night, I got in here, and everybody was yelling at this female, right? And this is when me and Panda made the joke. I mean, made the
Yeah.
bet. She was yelling. She was triggered. You get what I'm saying? Like she was like, y'all don't get it, and y'all get like disrespecting them, right? Blatantly disrespecting them, not having a smart remark, but blatantly disrespecting them.
So, what about this
That's
then? When old
trigger.
girl came back and said, "Yo, mama will be," was that triggered or a smart response or both?
That was both.
In my
Right.
opinion, that was a triggered response because of the disclaimer that was given
Facts.
by Pander Bear that when he came in and before he said
But
anything.
she could call it a smart response. No, you know what I'm saying?
But
No, but she can't.
it's a
She
smart
can't call
response
that.
that was triggered.
Right.
Yeah,
There's a
That
difference.
that's what I'm saying. Now you kind of about to get to where I'm about to get to because you get triggered into saying a certain thing. That's what I'm getting to. But we about to see. That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why I'm about to make this post
but
because like even
I
though he
think
did
that's a
have a
blend.
smart response, but he still gave him what he wanted. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
That's from my point of view.
the triggered response was a personal attack that was, you know what I mean? I didn't hear the conversation.
No,
So
you did. You
I'm just
didn't, but you will.
but
But
so what I'm saying is it's like it was a personal
I
attack
didn't
from
give
her.
him a
That's what
personal
was
attack. I didn't give him a personal attack.
No, you didn't. But that don't make you not triggered. You don't have to be a personal check to be
Oh
not
my
triggered
god!
either.
All right,
It's just
I
the
get
way
it.
you
it's a
respond.
subjective thing.
It's a
I
subject. It
get
is subjective.
so
Right.
yeah.
Just
Beforehand,
like
when you say trigger, when we say trigger, because he like when I came in and I made that bet, I said, "Oh yeah, I wouldn't let it happen to me." And he was like, "I could get you out your character too. I could have you triggered too." I was like, "Bro, you can't get me out of my character." Because I made a promise to myself after I yelled at Charles that time that I never would do that again.
yeah, that's a whole nother level though. Like I'm gonna put it
But
this way. I made a promise to myself because I snapped on two people on this app when I first started though. But that don't still stop me from being triggered some days. Some days I do get triggered, but I
I
stop
mean,
myself so far enough to not cut
but
somebody
then,
out. That's a different
but
thing.
then, but then, Kev, I could say you triggered off of anything.
No, it just depends. It just depends on what we talking about because everybody got it in them. Some stuff you snap on, or some stuff some stuff just sounds stupid. Especially when I be calling like, dog, that sound dumb. That's
But,
me. That's a trigger response when I say that because
okay,
sometimes I don't say that sound dumb. You know what I'm saying?
okay,
Some people get me that
that's
mad. I would rather say that than call them a
so
B or something like,
that's
or
not
call them dumb. You know what I'm saying?
so
I would
that's
rather
not
say that.
that. So
That's
I
still a
want to
trigger
say trigger
response.
this. I want to say something. You being triggered is you doing something that you don't normally do.
But how would somebody? That's what I'm saying. That's not fair. That's not fair at
How
all.
would
You
they,
saying doing? How would somebody know that?
bro? What are you talking
Like
about?
somebody would literally have to know you to know that you're not doing something you normally don't do. All we can
Yes,
go
and
judge, all we can judge from is the outside. We don't know what's inside your mind.
okay, but that's what I'm saying. When I came into the space and the bet was made, the bet was made off of the fact that old girl was upset.
You sounded like you was upset.
I was.
Bunny,
All right.
funny bunny. What's up, sis?
We're
All
gonna
right,
find out. We're gonna find out. I'm giving Touche benefit of the doubt. I hope that the way he described it is within 10% of how it actually went down.
bro.
If it's
Me,
within
me,
10%, like there's no doubt that's not a trigger.
bro.
You know what I'm
Listen,
saying? Like
me, and the young lady that was up here, Lee, was laughing. We were laughing. We was not. I was nowhere
Oh
near
yeah,
triggered.
exactly. You can laugh and still be triggered. That don't make sense. I see so many trigger people be laughing because actually I see people laugh a trigger laugh. They because it be that little laugh that you trying to overcome. I be hearing that
Thank
stuff
you,
with the people
thank
that
you.
be crazy and stuff before they
Hey,
about to
poet.
snap on somebody. They start laughing.
I wish you was up here because I would gift you. Because I just said the same thing to Kev. I just said the same thing to Kev.
Oh, oh, of course, poet and hobo is gonna be on your team. I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Y'all all got the same way. Y'all the same
hey,
a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all always
I've
be the ones that
Um,
because OC's not in here to argue back, I'm gonna
opposition to
side
me.
with Touche.
Y'all. I mean, it's literally the same thing. We
Real,
both think we all think
real quick,
different ways. Well, we think different ways.
real quick. Ken. It's like you say that me and Hobo would be on his side no matter
Yes,
what, and I feel like, no, well, hold on. I feel like that is a wrong assumption. We are on his side when we agree with him. We are like if he is
and
wrong,
never agree with me. So that's the same thing he do. You know what I'm saying? So,
we do agree with
I
you.
mean, I understand. Huh?
We have agreed with you. But the
What I'm
problem
saying
is
is a
that
light
you
change,
have
just like
that.
Touche. It's a every now and then. Like all three of y'all, literally the same. Like we barely agree on stuff, but y'all all. It's weird because I don't know. I don't want to how to put it though, but I could tell all of us got different mentality. Like it depends on what we talking about on the topic and stuff.
We're
Y'all
all
more
different
like
people. So
on
let's see
the
what it is.
um let me see. I don't want to put it this way.
Hobo, are you saying that
I
to
don't
me?
want
I'm
to
gonna
say it.
be
I
on
don't.
OC's team.
Whatever.
Is that what you're saying?
But we think different ways. But it's we think different ways. That's all it is.
No, I think
I
she's
don't know
But I
if
saying
noticed
anyone's
that.
y'all
seen
think
the
the same
video.
way a little bit. Depending, especially when it comes to emotions and all that stuff or
okay.
I'm
emotional
gonna
things.
I'm
Poet,
gonna I'm
poet,
gonna stitch it when I see it.
poet. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Have you heard me get out of character and be triggered?
I have
Okay.
actually. Hobo has gotten you out of character.
Okay. Were you here for the whole thing?
Yeah, we've been here since before OC came up.
Okay. Did you hear me get triggered or do you just hear me have a smart response?
No, I like Hobo and I have been saying that we don't think that you were triggered in this one.
All right. I just want to make sure.
So what? So can we bet on it? Because I'm gonna post a video. They can say all they want.
I mean, that'll be that what once again, you can post it. I don't care. I'm just saying at
I
the
want to make
end
it
of the
fun since you very confident and you got two people that said the opposite of what I saying. I want to put money on it. Matter of
Kev,
fact, $20 for all three of y'all. I give y'all all $20 if I'm wrong,
Uh,
but y'all gotta give me
listen,
$20.
Kev, I'm gonna tell you right now, I ain't paying you shit. I don't make that.
I got triggered,
So,
son.
No,
oh,
hey,
no, I'm triggered
hey,
right now.
Lion,
I'm so
Lion,
sorry.
listen,
Hey,
listen.
listen.
If the bet
I would
was
like
with
to personally
Charles, I would
apologize
have
to everybody.
lost. He would have found something to poke at me, and I would have lost. I would have been like, Kev, I got triggered. I would have openly admitted it. I was not triggered with OC. But this may don't call me trigger for this, Kev. But because you feel like you and OC agree more, is why I think you lean
I don't
into
agree with.
trigger.
I don't agree with dang near
Okay. All right.
90% of
All
stuff
right.
because he did different from me too. We two different people too, so I don't agree. I'm just saying that time just because I agree that you was triggered, that don't mean I'm on his side too. What the heck? We talk about two different things.
Poet, did you hear Kev when he said send me half?
Yeah, yeah, I
I was
did.
being
All right.
funny because I'm like, dang, he must don't notice that he got triggered. So I was being
Yeah.
funny
All right.
But so okay, really quickly,
because you
Kev.
was in there. I was telling you I was gonna be in here and wait till you get triggered. You already know I'd be. What the heck? I even told you. I said, "Oh, I got to see this."
But Kev, I got a question for you because like I need clarification because something just doesn't sound right to me. Because you kept telling Touche that part of being triggered is whenever you answer something that's off of the topic that you were talking about, and
No,
that doesn't make sense to me.
no, I didn't say it like that. I was just saying somebody threw him off track from what we was talking about, basically. Like when somebody gets you to, I think you missed the other part too. I'm just saying when somebody gets you to stoop to their
I
level, that's triggered. Like it'd be a lot of people that just become, especially like a troll. Say if it's a troll that came in here, y'all so big, and then you fuck it, and you go, or you know what I'm saying, you go something, you do the same thing they do. You matching their energy, right? That's what I call trigger.
Okay, because I just needed clarification from you on that because like
Yeah,
the
because we
way
wasn't all
that you
up
said
here
it was,
cussing and
was
stuff.
a little sus. Because like that didn't make any sense to me.
Nah, no, no. I
I,
had said a
I,
lot. You probably missed the other stuff I had said, but I
I still
literally
want to say,
I still hear the whole time.
I have been triggered in lives many a times, and I have raised my voice, and I have openly admitted it to being triggered. I did not get triggered.
but
Even
not
the
many people openly admit that they triggered though. That's what I'm saying.
I have though. Is what I'm
I'm just saying,
saying.
but that's you saying it, right? But I'm just saying in general, I can tell a triggered person without them admitting it.
I mean, so Kev, would you say that Touche did not act the same way that he would normally act if anybody else would have said the things
No,
that
he
OC
Touche
said?
do that. He be triggering a lot of stuff.
Okay, so you're
I can
saying
tell when
that.
Touche get mad or respond to something. I can tell.
Hold on. My follow-up question is, so what you're saying is that Touche, his natural reaction is going to be a triggered response.
No, that's not. No, what the heck? Depending on what we talking about. That is natural reaction because he don't talk the same way all the time. It depends on what we talking about.
Well, because I
Sometimes we
asked
talk
you,
regular. We got
I
regular
asked you if
conversations and
you,
stuff
well, I
without
know,
somebody
I
coming
asked
in
you if
here and throwing
you
somebody off.
responded differently. I was asking if he responded differently to OC than he would have normally responded to anybody else, and you said no. But
What?
you're saying that he
Ask
was
your
triggered,
mama.
so that would mean that his natural reaction would have to be a trigger response, correct? Following the logic?
Not all the time. I said I seen him trigger before, so I seen him do that before. Go back and forth with somebody from whatever.
I
It ain't always got to
tried
be
to
him.
I tried to be triggered. I said, "Go ask your mama."
But
I tried it. It didn't work out.
yeah,
So,
Pet. Yeah,
so
he was in
listen.
here because
So, Mister,
we had a
let me
bet.
ask you a question. If
OC
you
and
said
Touche
go
had a
ask,
bet. If he get
hey,
triggered, yeah.
Mister. So if you said
hmm
go ask your mom, right? And I said, how about you go ask your mom? Is that a trigger response? Or did
There's a
I give you
lot to
smart?
be said. There's a lot to be said for tone. That's why I'm upset that I didn't get to hear it in the original, and that's why I'm
We gonna
excited to
see.
see the video come
My,
down
I
because
promise you, my tone didn't change. I
I'm
just
gonna
got
stitch
smart
it. So
mouth like I
I'll give you
usually
my
do.
response. Like I want to naturally I want to side with you, Touche, because I've listened to you talk, and I think that the tone and what you're saying has a lot more to tell us what you mean about it. So I can't wait to hear the playback because that'll tell
This
me
is
a lot.
another reason why I say it too. Now that I remember it a little bit more. This is another way I could tell he was triggered because he was in a rush to hurry but and get on OC again after when he didn't know it was OC, right? He was in a rush to wait on him to say something so he can say something again to him or whatever. I mean, because I could tell.
That wasn't me rush. I didn't rush to him
Well,
because even when
of
I
course,
started talking to
everything I
you,
was.
Kev,
That's why I can't wait. I can't
yeah,
wait, dog, because I
yeah,
know I'm not
please
tripping,
hurry up
dog.
with the
That's why I
video
stay here
now.
quiet. That's why I stay
And
in
Please
here
hurry up.
quiet.
I hope I don't have to make a I was wrong video. I hope I don't have to
I
say
I
can't
mean,
wait to
you.
see it, man. Because
Well,
like I
listen,
said, it wasn't the first response. I sat back and listened to the whole thing. And I was
because
laughing.
even listen,
Actually, I think within the first few, huh?
Even when Kev says I start talking to you can't trigger OC though. Exactly, you can't trigger certain people. But what I'm
No,
saying
no,
is,
you
even
missed.
when
Yeah, you missed it, Petty. It was no. He made a bet a while ago, last weekend
based off of
Touche
what?
said that
Based off of
I
what?
bet you I could trigger you. I bet you whatever amount of money or whatever. And OC came in here with Tony's page and changed his voice and stuff. And then they came at Touche was like, "Dog, would you let somebody else talk for a change and all that stuff or whatever?" It started off like that. The thing is, I can't remember the whole entire thing, but then he said something after that, and it went. But we gonna see though, because I don't want to mess up his words. I just want to listen to it, so because I know I'm not tripping. I know I'm not tripping.
Well, whatever you say, brother.
I can't wait. I can't
I
wait.
mean, I
I
mean,
know.
I
I
just
know
think,
you
I just
feel
think
this.
it's,
I don't like. I know the
I
feeling
think
of
it's, fun.
not like
I
losing
just
and
think
stuff
it's
because I
really
don't like losing myself though. But
okay. My thing is, I just think it's really funny that two people have been, like two people who has been in here has heard, three people have heard me get triggered. They've heard me. You're the only one
I
that's
heard you
saying,
too. I heard you get
but
triggered a
you,
lot. But
yeah,
I heard you get
but
triggered one major time too. I mean, but it's different
and
levels.
I, but then I openly came to you, Kev, and we were sitting in this space, and I said, Kev, I ain't gonna lie, bro, I got triggered, and I got out of my character. That's my
Kev,
fault.
touche.
Hmm?
Kev and touche. I've got a question. So, because touche, you said earlier that the bet was that he could get you out of your character and not just triggered. So, out of like, because so was what was the bet specifically? Was it out of character? Because if it was out
Okay,
of
let me tell
character,
you.
you got out of character tonight.
Okay, let me tell you. What happened was I got in here, and they were sitting here, and they was having a conversation with a young lady. The young lady began to
Speaking of the young
yell.
lady, there she go down there. I see you. Oh, she popping in the
Okay,
box already.
okay,
If
wait,
it
yeah, cause
isn't
she.
Miss Yo Mama,
Okay, Terry, hey Terry, thank you. I'm glad that you came. Terry, when you was in here and you was getting,
Oh my
they
God,
was
y'all
all
summoned
yelling
me.
at you. Hello? Yes, I'm glad because
Which
I've been.
time?
Listen, it was like I want to say it was a couple of days ago. It was another.
They
It was
always yelling at me. I ain't even gonna
okay,
lie.
but
Somebody
listen,
is always
listen.
mad at me in these
So
vibes.
listen, Terry. What I'm saying is
hmm
when you got in here and they put you at the bottom with Panda Bear, and you left, and I came back. The thing was that, hey, touche. I was like, yeah, y'all got her out her character, but y'all wouldn't have got me out of my character like that. And he said, I bet you I could get you triggered, right?
Who
I
said
I
that?
made
don't
the
think she was in here at that time though.
no, but that's what I'm saying. Wasn't it yelling going on in here, right? Weren't they
I
yelling?
don't think that I was.
She the
They
only
could
one
have
that
been
was yelling.
yelling.
You
Yeah.
talking about her then?
No, y'all were
I
yelling
don't
at
think I
her.
was
I
yelling.
mean,
I
no, it was
wasn't
that other girl
yelling.
too though.
I
But
don't
whatever,
even.
we ain't trying to bring that
No,
back up.
that
But
other
I don't think she
Okay,
girl
was here during that bet though. That's
said
the thing.
something
okay,
and
no,
it
I don't
upset
think she was
y'all.
here
I
during that
don't.
bet.
First of all, I don't yell.
You wasn't yelling.
So
You
that
wasn't. But you was
No,
triggered.
you
I
wasn't
don't.
yelling,
So
but you were
I
triggered,
wasn't
right?
triggered either.
You most see.
No, he
I
was.
told you everybody gonna
He
make
was
up their own stuff.
trying.
Okay, I'm not
I
lying,
wasn't
No,
triggered,
Terry.
but I
I'm
said,
y'all.
"Yo, mama."
okay, Terry.
No,
I'm not gonna
but
lie.
no. This
That you
this
were
was
triggered.
my no. This was my response. I feel like he asked a disrespectful question, so I gave a disrespectful answer. I feel like his question was intentionally disrespectful. It could have
So
been
what you
worded
say?
better. You
You
know,
matched his energy.
have yeah. I was just matching his energy. It wasn't a oh
I
I'm so
love
hurt.
it.
I'm so triggered.
Oh,
It
well,
was
I did.
like
I
he got
definitely.
on here.
But here's
He
the
got on
thing:
here,
his
y'all,
energy
Oh
and he
was
my
to
said
god!
trigger, and if you
Right,
match
that's what I was
trigger
saying. So
energy,
this about to
how
be
that
can you
funny. I
means
I
say
didn't.
can't
you're
I
wait to
didn't.
how
I
replay
did
this
didn't.
video. She literally saying
Once
the
it.
same thing, and she was
Once
triggered.
again, I feel
that's
like I
fine. Y'all
gave a
call it
smart
what y'all
response. I didn't
want.
get disrespectful, and I didn't.
That's what
I
I'm
gave a smart.
saying.
And she said the same thing. I gave a spell
He asked a
response.
smart ass question and I gave him back a smart ass answer because so y'all he got on here and this man literally said, this is to nobody on the panel because I don't think this of nobody on the
Terry,
panel,
we
so
we we
nobody has
remember
to
that.
answer. Yeah, so I was like, if it's not about nobody on
And
the
she said,
panel and I
when all
answer
these
it,
bitch gonna hold themselves accountable.
yeah,
You the only one
so
to responded and said
no, but
when
if
your
they
mama gonna
started
hold
off
herself accountable. Even if you ain't yelling or
exactly.
not, that was a trigger response.
It's not a trigger response. I
Or
felt
you
like
triggered. Oh,
it was being a disrespectful response because it was a disrespectful question because he could have
And I
worded it
didn't get
more
disrespectful.
respectfully. So
ah,
I
it
my
it will.
answer to him was literally if you want to know when bitches are gonna start doing that, you need to go ask a bitch near you, because nobody on this panel is bitches, so nobody on this panel can
You just
answer it. So
sugarcoated it
go
again.
ask a
Y'all
bitch
love
near
sugarcoating
you.
stuff. You said you ask your
That's
mama.
literally all that I was trying to. Yes, go ask your mom. Go ask the biggest bitch near you. That's what I was really saying. But y'all didn't let
But
Oh
you
well, I
got
didn't
me.
do nothing.
triggered.
Y'all was just
Y'all
like,
funny, bro. I can't wait. I wish I could put money
oh
on
my
this, man.
god.
All I'm saying is
Here's
I
how
didn't
I
respond
see
to
it.
that.
She said his
You
mama,
wouldn't have
like
said
it
that
was
if
like
somebody
third
ain't go
grade,
if they ain't go that
and
way.
y'all was like,
Yo, the distinction I see is Terry saying he asked a disrespectful or made a disrespectful statement and got a disrespectful response.
absolutely,
My argument
exactly.
is
But that
that
doesn't
it would be
mean I
disrespectful if it was. Let me land my plane, and maybe you'll agree with me on this. Maybe this
go
is a
ahead.
different perspective. Is that while you're looking
Mhm,
at it as disrespectful because of how it
mhm.
was stated, the context is important. Panda Bear came in here. OC came in here to trigger. So he asked a
Absolutely.
triggering question and he got a triggered response, not a disrespectful one. Because that's not the kind of
I
question he
mean,
asked. He asked a
call
triggering
it how you
question
want
on
to call
purpose.
it, but in order for it to be like, oh,
Got it.
she's triggered, she feels like she's a bitch. No, that's not where it was coming from. It was coming from a place of you really want to answer to your question, go ask somebody near you. Let me say it in a nicer way.
What was
You
the
wanted
point of
you wanted
saying
an
that?
answer to that question, go ask somebody near you, because he literally made the point that nobody on this panel can answer this question,
When
right?
any other time do
This
people
question
say ask your
doesn't
mama? When do
pertain.
they say that?
I mean, if you
Yeah,
asking a
look at you
disrespectful
smiling.
question, girl,
Right.
oh no, because my homegirl is in the background and I thought she was naked.
No.
But yeah, like that's, when somebody asks you a question and you be like, go ask your mama, it's never, oh, they're triggered, they're hurt. Like that's literally the goofiest
So
response
if I
somebody could
ask you
give,
for directions to go to the mall, you gonna say go ask your mama?
No, because you're not asking me anything disrespectful. You asked me something simple and basic. If you said bitch,
So
what's the
So I guess
so
that
I
directions
you
think.
to the
making it
we can
mall?
worse. You're
disagree.
making
I'm
it
All
gonna
right,
worse.
say, I'm gonna
all
That's where
say,
right,
we
I
can't
don't
Terry,
know
agree.
any
Terry,
bitches.
I
No,
Terry.
can
think
I
it was a
finish?
triggered
Can I
question
Right?
please
because
She
it was
making
finish?
it
Yeah,
worse.
Can I please
you was
finish?
triggered.
Can I please finish?
You were triggered.
If somebody comes up to me and says, bitch, what's the directions to the mall? I'm gonna say, it's no bitches here. Go ask your mother. That's it.
Okay,
That's not, oh,
you'll
she's
go.
triggered, she's
See,
hurt.
yeah,
No,
but
I'm not a
you go.
bitch, but go ask a
She
bitch
don't
near
hear
you.
herself.
Don't
Oh
ask
no, yeah, you
me.
see, don't.
I just think it's interesting that it's like being phrased and portrayed in a way where it's like, go ask your mother. It's like, no, you're saying go ask the bitch that bred you. That's what you're saying. You're just using politically correct words.
If
You're
you really
firing
want
back with
that
the
answer,
same
if you
inflection.
really,
Like,
but
that's what you're
y'all
saying.
already
It is an
made the
insult.
point that his question was to trigger. So now when I give you a response that's disrespectful and intended now to trigger you back, now, oh God, it's the end of the world.
I
She
think
needs to
I
go
okay,
directly.
Terry.
Like, come on,
I asked the reason I asked you this
be
is
for
not
real.
to my thing is I didn't ask you this for us to go down memory lane. I asked you this to
Right.
prove a point, and I mean you missed the point. What
What
I'm
Hey,
point did you
saying
Terry,
miss?
I
is,
feel like I know
I
you
didn't even know what
better
you was
now
asking.
than before. So,
I, but that's what I'm saying, Mister. That's why I was
Okay,
like when Kev was like, "Touche, you were
is
triggered."
that
I
what you wanted?
said, "Well, am I
Oh.
triggered, or did I just give a normal smart response like I always do?"
That's exactly what it was. It was a smart ass response. It wasn't a, oh,
No,
she's so hurt and triggered. No, mine was a smart ass response.
yours was a disrespectful response.
That too. And it was intended to be that. It wasn't intended like, oh,
Yeah, but I didn't.
she's
That's why
triggered
I
and
think
she's
you missed
hurt.
it.
Mine, I intentionally said that out of like, you said that question in the most disrespectful way. If you was asking a serious, genuine question and wanted a serious, genuine answer, I would have matched your energy and give you something just as
Okay,
equally
I
serious,
didn't.
just as
I'm gonna put it
equally.
I
this way.
think
Anytime you met some energy, no matter how you want to look at it, if you match somebody with the same thing, that is a trigger response. That's what that
But
You
if
can
I
call
is.
it whatever.
but
Call it
okay,
whatever you want to call
If
it. That's
somebody
Terry.
met you
fine.
All
with
right.
disrespect and
What
you
you
try to
did,
respond with the same type of tactic they have, that's a trigger response.
you could call it whatever you want to call it. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I'm just telling you, I'm
You
big
don't
on
say
That's
have
a
a
energy.
good day. You
You
just
that's a
say,
trigger.
respect
oh,
me,
have
I
you a good
respect
day.
you.
You know what I'm
That's
saying? You're
it.
not saying,
That's a trigger response right there. You believe whatever you want to
That's
believe.
fine.
Have a nice day. That's a triggered
No, but
response.
I'm literally every now you're gonna label if you labeling
That it
if you
is.
label everything as a trigger response, that's all you'll ever see. So you can label it whatever you want. Like that's just the
We
truth.
know what it
I'm not gonna
is.
sit here and try to
Well,
convince you.
so
But once you
I
label something as
So if I
something,
want to make
it's
somebody
very
mad, if
hard
you
to
want to make
convey.
somebody mad, you know how to make somebody mad.
I wouldn't intend
You
to make
ever had
nobody
get
mad.
okay? What about get your get back?
That's
You
never
ever
my
you heard of that
intention.
term?
Absolutely, my
I'll
only
say
get back is
so
to
when
boss
you make
up. It
somebody
ain't
mad
never.
and make them miss the energy that you gave them, you feel like you triggered them, right?
No, I'm not trying to trigger nobody.
What's
That's
the
not
whole
my.
goal to? Oh my
My
gosh,
whole goal of get back is to boss up.
I'm about
I
to get
don't
triggered,
try
dog.
to play get
I'm
back.
trying to say something.
I'm not trying to trigger you though. Like I'm giving
Oh
Why
no.
you
y'all not trying
a
to?
legitimate response.
Nobody trying to understand what I'm saying, dog. And I
I'm
know
I'm gonna
What
I,
you
say
trying
this,
to
Kev.
say?
I'm gonna just once again I'm gonna plead my case. I did not get triggered. I just responded the normal way that I respond. Now, if I would
Thank
have been
you.
yelling, if I would have been yelling and I got out my body and I was not my
Thank
normal
you.
character, then I would have been triggered.
Absolutely. And that's how I feel too. If I got on here and I was like, you a bitch ass nigga, go ask your bitch ass. Like that's,
that's
oh,
a
you
whole nother
triggered.
level, dog.
You
You don't have to. You
triggered.
don't even have to yell to
No,
be
that's
triggered, though. For real,
that would be me. That would be me being triggered if I was to get out
it
of
could
my
be a
character like
smart,
that.
even a
I
smart
literally
response
sat
can be
here.
freaking a
No,
trigger. You don't
but
even have to.
you're trying to label anything as a trigger response. You're
No,
trying to
I'm
label
not.
everything
I'm
as
just.
being
It's
triggered.
the timing.
Any
It's all
response
about
I would have
timing, tone, and
given,
delivery.
that's fine, but I
Well,
It's
didn't
one of
I
deliver
them.
it in a
well I'm
well,
gonna
aggressive,
say
really
this.
quickly,
out of
guys, really
body
quickly,
way.
I
Like,
wanna say something just because like so because I've heard a lot of talking and stuff like that about what a trigger response is. Can you ask Mama? All right, thank you. Um,
Oh, I thought he trying to be
so but
slick in here. That's your mama. I thought. Wait, what?
Oh shit.
no,
He trying to
my
trigger
daughter came
us
over.
now. It's like, nah.
Uh,
that's a
but
trigger
like.
response. It's a trigger
Well,
response.
no,
You
because
don't
like
know
so my
that's
thing
not
is
that's a trigger
I kind of
response. Like
agree
that's
with
dumb.
Terry with it sounds like we're
That's
labeling
dumb.
everything as a trigger response because Kev, if you're
So what
saying
is the
that
trigger
you're not
response then?
hold on, Kev, let me
Exactly.
try and take you through my logic real quick just
Okay.
because I want to make sure that I understand, you know. So Kev, you say matching somebody's energy would be a trigger response, correct?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so if I came up to you and said, Kev, I hope you're having a great day, and you go, thanks, man, I hope you have one too. Are you giving me a trigger response?
Nope. Well, we know what I'm
But
talking
that's
about.
Exactly.
I'm not
No,
but
talking
you
you're
match.
about.
not.
We
You're
talking
just
about negative
matching that
energy.
energy.
No, you just
But
matching
that's not
energy.
that was not stipulated. That was not say,
I knew
that
you
was
was about
not
to go
stated.
there. That's why I was thinking
Hey,
about that when I was
midnight.
saying it right
Hey,
there.
hey,
But
midnight.
okay,
Uh-huh.
let
I
me
know you
make
got
sure I throw
another.
the word negative energy. That says we, because I'm pretty sure most of the time when we use the term, we don't use matching energy when we over here trying to cuddle with each other. We already know that, so we can play silly.
I
But
mean,
No,
we
matching
can,
energy
so we
also
gonna say
applies to
matching
everything
energy
because
the way people
if
use
you
it
treat me
nowadays in a
well,
negative way.
I
That's
was gonna say
trigger
'cause
response.
matching energy is
honestly, my
positive
thing is
though.
I
It's
matched
not
my
just
wife's
negative.
energy the moment that I met her, and I knew that we was gonna
Exactly.
butt bugs forever. So like, I
Exactly.
Hey,
Because
midnight.
if a man apply pressure, I'm applying more pressure. It's also a positive thing. It's not always, oh, you go match only negative energy. No, I match your
I'm saying the way
positivity,
people use
and
it. We
if you
know, just like
come
karma, people don't use
disrespectfully,
good karma; they say bad karma when they say karma. So we know it's both
that's
of them.
true.
But we talking
But
about
it's
the
good and
average.
bad
So we
karma.
already know
I
what
mean,
comes off. I ain't know I
I'm
had
gonna
to be
just say.
everything in life is
specific. I ain't know I
about
had to be
I just
duality.
specific,
wanna.
but I could be
I just wanna.
specific.
I just wanna state this one
Everything
more
in life
time
is about
for
duality, though. You
Terry.
can't be one
See, I
sided.
got triggered.
He's
I
stupid. He
Why
got
you
gonna
get
catch in
triggered.
the
triggered,
middle of
Touche?
it.
Mhm. See,
Hey,
I got
midnight.
triggered.
I wanted to say that I understand the distinction you're making, and that when I was talking with Terry, I was trying to distinguish what I think you're hinting to. I don't think Kev is saying matching energy is universally a trigger response. Like, we could be talking about matching energy. You meet someone's calm, respectful attitude with a calm, respectful attitude. That's not a triggered response.
Right.
That's appropriate response. But you see the correlation right there, right? The energy is matched. So my point was that regardless of what was said, we can argue that left and right. The point is that the statement that was made by Pander Bear, the intent was to trigger. That is the energy of the statement.
And that's what I'm saying.
And
But
that Terry, regardless of all the discussion we've had, I've seen her a couple other times. and she doesn't seem to be the kind of individual who goes straight for the insult right off the bat. And because the triggering statement was designed to draw out, and the desired result was an insult firing back, that was the target. That's what she did. She fed into that exact thing with that energy. That's the point, the distinction I'm trying to make. And if I'm
But
wrong, if
But
I'm
but that
wrong, I'll accept
no,
that.
you're
But
absolutely right. But I just want to make the point that
Hey Terry.
my response was also very intentional.
Hey
It
but that
wasn't
Terry.
a,
okay,
oh, she
that's
fell
what I'm
into a
saying. That's
trap.
not
It was
being
a
triggered. Like
very
Touche read the
intentional thing to
definition that said
say.
that being triggered is
Ain't no
having
definition to
someone
that for real.
having a
It
not
is a definition. I
normal
googled it.
response to
Herbal,
something.
urban.
Yeah, my
I
response
told you. I
wasn't
gave you two
abnormal.
get
I feel like
definitions of
Can
triggered. I
am
gave
I
them to
not
you.
being
I
heard?
think
Is
the
is the
We
mic
response
hear
too
you.
was
We
low?
heard you.
appropriate.
No, you
Okay,
being
well
heard.
that's
Terry
the
just
important distinction
talking.
is that it's someone having a not normal reaction to something. So if someone calls you a
Absolutely.
bitch, the normal response is to respond back as a bitch. It would
That's
have
not
to be
normal.
something completely out of character
How
in
is
order
that
for it to
not
be considered a
normal?
trigger.
It's not normal.
yeah, but that wasn't the statement
Normal
But
that was
y'all
means.
made.
Oh, I'm
literally
gonna show
just
you what
Nobody
said
was
normal means.
called to be. Nobody
y'all
was called
literally
to
just
be on
said
the
that
panel.
the intention of what his statement was to be disrespectful and it was to trigger and it was to do whatever. So
Right.
clearly
That's
my
what I'm.
response to that, that was
No,
a normal response. That wasn't like oh, he came on here with a super genuine kind question and I was just like you are blah, blah. Like that's triggered. Like if he would have came on here and said
That's why I
why
said
do
y'all look
some
on one
women,
side.
if he would have came no, if he would have came on here and be like
Mister
why
said
do
it the
some
perfect way.
women do this, and I would have gave him an appropriate answer and an appropriate response to that, it wouldn't have been no issues. He came on here and was intentionally
I,
disrespectful. Like
I,
Kev, you don't even call people bitches and it's your
no, I
live.
don't.
Like come on now,
I mean,
you
But
don't.
listen, Terry,
what
So
what
I
I'm
it's
agree
saying
on
is,
with.
your
you gotta listen
live
to what Mister
being
said
hella
though. He said it
disrespectful.
perfectly. He literally said that if that's what I'm saying. Y'all missing that other half part. Y'all only saying that one part. You can say
No,
about how you feel about it, right? But it's the other side is if I come in with the intentions to try to trigger you, right? I'm going to do whatever, and once you match and do what I want you to do, that's you being triggered. That's what I wanted you to do.
it's not though. That's fine. I could have done
But
what you wanted
that's
me to
not
do.
fair. This is
Actually,
not
what
fair that we're not trying to
no,
understand
actually,
this though. Because how we gonna make it switch it up or
what
make it
he
fit our definition when we
no,
wanted to? If I
what
know
he
that, just like if
wanted,
you know when you trigger
I
people
could
know
have
when they trigger
easily,
people. Come on now,
Right
we
now,
can't
I
Kev,
could
play
you're
have
dumb like we
triggered.
easily
don't know that somebody.
I could have easily
Kev,
just
right
not
now you're
responded
triggered
and
because
been
There you
I
like,
go.
talked
oh,
You
to the
see, I
wrong
okay,
just said
person.
that
I
word.
saw,
And I
I
told you when I
saw
said that
his,
word.
But listen,
I saw
but
the
Kev,
little
you're
trap that
triggered
he tried
because
to
you
set,
just raised your
and I
voice
chose
and
to
the
respond.
I know some
okay,
stuff I
Kev.
be just passionate about, but
No,
that ain't all the
Kev, you're
time though. It just
No, you're
depends on what's
triggered.
being said though. It's
But that's what
but
I'm
with that,
saying.
when I just said the being dumb, that was a trigger response.
But listen, that's what that's how you know when you're triggered, right? That's how
Right, but I didn't have to
I
cuss.
wait, wait,
I was still triggered
wait.
with a low
But
voice.
listen, that's you missing what the point that I'm making to you. That you just showed that you were triggered. That is not normally you, right? I normally make a smart response. That's normally who I am.
That is
My
normally
mom.
me.
But y'all
Oh
don't know
no.
me too, so y'all
If you
don't
get
know that
irritated, you act a
in
certain
real
way,
life
just
I'm
like
a
you.
smart
If
ass.
we can't say what's really normal because we got if we a lot of that stuff is just
Y'all
average.
don't
If
know each
people get
other.
mad, they react a certain way. If they get this, they respond. It's normal to
Can
react
we
to certain
can we
emotions or whatever or
can
what
we
way of
also just say
feelings.
this? We really
So we
don't
can't.
know.
It
We really
varies.
don't
It
know each
varies.
other.
I mean,
I
it's
mean,
always
I
it's
think I
We
know
really
enough
don't know
about.
each other on this panel.
I think I know Kev enough.
But you don't really know me. So y'all might watch my
No,
videos or something or see me on a
we
couple lives and
use
think you
your.
know me and be like, oh, she's
No, we
probably like
wasn't.
not the type to say
Okay,
shit like
really
that.
quickly,
And
Terry, we
Terry,
weren't
I
I want
probably
to
have the
tell you
wait,
something.
smartest mouth you've ever
wait,
met
Hold
wait,
on,
Terry,
guys.
in your
Terry,
life.
Terry.
wait, Terry,
Well,
this subject
please,
was
please,
really not main
touche.
character syndrome. We were talking about
Huh?
what just happened. You missed what I'm saying.
No, but
This
I'm
wasn't about what,
talking Kev, yes, Kev was triggered just now with what you said. Yeah, I was moving past that.
but
Well,
you're
hold on,
missing
no,
the
touche.
whole subject of the conversation. The subject of the conversation was about something that just happened. It wasn't about what happened. We just used that as an
Yeah.
example.
Okay.
Yeah. So Terry,
So
'cause
what just
all I was
happened?
going to say was that this isn't like you're not up here to defend yourself or to defend your actions or anything like that. I mean, honestly, the conversation. is revolving around a situation that happened with Touche, OC, and Kev. So it had nothing to do with you specifically. You were just the
Okay.
closest situation to use as an example.
But
Right.
okay, and I understand, and I don't know. That's random. Like I just joined the live, like when you guys happen to be talking about that. But also, I just really wanted to say, like, we don't really know each other on a day-to-day basis, so y'all don't know what triggered looks like for me. Y'all don't know what
I know
a
what trigger look
triggered
like. I don't care
response
what
is.
anybody tell
But
me.
you don't, because you really don't know me. So I got
Bro,
a
I
hard ass
know
mouth.
emotions.
That's not
Like
a
I
trigger
said, I
response. Like,
understand myself, and humans are not that much different. As people always like to say that stuff.
brown ice powder.
But
I
I
got like
bet you
brown
this
foundation
how I
that
know that
looks.
humans ain't that much different. Because if I was to sit here and say whatever your behaviors is
I have black,
acceptable,
only
right?
black. But your brows look good though.
If I was to say
Yeah,
acceptable, you'd be like, "Oh, you feel me? You understand me?" or something like that. That's why if we all humans and
I wouldn't say
able to
that.
understand each other to a certain extent, especially if we want to
I'm on
trauma
somebody's
bond or
side,
something like
girl.
that. That's another way of
Oh,
understanding somebody, right? But just because I
hold on.
choose not to trauma bond or actually agree with a situation, that don't mean that I don't understand what
Also,
you
Kev,
if you
now that you
triggered or
brought up
not.
the fact, all right, Kev, now that you brought up the word trauma bond, can you
Yeah,
give me a
but
definition
I'm
of
dark,
trauma
so
bond?
Trauma
that's the pro made. So let me.
said definition of trauma bond is bonding off trauma. That's what that is.
Well,
So,
no, no, because see, like, hold on, because my understanding of trauma bonding is the fact that, so say if uh you and I were in a building together and it collapsed and we went through a traumatic experience where we were stuck in that building for 3 days. We have
yeah.
bonded due to that same trauma. Not
Right,
me bitching and moaning about my trauma, you bitching and moaning about yours, and then we
right.
bond over that. That's not
The
trauma
same
bonding to me.
thing. You bonded
That's
off
not the same.
traumas.
That's not the same. The one is in a traumatic experience that you both go through at the same time, and the other is two people bitching and moaning about their past.
But trauma is a subjective thing. Some people, the little things that we think might be just little stress to us, could be a trauma to somebody else. It's just a subjective thing, though. But
No,
trauma
but
bonding is
what I said
basically,
was,
huh?
but what I said was that we went through a traumatic experience together. So
Right.
it would be something that you and I both found traumatic. If we were being hunted in the woods for 5 days, that would be a traumatic experience that if we went through together, we would have bonded as the people who got each other through that experience. But just because I bitch and moan about something that happened in my past, and you're like, "Oh no, I can see how you feel that way," that's not trauma bonding to me.
No, I
That's
mean
why
that's not.
I was
That's just
asking for a
understanding,
definition.
though. But I'm just saying when you be like, so, all right, let me see. Um,
Y'all,
it's
I'm
all
gonna join the back later. Okay,
right.
like I'm in Vegas. I got things to do. I'll
You
talk to
better
you later.
stay in Vegas. What happened in Vegas? Stay there. But all
I know that's right.
right,
Bye, y'all.
all right.
Bye.
Um. So I'm just thinking of a definite. It's like because it's even relationships that connect to each other off of trauma bonds and stuff. And then when a person heal, you can be able to tell when a person heal, they be like, "Why you acting like that? Why you acting different or something like that or whatever." Okay, say if you say I went through this, and the other person say I went through this or something like that, right? And based off of just like because you end up building this certain type of character after that. You know, after it's a certain traumatic responses and stuff. Like it'd be some rooms out here that just go live life off snapping off people and stuff. I think I had thought about this too, because it is such thing as I don't know if I made this word up, but trauma exchanges. I just thought about that yesterday or something like that, because I believe people got trauma exchanges, especially when you go back and forth with somebody. I feel like that's just something that's in because a lot of people just be they can't wait to match negative energy. Let me put negative in there. That negative energy and stuff. I can't wait till somebody say something wrong to me this day. I dare you and all this stuff or whatever. I feel like that's a trauma a trauma dang. What was the word? Is it a response? No. Response. Trauma. I just said the word, I think. It might be a response. Was it? Trauma. A trauma bond, trauma spot, a trauma exchange. There you go. When people going back and forth, that's what I just thought about that a couple of days ago. I don't know if that's a word though. If it ain't, I made it up. Memory, laugh, and learn. Kid made trauma exchange.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, maybe like I don't. Once again. I made a smart remark. I don't feel like it was a traumatic. I wasn't triggered.
No.
I'll normally respond with smart mouth things all over, but I'm not triggered. I just, and I mean, I think once again, one that reason why I asked her what I asked her is because I did hear her yelling out of character. That is why I was like, oh yeah, you will never get me to do that again
She,
because I made.
I'm about to say
She
she
was,
didn't. She even at the beginning, she didn't yell either. It was just a smart remark she came back with. But
but
that
then she
still
said,
was a
but she,
trigger. It was a trigger that made her because she felt, and then she ended up admitting that I felt like that's disrespect. But you can, some people don't even have to say it was disrespect for them the way they react sometimes. They
I feel like
don't
if
even have
you,
to
I feel
admit
like,
that they're not going to admit it. A lot of people is not going to admit it. Just like people ain't going to admit
but
that I'm stubborn. I'm not going to admit that I'm a narc or something. You know, people ain't going to admit certain things because it's them. Of course, like, but
I
it's
mean,
just like signs, right? We know how to look out for signs, right? Before we go on the next relationship. Nobody have to admit. Somebody can tell you that I love you, and then they action showing something different. As I said, people don't have to say it. It's an
all I'm
action
saying
thing
is
or the
this.
way that stuff get delivered or said.
All I'm saying is this.
What's up,
I
Antonio?
have, I don't, I don't have a problem with admitting when am triggered, when I'm wrong. I don't have a problem with that. But like I said, once again, which people who have been in the same space with me has even agreed with me on, is saying that Touche responded. I was laughing with Lee. Like, Lee, do you hear this? I even laughed and said, Kev, why do people want to sit here and try to boot me out of here like I wasn't here before then? That's not
Yeah.
me being triggered. That's me responding. If Mister said, oh, Kev, give me the power to boot him out. And I'll be like, bro, I've been here before you. Like, you, what are you talking about? You can never boot me out. That's not me being triggered.
So
That's me
what?
responding.
Okay, then you say something about if you had the power to. What you were saying after that? You said you
I said, if I
lucky
had
I
the
ain't got
power,
the
I would
power to.
remove you too.
Huh?
LOL. I said, if I had the power to remove you, I would remove you too.
Mm, we
I
You
gonna
just
ain't hear
want
see.
to
me
point
laugh
out
either.
that
We gonna,
trauma bonding has a couple different meanings to it.
yeah.
So I think Midnight pointed out to like a survival
Yep.
aspect of trauma bonding, like you survive an experience with somebody, and other experiences like that tie into like war, like surviving
Hmm.
war with somebody. That would be considered like a trauma bond because it's a traumatic experience and you bond through the survival of it together. But then there's also another aspect, like trauma bonding is something like with a child who's in an abusive home, expecting love and provisioning from their parent who is abusive. That develops
Yeah,
as a
something
trauma
like that. You
bond
made me think. Yeah,
where it
something
becomes
like
like a
that.
psychological reaction to what
I went through
that
this.
you
I
view
went through this
love through
too.
abuse. And so you associate being abused with being loved, and then that develops as a psychological condition amongst itself. But then there's another aspect of
Some people lost their
people
peoples.
people bonding through the avoidance of dealing with their trauma, and they do that by sharing their trauma and then sitting and dwelling in it.
Right. Right. No, I don't
Stockholm
know.
syndrome is definitely a trauma bond. That's why Harley Quinn could never leave the Joker alone.
What is that? I gotta look that up. What a Stockholm syndrome.
It. You seen Batman before, right?
Yeah.
Remember how Harley Quinn was always like, but Dr. J, and she
Dr.
was like
J.
always letting him like treat her like foul.
The
She has
bond
Stockholm syndrome,
between hostages and their captors.
and
And hot.
she only fell in love with him because of his traumatic experiences.
Mm.
Cause she was,
I wonder how
cause
that happened.
when Harley Quinn was, she was I want to say a psychiatrist at the at Arkham Asylum. And when she heard Joker's story, is when she connected because she felt like he was the same as her.
Yeah, that's why I always like trip out when people say I want to have a relationship like Harley and Joker. It's like If you understood what you were saying, you would not sign up for that. You wouldn't sign up anyone you know for that.
Let me see. What does it feel like? I'm trying to see if Google got some stuff. What does it feel like to be triggered? When someone is triggered, it means they're having a strong, uncomfortable emotional reaction to a stimulus that wouldn't ordinarily cause a response. While triggered people may panic, feel overwhelmed, cry, act out, withdraw, or react defensively. What happens when a person is triggered?
You said reacts offensively. Yeah, then a lot of our reactions are trigger reactions.
That's what I was saying, right? It's something that, yes, it's something. It's a trigger. It's just different. It's different. Even though remember Hormiga was in here earlier. He said it's everybody got triggers, right? It's just the way, it's a double edged sword. It just depends on how you getting triggered and what you're getting triggered by or whatever. But he said that's a normal thing that everybody has because it's something that you just like the key word at the bottom is say it's something you react defensively on. And say while triggered people may panic, feel overwhelmed, cry, act out, withdraw, or react defensively. That's what they say. That's their definition, right?
Well, if that's the case, then I should just never talk because I'm gonna always.
Facts, right?
Then I should never say anything at all.
Sometimes you gotta know.
Like
That's just like I'm gonna put it this way. That's just like somebody in the thing. The people that be reacting to people that be in the chat something crazy, right?
yeah, but
That's
that
triggered because sometimes you can ignore people
okay. Well, then, like I said, all right.
or block
I
them.
guess I lost. I mean, that to me that doesn't. I mean, in my personal life, I feel like when someone says something, yes, you have the right to respond or you don't. I
Or
am
you
a
don't,
person
right?
who is going to, and I'm a person that always has to respond. Like
Hmm.
I'm going to. But I don't feel like when you say trigger, and the reason why the bet was made is because she was yelling and she was out of her character. So maybe I should have said, you can't get me out of my character other than trigger because if I knew that it was going based off of me responding, then I just would have stayed off the app and would have won my money because I respond to literally everyone. And that's something that I do. That's how our life continues to continue to keep going and people get to growing in because it's a response. Now, like I said, to me, when you say triggered, that means you got out of your character. But if that's the case, I'll take that L because I'm very much gonna respond. That's just I just don't see why like
Yeah. I put it
I
as
don't get it.
I probably call it that because of me, right? And that's the reason why I see it because I used to be like that, responding to everything or trying to get people to stoop to their level and stuff. So that's why I be like, because I be seeing when people trying to get me to act a certain way and stuff, and I choose to be like, I'm like, nah, I'm basically like, I'm gonna either ignore it or
I
I'm not
mean
gonna give
maybe
them the answer. I'm not gonna give them the answer that they want. I'm just gonna be
or
something
maybe I'm
different. I'm
just
gonna
triggered
ask them
all the
why you
time
asking me
because
this or something like that, huh?
I feel like if being triggered is just you responding, then
It said
at the end of
react,
the day,
not responding. It just say
responding.
react.
Yeah, I responded.
Okay,
That was
so
my
Kev,
reaction to it.
Kev, I got a
Uh,
question for you then.
yeah.
Just based off of this conversation, would you say that hobo triggers you a lot?
Yes, yes.
Like a
I
lot,
know you remember the
right?
last time. Yes, she do. Yes, she most definitely do. Both of y'all do. But I think
But what
Hobo
I
got you beat though. But
so what I'm
yes, of course, especially if it's like y'all be saying it too. I mean, I don't be cussing nobody out or fighting nobody, right? I do respond in a different way, like basically like why are you asking questions like that or what they got to do with what I'm saying? 'Cause yes, that's a trigger response. That's what that is. Like she happy for that too. That's saying that Deborah, you that Deborah.
Hey,
But that's
so
what that is. I mean, I can admit it. I'm not, even though I don't say it out loud, but that's a trigger response. Especially
here's
that one
what
day she had me talking real loud. I was so mad,
hey
but it is
Kev,
what it is. I think
what do
I'm
you
only like that because I do, because I care about everybody though. That's what it is, and I don't be, I be feeling like when I want the best for a lot of people, when it feel like that they, you know, it seemed like to me, if it seemed like a person is hurt or they talking out of, because I don't, that's what it just seemed like to me, right? When I be trying to give the best advice and or something, not even it can't even got to be the best, but when it feel like it's some type of pushback to where it seemed like it got to keep us back. I guess I might get tricked because I be wanting the best for people. That's all it is. But that's the only time we really, me and her really get into it, or touche. Because sometimes I be coming with stuff and then y'all be like, "Nah, this is reality." But I be like, "Dog, we got to get past this situation." Because like I said, I'm a motivator. That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? I let people know that we can do it. Not know we gonna get held back. That's just me. I just can't change that. That's what I'm on this app here for. That's what I'm on here for.
Like,
I don't like
so
hearing
my
excuses. That's
thing
why I
is,
call this room "No Excuses."
well, like my thing is, I don't necessarily think that Hobo is saying that, you know, she's going to be held back because of her opinions or because of how she views the world. It's that she has to figure out a different route of handling things than you do because, like, sometimes, like, I'm not going to lie, sometimes it seems like your optimism for the world is a little out of the realm of reality sometimes.
And like what?
And so, I mean, like there's been several conversations where it's just like your space solution is just leave, and it's like, well, sometimes it's not the most available response to you, and you're like, well, I'm not saying that it would be easy. I'm just saying do it, and it's like, well, I mean, there's a million things that go into that, and so Hobo tries to give you the nuances for different situations, and you're like, you're just looking at the negative. I can't believe you always look at the negative. And it's like, well, no, we're looking at how this would actually play out.
So how will we know? Like, because there's like, and that's another thing. That's you just remind me why we don't why I probably get mad a lot, right? Because I noticed that majority of the time y'all speak for the minority, and I try to speak for the generality or the majority, right? So it's like we'll come with a anecdotal experience where it just be like less likely to happen for everybody else. Just like even with y'all marriage, right? Y'all said y'all not traditional or nothing like that, but y'all was make it seem like that y'all way gonna work all the time. But it's a lot of people that's trying y'all way, right? That meet love at the first sight or whatever and all that. But a lot of people think they doing it. That would be like a fairy tale to think that every relationship is going to happen like it don't. Sometimes we got to take our time and try to understand who he talking to. And it might not take the first couple of days or a week or something like that. Everybody don't get that, but that's where a lot of people get messed up at because they think they can be like y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I got to talk about the generality, but when we speaking about the minority, that's gonna mess up. That's the whole opposite. That's gonna mess people up.
I
That's the only
understand,
difference
but
we be really
here's my
having.
thing. Here's another question: is so you're saying that you speak about the majority because the
Yes.
individuals aren't the necessarily the main thing, correct?
Say it
And
again.
so you say that you speak about the majority because the individuals aren't as consistent or like it's not going to happen for the individuals or the small
Less
people or the
likely. Yeah.
minority as often. But
Yes.
isn't the majority made up of groups of
Of
the
individuals.
individuals?
Yes.
And so, like, I'm not saying that
It's
it's
trials
going
and
to happen for
tribulations, though. That's where
everybody,
the
but I'm also
calculations come
saying
from.
that there's also people who are in our spaces who are like us, where things don't always go according to the majority, and we're just trying to give them some hope as well. I mean, you say that
So
you
I'm
look
gonna put it this.
from all sides, but whenever we start speaking as the minority, you negate it almost immediately.
Yes, of course,
That's
right? Because it's
that's
dangerous.
But then
yeah,
how
but
would
see
you
I would
that,
feel
not
but
tell
then
somebody. I would never tell somebody that go for your first love at first sight type situation. I would never do that because it don't work like that. Because everybody's been trying. That's why there's so many baby mamas, baby daddies, and all that stuff out here. If you ever like realize
but
what the world is about,
but what but Kev, what we be getting at is this, right? Because I agree with that. Because you're like you say
thank you,
that you want to
Caitlin.
be about the you saying that you want to be about the people, right? But if you want to be about the people, you got to be about all the people. Like I
Yes,
like
right. And I
you're
gotta pick what's best for the people because everything ain't for everybody. But it is a
No, and I
common, it's
so
a common
okay,
thing for everybody to at least be a little bit more safe.
but
It's
listen,
better
that's what
safe
I'm
than
saying.
sorry.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying
Okay.
because you and I really want you to listen, not listen to respond because exactly what I was doing, you just listen to respond. What I'm saying is, I understand where you're going, but just how you telling us to look at the other side of the coin, you not even looking at our side of the coin.
Because I lived it.
Yeah, but you don't know. But
I
you,
learned
it
from my
may not have.
mistakes.
But listen, it that's you. That's
I seen
you.
it. I
That,
experienced
but
it.
listen,
And I,
but
Well, okay,
you
hold on.
you
Touche,
you
really
missing
quickly,
what
because
I'm
I've got
saying.
to comment on that. I've got to comment on that because he said that he's lived it. It's his experience and things like that. Well, your experience can't be what Hobo and I are living through
it's on
because
TV.
not our
It's in
experience.
Disney.
No, not our experience specifically
I'm
because
not
there
talking
are
about
nuances.
detail. I'm not talking about detail by detail. But my thing, I don't know if y'all
I,
missing the point. I don't know if y'all missing it. My thing is living this, like saying the stuff that y'all doing, right? Like I said, the love at first sight stuff is not. It's not a good thing to throw in the air and say that everybody should do it because everybody has been doing it. That's it. If you think about it, why is there so many baby mamas and baby daddies out here? Because they thought they was having love at first sight, right?
or
They
because
No,
came
I
from
mean,
somewhere because they wasn't doing it the traditional way.
I seen people that tried to do it the traditional way and it didn't work out the same
Okay,
way.
but how likely is that? Like we got to think of what's more safe. Do what you
You
want,
know that
or try to better take better
you know the
precautions.
people.
Because my thing is, it's obvious your stuff work, but it's other people that's saying the same thing as you, but they stuff not working. So what's working
Yeah,
for them?
but
They never give me a better
that's
answer.
but that what I'm saying, Kev, is that's a percentage that you just how you saying your way work. We've seen people do it your way and it did not work.
That ain't my way either. I haven't. All right, whatever.
I mean, you say the true way
I
is the
just think
I
traditional way,
wish y'all
correct?
really could understand what generality and majorities mean for real, and it's dangerous to go for the because that's like me thinking that I can post two things and get 1 million followers. That's rare that everybody does that.
Can I
I'm not
jump
about
in,
to
Kev?
speak on it.
Can
Go
I
ahead,
jump in really
go ahead.
quick on this? I feel like
Let people choose.
what
That's
the point
dangerous.
that Kev is trying to make is that when he's in this space and we're talking about what kind of information we want to pass down, he wants to try to pass on the information that is the rule, not the exception. Just because he wants to try to push the message that he thinks is for the majority, that's not in a direct exclusion of the minorities. Like I
Yeah,
have a
but
very my situation is an anomaly. It's a very small percentage of
Right?
how
Oh yeah,
things
him
work out.
too. Right?
And
Right?
there's moments in his lives where we get into these individual conversations where the the things that I've experienced and had anecdotally can contribute. But I just from what I see is he'd rather discuss the majority instead of the exception. Not saying that the exception is less important.
I
Right?
know,
It's just that
I'm
and
glad
I
you
he
can
think
thinks that
understand it. I forgot.
it's better to pass
I
the
mean
more general
Because
information
even
from his
look, even
perspective.
if you tell your story,
I
I wish you
agree.
could tell your story too. Even yours, I even talked to you about it. I said that's less likely to happen. You told me about your story, but
No,
the thing is, they trying to
we was
push
here
your
for that.
story and try to say it can happen for everybody else, and I ain't gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? Why would I do that?
Well,
That's what you're
hold on,
saying,
Kev.
Kev.
We've never once said that our
You
story
said
is
that.
for everybody.
So that's what I'm saying. So what message
We've
should
never
I
once
push? I'm
said
supposed to
that.
say, okay, should I do the okay? What Hobo just said? So I'm supposed to push that out, let people choose.
I mean, they're gonna do
So if
whatever they're
I'm trying
gonna
to help
do.
people, I'm supposed to say, no, just choose yourself. Who not doing
No,
it?
what you can do is you can advise people and give them
Of
advice.
course.
Okay, so once again, listen and hear me out, bro.
I'm
Because right
agreeing with
now,
you. I said, of course.
no, but what I'm saying is let people when we say let people choose, we not telling people this way is our way and this is your way that you need to be because the other way don't work. We're not saying that. What we're saying is this is our way, this is what works for you, and you have to find your way that works for you. You and I'm not saying that this is wrong. You're saying that way is wrong, and if you go that way, that's wrong, and that's it. That's what you say.
I don't know, man.
I heard
My
him say
thing is, I'm gonna
that
say, just let y'all.
the
Do y'all
difficult
got kids?
path.
So just tell them to do what they gonna do. I'm gonna set some rules. I'm gonna try to do what's safe, what's
But you
most
can't.
safe because I see how this world going. I'm a person that learn from mistakes and other people's mistakes too. That's why I don't have kids now, right? Because I
Yeah,
see
I
stuff.
mean,
I watch them and pay attention to the world, unlike a lot of people do. Some people like to live. We supposed to live and learn, but some people just live. You know what I'm saying? So I,
I mean, Kev,
no matter
like
if y'all
here's the thing.
y'all might not
It,
understand me, huh? Go ahead.
well, because I said because we do have kids, right? And so one of the things that we're going to teach our kids is to be a functional adult with a moral compass and to guide them to find what makes them happy and figure out a way to get paid for it and find success in the things that they love. Now, you're going to say that that's not a thing that the majority can do, and that's fair. It's not. But if you encourage them at a young age to find ways to get paid for what they love, then you instill that in them, and then they can do that for the rest of their life. They can figure out how to do that. But we're raising functional adults that can go into the future and find ways to be happy instead of functional adults who go into the future thinking that I have to do this because this is what society thinks I have to do.
I feel like
All
whenever
right.
we bring up, I feel like the hardest thing to have a conversation is, and I think I had this before we said this. I don't know if it was this space or the other space, but we always bring up adults and kids. And of
Mm,
course, I'm not gonna want my kid to do certain things, right? Which
right.
is why I feel like it's my goal to prepare them to do stuff, but I'm also gonna tell my child, like, hey, I would love for you to do this. This will probably be better, but my kid has to also learn. If you shelter your kids and make them something like, okay, well, let me just do this because they don't have no life experiences. They don't grow as they should. Kev, how many parties have you been to and your parents told you you shouldn't have been at no party, but you did?
Right.
But that
Would that
experience,
mean
and
not
then you
try
was,
though?
huh?
That mean not try, not
I'm
still
not
try
saying don't.
because
What I don't. I always did. Now I'm triggered. Now here goes the moment where I'm triggered. I'm never telling you not to try. I'm telling you that your way of going about it isn't the only way to go about it. It's not the end all be all. And I've been saying that to you since we met. It may have, yes, you may have learned from other people's experience, but it's people out there who had the same experience as that last person you learned from, and their experience ended well. It's people
I feel
who
you.
get out there. It's people who get out there and they do everything by the book and they don't win. It
Okay,
happens.
I
I
feel you.
watched a young lady.
So
Listen. I watched a young lady that I went to church with at a point go to school and get her master's and never worked in that field because it did not happen. It don't happen the way that it works. Like the way that it like you can plan for it, but that don't mean it's gonna go that way. Is what I've been trying to tell you.
I know that all this stuff I know. That's what I'm saying. All this stuff I know. But my thing is, and I feel that what y'all saying though. But I'm this one of the things where I'm just gonna stick to what I'm gonna do because according to what I'm seeing like I'm about to try to get adjusted to or how y'all want me to be or something like that, I can't do that. I probably would never do that because I'm always gonna preach on what I feel is best for the community. Not no
No,
individual like
no,
lifestyle. I'm just never gonna do that because this is what
no.
I'm on here for. Because it's no
But
purpose. Because if we gonna let this say that let people just learn on them or let them do what they gonna do or something like that. I don't need to be on this app. I don't need to. Nobody don't even need to be on here because they gonna live their life anyways. So why would I have to tell
No,
you to
no,
live
no,
your
no, no,
life?
no,
but
no,
Kev,
You know what I'm
no.
Kev,
saying?
hold on.
No. If you decide
So
that you cannot, if you decide that you don't need to be on this app, that's your choice. But that doesn't
right, but
mean that we don't.
because I
Right,
care about the
hold
community.
on,
I'm gonna keep on preaching what I feel like
hold on.
I feel is right. I'm not about to tell anybody to do what they want to do because I don't have. That's something that don't have to be said. Y'all telling
But
people
Kev,
what they want to that you should live their life the way they want to. I got a message. I care
Well, I
about
mean,
people. You know what I'm saying? I don't just care about my
I
life.
care too. I care
I
about
mean,
people too.
we care as well.
And y'all gonna no, no. I mean, I feel you, but most of y'all
Uh,
stuff revolve around y'all lifestyle. If you ever noticed that, I'm doing stuff that's I'm not even comfortable with, right? Because I got to see what's best, what I feel is best for the general. You know what I'm saying? So we
Well,
know
I
what
mean,
generalities is. We know what difference between individual things, right? So I rather if I could be wrong, it is what it is, but I'm gonna do what I feel is right because that's what all of us do, right? I even talked to my cousin some days ago. I realized that we can only talk about what we feel, and that's just how I feel. So if I'm wrong, I'm
well,
wrong. But I've been helping people in the process too. That's what's helping me more push, right? Because if I felt like I was doing something wrong, I would have been stopped a long time ago. But by me making this change in my life, and I feel like, and I notice a lot of things and behaviors and stuff. I'm gonna pour into other people that I feel like need help because
But we,
a lot of
all
people
but
right,
need
we
help and
pouring
don't
up.
I feel
know
like
they
you're
need help.
missing my point. I feel like
Yeah,
you're
I don't
missing my
know.
point. Is
I'm
because
not
my
missing
point.
none of y'all point. Believe me, I understand everything y'all saying, but y'all just don't understand. I understand
Well,
y'all a long time ago. Believe
well,
me.
No, I
all right.
don't. I
So,
don't
so
think you quite
you
understand
understand.
us.
Hold on. So you understand that I am saying that it is not that we want you to change. We don't want you to change at all. We don't
Um,
care if you change or anything. We just don't want you negating our experience. Is
It's
that
not
what you
negating,
understood
but
me to say?
it's not that it ain't nothing to do. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's how I can tell you don't understand me. It has nothing to deal with negating, but it's just saying that why would I can't preach on or speak on something that's less likely in my book, right? I'm gonna keep saying mine in my book that I feel that's less likely to work for the majority. That's
Didn't
not
you have
negating it. It's possible, but it's not probable.
didn't
But I
you
mean,
have a
there's been
live where
plenty
there
of
was a
times where you
prompt
told me
that
that that
said
doesn't work, and then I say that we do that, and you're like, okay, so it works for you. Like, so you do negate our experience.
What do I suppose?
I
Okay,
mean,
tell me what you want me to preach out on then. Let me know then.
Hey, can I
But
interrupt
no,
really quick here?
you can preach.
No, I'm just
You
trying
we
to see
not
because I'm
saying.
trying to see. My thing is, look, I just want to see this. What should I say? Because maybe I can learn something today, right? What should I say for the majority to at least have some betterment in the community? What can I say to them then?
What I'm
If I can't
saying
stand
is
my ground
you
on
can.
nothing,
Okay, listen, you can stand your ground and give advice, right? But you do not have to tell everybody in the world that if they do not follow your advice,
who
that they're
says that? I
wrong.
don't never get why people be doing that.
You do.
Have I
Oh,
ever
Kev,
said
don't do
that to
this.
anybody?
Yes, you have.
When?
You have said that before. I
I
cannot point
might
out a
say
lie
it's
because
less likely to work,
but
but I
Kev,
won't say that.
but Kev,
No, you
Kev, you
don't
have
know. You
because
can't do it. Yours wrong and mine's right. I've never said it in my life.
Kev, you
I
have
haven't heard
I
it.
just
because
say
we've
I won't
gotten into
agree with it.
Kev, you have done that because we've gotten into a disagreement and we've been to a point where you was even like touche. Me and you just keep disagreeing. You just want to disagree with me on the purpose of the. I'm like, no, bro, this is just me.
Disagree. Right. That's all. It's a disagree. That don't
Yeah,
mean
but you
that you wrong
negated.
or
You've
I'm right.
negated. But listen, okay, but yours is not the end all be all.
Who said that though? That's a
That's how you
perception.
presented it.
That's you projecting. But I never said that. That's how
That's
you
not
feel.
projection. That's a
But my
That's an
thing is, if
observation.
your way work, why argue about your way? That's what I'm saying. I never understood why people do that. If people stand 10 toes on and believe on what they believe in, why argue against a person that thinks something different?
I
I
mean,
don't know.
I don't know, bro.
I just want to clear the air a little bit here. Like this, like y'all
Is that
having
medical
a
in your hand,
pretty
Mister?
emotional negative reaction here. So, uh,
Mister, is that medical in your hand?
no,
Oh, okay. I just was seeing.
I can't mute
my
myself,
medical don't
Kev.
ride in this. But anyways, the
We about to hear
I just
everything,
want to
Jane. Nope.
if we're
Like,
talking about how we felt about Kev and how he treats things. I have the exact opposite reaction. Anytime that I've been in a live with Kev, and I've been in quite a few of his in the last month or so, and to be totally honest, he's always welcomed my anecdotal experience, and all he acknowledges is that it is an anomaly, that what happened for me is not the general. And while there's good information that I can occasionally interject from the experience, it's not him. He's never, at least for me, shut my idea down or my perspective down or on any of it. Because when we're talking about the relationship concepts that he brings up, the experiences that I have are, and that I think Midnight can share and that Hobo can share and that Tooshay can share, are all things that contribute in that aspect. But
hmm
but it's like, if he's going to give his advice, it's got to be the advice that he practices. Like, it's like, didn't you have a live that said If you're gonna preach it, practice it. Didn't you have something like that on one of your lives?
Facts.
You
Yeah.
know, so it's like I don't. While he's not preaching my decisions and what we did, he's not taking away a space for me to come up and talk about it and share it. So I don't know
Okay,
where
I
this is
think I
coming
don't I
from.
don't
Maybe
think
I'm
he
wrong.
I don't I'm not saying okay. I don't think Kev takes it away from you. I think Kev tells you immediately that it's wrong. And then like because I had it because
When
we
have I
had
ever
it.
said that?
Kev, you have told us we're wrong before, Kev. You really think you never told us that?
How could how could I say if it's wrong if it's working?
Kev,
Have you told
you've
me it
told us
worked?
it's wrong. Yes, but after the fact, you told but you until I
Why
say
would I
Kev,
say
it
something
works.
that's crazy? Why
Okay,
would I
once
tell
again,
somebody
let's
that
do this
they're
again.
wrong but it's working at the same time?
Kev, because we've had a whole conversation about this to a point where we were at a heated debate. And I was like, how you gonna tell me that something that works for me is wrong? And then you said,
I said
oh,
it's
well, if it
less.
works,
I'm
wait,
the most I
wait.
would say is less likely to work. Why would I say? Why would I know? I don't know your life to say that you're wrong. That's crazy. That's how you were
Okay,
said.
listen,
That's how you perceived it. I
are
never
we
came
having a
out my
friend
mouth and said that.
are we having a real friend conversation right now?
A
As a
100.
friend,
I've never told
okay,
nobody that you just wrong
yeah,
for what's
Kev, you
working.
said the way to say
If
Kev, you
if
said
it
it.
work, it
The,
work. How can I tell somebody that? What?
all right.
Oh, give me an example. Give me an example then.
Bro, we've had countless arguments. I'm just gonna leave it at okay. I'm just telling
Okay,
you
maybe
that it has
our
happened
first
before.
our first disagreement, right? About
Our
the
first disagreement
with the
about you
sex thing,
controlling how
right? We
women
was talking
dress.
about we was talking
You
about
controlling how women dress.
okay, what about that?
That's when we.
You say I
Yeah,
control. I don't control nothing.
you did.
That's
You
what I
said
say.
my woman can't.
Your
You said
perceptions
my
is
woman can't go out
crazy.
there.
I don't control
Oh,
nobody. I tell them I I said that we can't play it like that. The way you dress it don't make you, it don't bring a certain image out that people see as you. So I said I would just because I don't agree with it, that don't mean that I say, well, I would say that dressing a
that's
certain way
wrong.
might be wrong, but because
You did.
I always think about the kids. That's my thing. Yeah,
But that's what I
if
be
it's
getting
advice
at
that's
is
bad for the kids, I'm not. I feel like it's bad for
so
adults too.
listen.
That's how I look at it.
So, but that's not true
Because
because
I know
that's another disagreement that we had, and that's a good disagreement that we
you say
continue
that.
to have because kids are different from adults.
Yeah, whatever. You keep
It's
saying
certain
that though.
stuff.
You say that though, but I do feel like we supposed to practice what we preach. That's why these kids confused today.
No, these kids are confused because they ain't got nobody telling them nothing at all. Because even in the generation that I came up in, they were telling me stuff and not to do certain stuff, but then they like I didn't have to follow them. I have my own mind. What I'm saying is you're telling grown you that's what I'm saying. We get into a class because you compare kids to adults. That doesn't work.
I'm not. I'm not comparing it. I'm just saying that. I don't know. Let me see. Because
That's all
eventually,
I'm saying.
eventually, look, whatever is getting like we know that kids are sponges, right? So we
Yeah.
just because I'll be like, hey, I'm a like we talk about women, right? They be twerking and stuff in front of their kids and all that, right?
hmm
She might be grown and doing it though, but the kid's still seeing it. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't want your child doing it, why would you do it in front of your child?
Listen, my
And then
mom
say this is
raised
grown
me.
folks stuff, mind your business.
Okay,
Like we
listen,
got to
my
stop
mom.
this, huh?
Okay, listen, my mom raised me in Los Angeles, California. I was raised around gang members, and they all told me not to do it. Right? That's what they told me to
Then you
do.
see what happened.
And
You
no,
a gang
no,
member, right?
but you know what made me become a gang member is because the anger when I lost my father. That nothing else.
And
I didn't want to
I
be a
figured
gang.
that out a while ago too. When you was telling me about that, like I say, I paid attention, right? I could
But
tell. Yeah, I could tell.
but that's
I
but
wanted
it
to ask
wasn't
you, was
be
your dad one?
yes,
He was a member,
yes.
right? I wanted to ask you that a couple days ago. 'Cause I was listening to one of my lives and stuff. And okay, it makes sense. It makes sense.
No, my dad was a member.
So
My
you
dad was
making my
incarcerated.
claim even worse. You just dug yourself in a deeper hole of why I say
I didn't
about practicing what you preach.
no because he wasn't the inspiration for me to do that. Him
What?
dying and him me listen, him not being there and my his homeboys like who watched that or like watched me as I grew up was my influence. He was
That's
not
called
the
being a
influence.
product of your environment. That's what that's called, being a product of your environment.
Like, but my dad was not the influence. I didn't want to gang bang when my dad was alive. I was upset because I did not, Kevin, I'm being vulnerable with you right now. I was upset and hurt. I was upset and hurt. That's what drove me to do it. Because I was like, man, my dad's not here. Oh, his homeboys is there. I want to get close to them like my dad was. But my dad was not the inspirator. He really wasn't my daddy did it, so I'm gonna do it. No, I just wanted to get close to somebody that knew my dad to get them times and them stories and stuff like that. Because I did not have it.
Hello, Kev. I'm sorry. I didn't want to cut
What's that
in
shit?
at all. I,
What's that
I
shit?
did want to speak though before I open my mouth. So I hope you're having a wonderful night and I hope your day was good. I'm gonna stay up
What's
here,
up?
but you know,
How you feeling?
everybody's upset. Everybody's upset everywhere. I don't
I'm
know
I'm
what's
I'm not gonna
going
lie.
on.
I'm triggered right now. My feelings are a little bit hurt. I'm
Hey,
honest. I'm really
hey,
upset
No,
right
we
now.
Touche.
good. We just all trying
You
to
good.
trying
Touche.
No, but
to
I gotta
understand
be
one another.
I'm gonna definitely be honest. Yes. Am I triggered right now? Yes. Can you hear it? Yes. Can you hear how frantic I Yes, I'm upset. My feelings are hurt. It's just the
That's
truth.
normal. That's normal, Touche. That's a
Right.
normal
I'm not mad
emotion.
at you for it. You
Wait,
were just
wait.
extremely vulnerable, man.
I was just
Your
saying
heart's probably pumping.
yeah, everybody's upset tonight, Kev. I don't know what's going on, but
There's something going on.
It's passionate. I
it's
don't call it
crazy.
upset. Nobody upset today. We
What's the
just
moon
saw we
cycle?
was having all of us having an exchange and stuff, but we all of us know each other. We just trying to understand each other. That's all it is. And
Hey,
there's a few things we all want to talk about,
I gotta
but
drop down, Kev, but I just wanted to read.
what the as long as it get good.
I just wanted to
Oh,
read you a definition for trigger. I think everybody can agree on here, since that was a 2 hour
the
conversation.
topic, right?
So, being triggered means you experience a strong negative emotional reaction in response to a certain situation that is disturbing to you in some way. So I think that is a concise enough definition, but it allows enough variation for everybody to kind of be scaled on it. So I think that's a sufficient one. And I just want to say again to Touche, that was really a vulnerable thing you shared, and I'll be listening to more things that you say about that.
I'm
As
over here. I'm over here trying to hold tears back. I'm so fucking triggered, like, bro.
Let
I'm
them
so
not
go.
even.
I just want to let you know there's no hate coming from me towards you having an emotional reaction, and that's what
No,
it is. But really quick, to your points on the board, you shouldn't stay mad at who you chose to sleep with. Yeah, I agree. If they still talking about their ex or their past in a negative way, they're not ready. Yeah, agree. Just because you're in a relationship doesn't mean you are ready. Agree or disagree. I agree. So I'm gonna just leave it plain and simple. Thanks for having me up. God
hey,
bless
for sure.
everybody. Have a great night.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother.
So I heard somebody say that you can tell an adult something that you can't tell a kid, but is it really beneficial to that adult? Is it really
Mm,
productive in the community if you only can tell it to the adults?
mm.
That's what had got me in here. I'm like that because that's the problem. If you say ain't nobody telling the kids nothing today, it's probably because y'all telling the adults anything, and they really is telling the kids something, but it's just a bunch of random BS because ain't nobody got no common sense. Or, you know what I'm saying? The common a common teaching for the children. You know what I'm saying? So like, huh?
Yeah. Like I said, most of my stuff, like I do feel like because we've been living this life as in do as I say, not as I do. That's what the parents been doing for a while, and I feel like that's very that it affect the kids, even though they want to. People throw the pushback. Well, the kids going to learn from the environment and all this other stuff, but I feel like that the first teachers is really the parents, man. So that's like basically saying that don't do nothing as a parent. Let the world gonna change in many ways or something like that. But no, I feel like regardless we need to practice what we preach, no matter what, no matter how grown we feel or whatever, because our kids is seeing everything, and it is affecting them. That's always gonna be their go to. Like, well, I seen Mama do it, I seen Daddy do it, or something like that. Or who are you? Because some kids have grew up. A lot of kids grew up like, well, you did it, and who was you to tell me? You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is, man. It's really a gamble, but I would rather, even if it don't work in a favor, at least the parent can say that I tried my best. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I just feel like there's no real conversation that's going on between the parents and the kids anymore. I don't think it
That
ever happened. And I think it's supposed to happen now where you're not trying to be perfect and you're just human and you allow your kids to see how human you are. You also express and explain everything that you do and you don't tell them to be anything like you because they're their own person. Whatever they choose to do. As
right.
kids, they're supposed to have a blank slate and they're supposed to draw the map that they want to go on because it's not our journey. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I've learned that through watching and seeing how everybody in my family responds to the next person. And I was able to decipher what was right and what was wrong, not who was
Right.
mom and who was dad, not who
Right.
said this and who said that, not who was mad and who was crying. It was what's right and what's wrong. That's what they taught me. That's what they always told me, but they showed me what was wrong. Do I fault them for that? No,
Right.
just like none of us should. But when we do have children, we have that responsibility to break those generational curses and teach
Facts.
them differently than what we were taught. So that
Right.
means a more open dialogue. So therefore, when they go out there and they're doing things, and they might, I have a 50-year-old. She came up to me. She said, "People in the school are vaping. People in the school are smoking. They doing all of that." You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And I talked to her about it. I told her about the effects. We grew up on the East Coast, so she's seen some of it, but those conversations, we're too afraid to be humans. We just want to be authoritarian. And you see it on here where these adults talk to other adults like they're kids. We're too authoritarian. Everybody wants to be the leader. But the problem is that everybody can't lead. You have to know what your purpose is in order to be able to raise children. You have to know who you are to be able to know how to raise children. That's why you're supposed to be grown mentally,
Right.
not just an adult, but grown mentally before you take that next step. Because it's not your life, it's theirs.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I agree with you 100% because I mean that's something very similar to what I said earlier. It is just to raise her to be a functional adult that's able and capable enough of making good decisions on her own and being able to find what makes her happy and being able to live in her truth. It's not always about simply you have to live this way or this way. It's we gave you the skills to make decisions and logical decisions and based off of your moral compass and to be able to move forward, you know?
So I got a question then for the parents. Would you let them would you guide we're gonna say guide, right? Guide your child to okay, say if you explain to them whatever, but would you have them you would have them learn the hard way or you would try to let them learn from your mistakes that you had to learn from later and if they do what they do it is what it is.
Who will go first?
You can go first.
Okay. Well, I tell my kids this all the time. I'm only a teacher. That's my job. That's my main priority job. Mother, but I am a teacher. I can only guide you, but what you choose to do, if I have to keep repeating myself, I'm not going to stress myself out and shorten my years. You're not getting it because you need the experience. Okay, cool. I'll let you go. Get the experience. The only thing I can be responsible for is what I'm inputting into their lives. Like you talked about the twerking thing. Have I twerked when I was in my 20s? Absolutely. Have I ever twerked on my children? No. Have I ever twerked around my children? No. There was a club meant for that. There were parties meant for that. Because anything that I put out there, being the teacher, they're going to either pick up on or they're going to move away from and they're going to have a disdain for. And that means a disdain for me. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
if they take it further and I'm the main teacher or the main person in their life that is really gonna implement what they should be doing, then yes, I'm going to show them every step of the way. But when it comes down to them learning hard lessons, they are also not tethered to me to the point where I can put anything in their brain and operate them the way I want them to operate based on what I see or based on my karma coming to them and my mother's karma coming to me. I know what I look for. Most of these parents don't want to keep it real. You know exactly why your child is the way they are because you were the way you were, but you want to punish them for
Facts.
something you're not ready to be accountable for. So in those moments, no, you learned that lesson because you gave it to them. And whatever you got to do to fight concerning them not going down that road that you put yourself in, you got to do some inner work and some self changing.
Hey, hey,
Yeah, no, and I mean for me, like I know that my daughters are gonna have to learn the hard way sometimes, just because A, her parents are both hard headed
you
and
said
don't like
daughters with
to
an
listen to
S? Y'all
people.
got another kid?
Not yet. Uh,
Ooh.
but so like I know that both of their parents are hard headed and don't like to listen to people. I mean, my mom has been telling me for 5 years to do something a certain way, and I finally did it that way. And I was like, "Damn, mom, you're right. No, that worked." Like, so I know that they're going to learn lessons the hard way. But my job is to know and understand who they are and meet them where they are to guide them to be the best person that they can be. You know, it's not about necessarily punishing them for not doing things the way that I think it should be done or anything like that. It's that look, sometimes you're going to learn the hard way to do stuff, but I will always 100% of the time be here to have your back to guide you through anything and everything that you're going to go through. You know, like I'm not supposed to do it for you. I'm not Mr. Fix It. I'm not like, but if you need a shoulder to cry on, guess what? You can come on home, baby. Don't even worry about that. Come on home, cry on daddy's shoulder. I got you. We'll get ice cream. We'll watch a shitty Disney movie. Like, and then we'll pick our pieces back up and then we'll continue trucking on. But like sometimes it has to be that way. Sometimes you have to learn things the hard way. Now, will I give them the information beforehand? 100%. I'll give them the information before. But if you don't want to listen, you don't want to listen. That like there's nothing I can do about that.
So I got some questions, some parenting questions. I have. When I know everybody different though, but when y'all gonna let y'all kids have a boyfriend girlfriend?
Oh, Kev, I'm glad you brought that up because my daughter just she has a boyfriend. She is 15. She's almost 16. Um, yeah, I told her she could date at 15 years old. I told her she could have male friends at 14 where she can call them and she can study with them. But me teaching her that the boy that she picked out, I just had to teach her rejection on both ends
Mm.
because she was rejected because the boy that she was talking to, and I should be asking her permission, but she's asleep. My kids go to bed 8:30. Um, I'm gonna say it anyway because I'm mama. The boy that he was talking to, he was very responsible. He's a soccer player. He is a junior soccer coach. He has A's and B's, and he tells her that he can't talk to her at all until like she has A's and B's. So she picked out, well, he picked her a very nice young man, but he had an unalive. Well, it wasn't unaliving, but she's no longer here. His grandma, or whatever. I'm sorry, I'm monologuing. Grandma, or whatever. And anyway, he told her he couldn't talk to her anymore because he had a lot of stuff going on. So I had to let her know that is a form of rejection. And with rejection, you have to understand that it works both ways. You know what I'm saying? So they don't do much besides talk on the phone because they can't go out right now. I'm sorry. I was monologuing and he probably was like, Jane talk too much. My bad. Because I wanted to talk about this with another adult, but my friendship circle is literally a dot. But
I'm your
yeah,
friend now. Sorry, stupid.
I had to grow up and realize because at first I was like, sure, I told her I stand by you. I gave you, what I'm saying, what you needed concerning what you need to know out here. You know what you can't do right now because you have that commitment to yourself. So as long as you keep that commitment to yourself and do what you're supposed to do and your grades are good, I'm behind you 1000%. But I had to teach her rejection. You know what I'm saying? And that was hard. Dang, Kev. I mean, I could
Oops,
make it
my
ghetto.
bad. I just noticed that. Oops, my bad.
I could
I
make it
didn't even
ghetto, Kev.
notice. I
I
should.
could get ratchet.
That was unintentional. I was not thinking. She said, "Dang, that, that did look bad." Like, hold up. did you did you disrespect me?
Oh
That
my
just put tears in
God.
my eyes.
Let me get ratchet then.
No, I was listening though.
Let me twerk.
Oh boy, I was listening. I don't know what happened.
It's late.
I actually like listening to you. I don't know why, yawn. That was weird.
Because I'm long winded. My
Nah,
bad.
he was good. What you got midnight? Oh, did he have a story? What was the question?
No, I hadn't answered the second one. So I've told my wife that my daughters, hey, they can have a boyfriend. I'm sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm
All right,
about to
I told my
call
wife
it in a
that,
minute
that
anyway.
I told my wife that they can have a boyfriend um, after they're married. Uh, but that's not realistic. Uh, so I understand that boys are going to be part of the equation. They're probably going to be part of the equation relatively early on in life comparative to what I think early is. The 14, 15 and stuff like that. So I understand that it's most likely going to start at school, but the biggest thing for us is that we want to have a household that is open and honest, and they're allowed to talk to us about certain things. That way, we can know what they're going through in life. Because the thing that I don't want to happen is for me to set a hard date. You can't have a boyfriend until you're 18, and then somebody turns up 16 and pregnant because they can't talk to us. Like to us, it's more about when it's about having conversations when conversations are needed to be had, and it's about allowing our children to be able to feel comfortable enough to come to us to have conversations.
Mhm.
Okay, so I have a question towards that concerning that. Okay, so because I raised mine a little differently. I told them that everybody has rules and everybody has boundaries. And just because I'm mom and I'm open, don't mean that I don't have boundaries. But I do have expectations when it comes down to me raising a young lady or two young ladies. I gave a hard date because regardless at that date, you can either choose to do so because I know that most girls are doing that way beforehand and cannot talk to their parents about it. So I'm gonna give you a date concerning when you can. But I'm also going to set boundaries and tell you exactly what happens. And I'm not going to sugarcoat anything and say, oh, yeah, well, you could just end up pregnant. No, you can end up with HIV too. You can
Right.
end up at parties and being fast, and you can end up. I'm very graphic when it comes down to a certain age because the
Got
world is
to.
not going to sugarcoat anything. So if
Thanks.
you end up in these situations, you could be in a ditch. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. So at
That's how
that
you gotta
point,
do.
they make the decisions of when they become conscious enough and they know those decisions. We don't give kids enough credit to know when they know, so mine didn't want to date last
I'm
year,
telling
but
them
she
the
wanted to
worst
date
part.
this year.
Like you gonna catch a disease that you gonna end up dying from, which is true, but
Yeah,
you know what I'm
I
saying?
show pictures, everything. No, we're not going to be, because if you catch it, you're going to see it firsthand right on yourself. So why am I going to sit there and be like, oh, I ain't going to show you the pictures?
Right.
I'm at like I don't know what I'm doing. Like I ain't seen this before. Like you ain't gonna see it in the future if you don't, you know what I'm saying? You don't make
Huh.
sure. Kev, I said I'll get
Hey,
ghetto. You tried to hide it.
I did. I wasn't fast. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was trying to be a little ghetto, but yeah, I don't
But
know. Like, mm,
yeah, I'll tell you, I'm be well if I get a kid. I don't know when, but yeah, I'm about to say the worst stuff. I'm making sure I'm using the scare tactic. Forget all that. I ain't about to be all nice and bubbly with my stuff. Baby, if you do this gonna be that. I'm good.
no, no, because mine
Cause
started
like
talking
you
about
said,
marriage at
I like how
9.
you said that though, because I be saying that like, cause everybody want to do this soft stuff and like, oh, we should be sensitive and stuff. I always talk about that. We should be tougher because like we can't expect the life itself to be light on us like everybody else is. So it's like I would rather everybody be tougher because like this world is not thinking about that. They don't care. They can care less about your feelings. People just don't understand that. You might get a couple people to make you feel good and stuff, but this world ain't gonna make you feel good. So it's like I'd rather be tough in this world the way it is, so I can be able to take it light. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
Hmm. And we not keeping it real, just being one sided. You got to be all. If you got all of yourself, all these strangers you go out on dates with, and you just meet out of random, and you want to give them all of you, you can't give yourself all to your kids.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes down to how you talk to people, how you communicate, how you feel, everything like that. So if you're being real with them, you're going to be the person that's saying, "Hey, I'm here to watch over you," and that's going to be strong. But you also got to be, it's like a balance. You also have to be the one that understands that, "Hey, I'm human and I need to keep up with you because you're moving faster than me and I'm moving out the way." So when it comes time for conversations, I tell you what's real, because I was married when my daughters were little. And she loved the fact of marriage, but you can't get married at 9 years old. So I got to sit down and tell you exactly what marriage is
Mm-hmm.
in a 9 year old way so that you understand and you comprehend. But
Got to.
I mean, I personally feel like we were both saying the roughly the same thing. We had the same message. It was just kind of formatted a little differently. Because, like I said, I, I said that once she's able to have the conversation with us, once she's old enough to be able to interpret that conversation in a way that we can have an articulate conversation, then I mean, we're going to have that conversation with her. You know, it's not about a specific age. It's about her maturity level because we don't want her to feel pressured into something or to feel like everybody is doing this. You know, but we can give her information, we can give her tools that she needs to make good decisions and discern what is right from what is wrong for her.
right, absolutely. I understand that. But also, we talk about intelligent conversations, right? My daughter could have graduated this year from high school. Just because you can have an intelligent conversation with adults doesn't mean that you're ready for the adult world. So that's
Mm.
why there is time to set dates. So I know that at this point, even though you may be much more mature than most of the 16-year-olds at 12, doesn't mean that we're going to have that conversation, because I told you, until you get to this point and understand what you're doing as far as the way your brain works, your four lobes and all those strands that are connected, you cannot participate in this because your brain is not functioning to be able to participate in this properly. You have to be able to make deductive decisions, conductive decisions. And you can't make that at 12 just because you think faster in your classroom or just because we can have an intelligent conversation. I gave birth to you. You should be able to have intelligent conversations. I can. I'm raising you. But I'm going to tell
Right.
you exactly what it is because I'm the person that's setting the rules, and I make sure my children know that it's not just me as mama. You also, when you get grown, you're going to have your landlord. You're going to have the rental office or wherever you're going to stay at. You're going to have your light bill. You're going to have your water bill. You're going to have the police. You're going to have laws. You're going to have all these mamas and daddies telling you dates and telling you laws and rules. So I'm going to be the first one to give it to you. Nope, you can't date until 15. You can choose whether you want to or not. And the way I raised you, that's going to be how you conduct yourself, or if you want to go opposite and do what you want to do.
Don't you
Everybody else
got two
see
pages?
dates. Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't get in my other page.
Oh,
And I can't go live on it
no, look
anyway.
at because you had one of the pages you had did that dance and stuff. I was like, that's sweet. I see that dance
What
like crazy
dance?
now with that the penguin.
Yeah, I can't get back on it.
Oh man, I see 60. She just lost her. What the heck type of basketball is this? What is my page? This page be tripping. We trying to take all this booty stuff off my page. Get out of here.
Mm.
What's up, little bit man? Chill. But let me
I ain't
still
even
look
answer the
back.
questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Hit
you
me up
here
with those.
for? We talking about these kids. It's past. They better not
I was
come in
like,
this
ain't got
room.
nothing to do with it. Right. Go
Okay.
ahead and close us out with the questions then, because I gotta get me to shit these sheets.
They definitely not ready. Mm-mm. That's a red flag if they still talking about them.
I'll be hearing too many people still sound like they mad. I'm
Yeah, they
glad they
bitter.
missed. Boy.
Mm-hmm. That's right. It doesn't mean that you're ready. It does not mean that. I know
Oh,
I'm not ready. It's been 5 years with a man, and I know I'm not ready.
She just gonna be
I
real
don't
with it.
think
She
I'm
don't
ever
care.
gonna be ready.
She don't be caring. I like that though. People got to be real with themselves, man.
I'm not. I tell men, hold the pieces. I'm not ready. I'm still in my sit in the closet phase where I don't want to be bothered. I just want to focus on me.
I feel you on that. Feel you on that. But ain't no
I'm
point in right
sorry.
forcing the situation when you know yourself. And that's called knowing yourself, right? We was talking about that earlier about people saying they know themselves.
Right. Came up here hollering, my bad, midnight.
What happened?
No, I just came up here hollering. I feel like I was hollering.
No, I ain't hearing nothing.
Probably saving all my energy for your
Uh,
lives. I don't like going nowhere else for real.
Stop making a grown man blush around here. Chill, say no.
I'm for real. It's chill over here. Like everywhere else, everybody's so mad, and I'm just like, all these problems can be solved if you just breathe and either decide whether you want to take yourself away from the situation, or keep yourself there. Like
Mm-hmm.
some things
Except
can't
these
be
last
fast tracked.
couple lives I had, boy, they been going berserk.
Yeah, it's
I done got
everywhere.
cussed at quite twice.
I done been on the rainbow side. It's over there too. It's everywhere. Like what's wrong?
Consensual. Consensual. What, what you mean by that?
Consensual. That's not really. It should be,
I'm
but it
confused.
has to be consensual on both sides. I still teach certain men what consensual means.
What the heck that come from? Throw me off.
Yeah, it should be most definitely.
That don't sound right if it ain't consensual.
Right.
It says
If
otherwise.
you really think about it, though, hobo on both sides, really, it's just that women are more vocal about it, and men really don't talk about it because a lot of men don't even know what consensual means. That was in a situation where it wasn't consensual.
Hey, you got me about to look it up. Maybe I'm one of the men. I thought I know
Oh, fuck, I forgot. We're disconnected.
consensual meaning.
Okay. Um, yeah.
Relating.
So like, okay, so for me as a human person, when I was dating, uh, I said it in the comments earlier that I just kept ending up in relationships. Like, I would be dating, like we'd be dating, which is fine, right? We go on a couple of dates, we're having an okay time, everything is fine, and then they would just text me or like on the phone, they just let me know that, oh yeah, by the way, you're my girlfriend now. I've already told everyone this is how it is. And I was like, I could have sworn that this was something that we were both supposed to agree on and not just something that you say and then I'm just roped in now because you've already said it.
Oh, I ain't
But
never
he,
wrote
You
you
had a
in.
rough experience. What the heck?
I think she was saying like,
They said, no,
hold
your
on.
light skinned self is mine.
Yeah, yeah.
but it happened a lot more than like a whole lot more than once. And I was like, is this happening to a lot of people? Because if
Boy, them
so,
Texans ain't playing
then
around with you, huh?
y'all gotta ask. This is supposed to be an ask thing. I know
They
it's
talking about you, Midnight.
childish to be like, will you be my girlfriend? But can you? Can you just ask anyway?
Nope.
I ain't never experienced that before. I mean, I've had some bugaboos, that eventually I just stopped answering the phone.
My boy Zeus
That,
in the
but
building. What's the deal, man?
I used to. The number would change very frequently. Is all I'm saying.
They just be snatching you up.
What it is?
That's
What up,
Zay.
man? Cooking up in the kitchen. I see you, man.
Yeah, just actually was just got through talking to some of these ladies that was coming in here. Well, man, I'm contracted with this hotel, but I had two meetings with the juvenile court earlier. Y'all were talking about dating, right? And a lot of times I see a lot of women trying to date with when they have children, right? And they say it's harder to date when you don't have children, but I believe it's easier for women to date when they have children. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
just feel like they
What the
do.
heck? That sounds backwards. Why would
Well,
it be harder?
no, no. I feel like it's easier for them to date when they have children. You
Mm,
understand what I'm saying? Think
mm,
about what I'm saying. Because if the women who have children, ask the right questions because they already had kids, they should already be knowledgeable about things that they, already been through. You understand what I'm saying? They
mm.
should be blind like a woman who don't have kids. You understand what I'm saying? They shouldn't
Yeah.
be they shouldn't be oblivious to certain things or shocked by men because they already have kids. They should be aware
Yeah.
of these things so they won't be like, oh my God, I'm hurt. Oh my God, what am I gonna do? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I
So
think the hard part about that, what make it hard, is finding somebody that takes you serious though, because there's a lot of guys that be playing around. That's the
but,
problem.
but that's the
You know
thing
what I'm
with
saying?
women. But that's the thing with women. Women want men to play with them.
What?
Women
Oh.
want women want men that play games with them. Women want men that play games. They don't want men who spit straight real to them. Women are not that
Mm,
way. Women are not that way. I mean, okay, I can test this theory. I actually have tested this theory. If a man is genuine, go to a woman and just say, "Hey, my name is XYZ. I'm interested in you," and he cannot be a not appealing man. He could be an appealing man or have a look by himself, not be ugly, quote unquote, right? But he could be
mhm,
genuine, nice to her. A woman doesn't respond to that. Women don't
mm,
respond to that. Women respond to game. Women want to be played in order to get their attention. You understand what I'm saying? So my theory on that is the moms who already have children already been through the ringers. You understand what I'm saying? So these
mm.
women who don't have kids, they fresh, they new, they shouldn't, granted, like it's just more of a responsibility and accountability take where women who have children should be more accountable for themselves. They shouldn't be making the same stupid mistakes again, right? After they've had children. Say what?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So, if a woman doesn't have children, she hasn't been ran through yet? Is that what we're
No, I'm not. I'm not.
getting
I'm
at?
not identifying or trying to, uh, like exclude the women who don't have children and put them on a platform where they're lower at the totem pole. No, no. I just see more women who have kids, right, claiming that it's hard to find men, right, right. I don't believe that. I don't believe they make it difficult. They don't ask the right questions. They things that they know that they don't deserve. You know how many women say I shouldn't have dealt with that. I put up with that for that long. Man, every woman want to deal with things, in a way where they know they shouldn't. They don't want just an easy, good man.
What?
Women don't just want an easy, good man. They want to struggle with that man in the
Girls
beginning.
just wanna have fun. Oh.
Like just
Say
for
what
example, ask
now?
any woman.
Okay, okay, we gotta. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr. Zeus. I'm just so tired of hearing about gender. Y'all got to start differentiating people that know who they are and know their purpose and people that don't. Because both men and women do that. We got
Mm,
to start, we really got to stop with all this. It's not about a gender. It really ain't.
I
Not when it
disagree.
comes down to most of these conversations,
I
because there
disagree.
are men that in counterpart do the same thing. And there's not always stupid. Children are not stupid. The decision it was a choice that they
Mhm.
shouldn't have made. We got to start realizing the words and the effects that it has because we were just up here
I'm
talking
not
about
talking
kids
about women.
and
I'm
there's
not
some
talking
young
about women
ones
and
that
talking about their
watch
decisions.
this.
I'm not talking about women and the decisions that they've made. I specifically outlined that I said that women say that it is hard to find men, right? And especially women who have children. And I feel that women who have children should be wise. They should be more mature. They should handle things more in a more responsible way. They should have more accountability about themselves. You understand what I'm saying? That is what
Right.
I'm saying. And I believe that's bull crap that these women who have kids claim that it's hard to find a good man. They claim that it's this, that, and the third. That is bullshit.
Right. Just like my child's father that claims it's hard to find a good woman.
Well, let me just say this.
People do
For
that.
men, it is
People
harder.
people do that.
It is harder for
People
men.
that are unsuccessful in life do that.
It's
Because if
harder
you
for
have
men to find good
children,
women.
I'm gonna tell you, Mr. Zeus, I have 4 kids. My
Mhm.
first one was not by choice. My second one was with my best friend, and my 2 boys are by my husband, by my ex-husband, excuse me.
Uh-huh.
The choices that I made based on not having the intellect that I have now through wisdom and through growth and through becoming an elder. First of all, it shouldn't be easy for nobody to date because everybody should have selective dating.
I mean, yeah, you
That's
can
just
have
that's just
selective
in
dating,
general.
but
So
selective
to
doesn't
hear
mean
that women like
hard.
to be played, nobody likes to play games that are
Y'all
healed.
love
Nobody
dating.
likes to do that.
You can't sit here and tell me as a woman that you don't want a man, that you would choose a man that tell you straight up compared to a man that has game and has this quote unquote, like y'all said, charisma, right? You're gonna choose the man who's trying to play you. You're not gonna choose the man
Depend
who.
on the level of
I'm,
maturity,
I'm,
though.
I'm gonna tell you as a grown, healed woman that I'm gonna choose the man that allows me to have a woman in my bed once a
How
month,
old are
and
you?
I'm
How
gonna be
old are
able to
you?
do what I want to
How
do.
old are
And
you?
he's
How
gonna be
old are
able
you?
to do what he wants to do.
How old are you?
34.
So most women, I've seen they get to that stage. How many children you have?
4.
So you have 4 kids. When did you have? How old were
Yes,
you when you had your first child?
I was 19.
Right. So again, do you agree that women have the actual access to sex? They can cut it off or cut it on, regardless of what men have a seed to make it grow. Women have the control over sex. Y'all have the control over sex.
Well, my
Men
first
don't have
child didn't
control.
come from being consensual, so I don't know with women, but that's not how my first child came here.
You saying that your first child wasn't
Was not consensual.
so go into detail about that. What do you mean?
It was the I can't say it on here. I don't got
RP3.
time for. There you go. All
It was
them letters
forced.
and numbers and stuff.
It was forced.
Basically, somebody forced it on her. It
Okay.
wasn't because she
So
wanted it.
and that's the realm of the bracket of the conversations that don't need to be conversed in the same category with people who have not been through that same scenario, right?
And
Because
and
you're
and my mother didn't have kids until she got married, and my grandmother and grandfather didn't have kids, so they got married, and my mother ended up divorced because she's an angry ass black woman.
okay. So you proving my point.
Right. Understood. We're not talking about who did what concerning anger. We're talking about the fact that you said that women like to be played, and it's not women that like to be played because it's some men that like to be played too. I entertain them every night. We're talking about people that are not healed and don't know who they are. They get played because
I'm
they're
mature. It's a
foolish.
maturity. A lot of people ain't mature. People ain't growth. So a lot of people still kids, though. And that's on both ends. Just
That's
like,
easily identified though. Men can identify when that woman is that way, right? But women, that it's almost like y'all want men to be that way because if
I'm
a
just
man,
so I'm just so sick and I'm just so
let me
freaking sick and
explain.
tired of our no wait a minute because I'm sick and tired of hearing us.
Well, because it's true.
Be entertained. Wait a minute. No,
Men
all
in
we're
this
doing is we're
world have it
segregating
way
even
harder.
fucking more. We're
Don't get
already
upset.
into this colorism shit. Now
Don't
we
get
up here
upset.
separating genders. We need to
Uh,
be honest with ourselves.
right,
It is
you're right.
people
You're
that are
right. More women
unhealed.
need to
I'm
be
so
honest with
tired of people
themselves.
bringing up gender, Zeus.
You can
It's
get
getting
upset.
on my
You can get
nerves.
upset.
When we
You can
gonna
get
grow the
upset.
fuck up?
You can get upset,
Like,
but at the end of the day, women control the
I'm
access to
not getting
sex.
upset. It's
Y'all
just
keep
it's
blaming
irritating for all
men.
us grown ass
Y'all keep
people
blaming
that
men
are
for things
close
in this world.
to goddamn
Women,
to all these old folks homes that's gonna need our ass white by don't matter what gender. I'm sick of us talking about gender because don't none of that shit
but
matter.
that,
We need to
but
separate
that's
people that are
yes, it
thinking
does.
ignorantly
See,
versus
that's the
people that
problem.
don't.
Women like you don't like to have these conversations. Women don't like to
Women
have these
like
tough
me,
conversations.
okay. Women
Yeah,
like me.
I'm
So
gonna say
so
it.
you know me through this screen
I
because I
don't know you through
said
the screen, but you're
I'm
showing
tired
who
of
you are because you're getting
genders.
upset about a
I'm tired of
conversation.
gender wars.
You're not wanting to conversate it because you don't want to open up the understanding to it. You don't want to
That's
open
not
up the
conversate,
understanding
it's
to it.
converse. They just put that shit in a dictionary and never was in there. Like I'm tired of having gender wars. We up here talking about relationship. Let's talk about something that's gonna bring people together. We sitting here still separating based on gender. We can't
So
never get shit together as
So,
black
so
people. God damn.
calm down, calm down. This is
We can't never
my
get it. It should
communication.
be sickening to
My
you, brother. Do you
communication,
read W.E.B. Du
sweetheart,
Bois? It should be
sweetheart.
sickening
Calm
to you.
down,
This shit been
calm
going on for
down,
years and
calm down.
centuries.
Okay, you calm down. What's the
Sickening.
problem? You can't.
It's
Men
sick.
can't have
This is
conversations.
yeah, Zeus. This is the problem. This is the
No,
problem.
no. The problem is that
That
you're a woman that
don't like to communicate
And
and
you
hear
sound
things
just
from a man.
like them racist white men that talk to
No, I
black men
don't.
like that.
See,
You
that's your.
sound the
You
same.
won't
All
You
right.
give me a
Well,
sound the
lot of
same.
opportunity to communicate about something, right?
it,
Right.
well, it ain't no point because ain't nobody hearing each other. So,
Goodness
uh,
gracious. You
I
talking about
think what I got out of
relationship.
that though,
Man,
and
black women, that's the problem of the
I
world.
feel
Black
what you.
women want to be mad and angry all the damn time.
You
That's
can't
really
Well,
determine. You
she
cannot
was just trying
determine how
to.
I feel. You can
that's
only
how you
determine based on
acting.
me
You
carrying
literally
my
responded
voice,
to me like
and
you
I
mad.
have to wait, and I have to give you the determination of how I feel. You can't make me feel no way, Mr. Zeus.
Yeah,
I'm having a
you don't like
conversation.
what I
You
said.
just you just
You don't
want me
like what
to
I
talk
said,
to
and
you
you
like I
upset.
know you personally. I don't
You
give a fuck
upset. Just
about
admit
what you
that you
said because
upset.
it's like everybody else is talking about on here. It's like everybody else.
You're
It's the
triggered.
same
It's
shit.
okay. It's okay. It's
It's the
okay.
same thing. Stop being on repeat. Grow, brother.
See,
Grow.
you don't know me to say
Grow.
it to me, and I'm
Grow,
gonna just say this
brother.
to you, and I'm gonna move
Grow.
forward. I'm gonna move
Grow,
forward.
brother.
You triggered. You angry.
Grow.
Okay.
Grow.
Okay. All
Grow,
right.
brother. Me
Okay. I'm
telling
gonna
you
let
to
you.
grow
I'm
is
gonna let you
anger.
finish.
Grow.
I'm gonna let you
I
finish.
wish you much peace. I wish you much peace. I
You
hope
have
you
no
find
peace.
yourself.
You have no peace. So let me just say this. All right. Not to
You
argue
can't
with
give
you.
it to me. You
Okay.
can't give it to me. You're not gonna argue with me, but you
I'm a mute
participate.
because
Go
you want
ahead,
to
brother.
argue.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Why can't
Oh,
we be friends?
why can't
Oh,
we be
Friends,
friends?
that's the whole thing.
can we
Women
be?
can't have conversation to be passionate. It's looked at differently. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to see problem within both sides, but
Yes,
it's
it
just the
is.
conversational piece, period. Nobody has a solution. The
It
solution
is
is
because
self.
as many as them so-called type of women, as many simps behind those too. So I mean, shoot, it's
Mhm.
the same exact thing. So it ain't no
Almost a
one side.
billion
We
of
been
them.
figured that out a while ago. I don't even think a dude know what w- let's see who gonna answer this then, because I might be the only one. What dude out here waiting till marriage before they start having sex, or is we still having sex with these chicks and then complaining about them at the same time?
Ambiguous question.
Live-
I did. I did. I waited until marriage.
I'm talking about now. But you even still muted. I'm talking about
I
now. Oh,
didn't
you
wait.
didn't got a phone call,
I'm not.
man.
I'm
Yeah,
look. Let
you
me
got
just
a
be
phone
honest with you,
call. You
Queen.
might have to drop and come
You
back up.
gotta just exit out and then come back in
Yeah,
because you got
drop down and come
echo.
back up, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop you and drop you and I'm gonna bring you back up.
To bring it back
Hey
up.
Tony,
Hello.
Tony, am I supposed to be asleep, man? I got 2 minutes
I'm
for y'all, man.
sorry. I'm sorry, Kev.
That wasn't you, Jane. You already know you good.
So, when it comes down to this whole marriage deal, um, there's two types of ways. Because remember, people that do this biblically, remember, sex is part of the consummate of marriage, and then there's the duties that are intertwined with that would make you married, and then there's the state contract in which people would call marriage, and then
Right,
they consummate by intercourse.
right.
It depends on pretty much the that type. But in that sense, who is waiting until the paper marriage? Not many people. I mean, I ain't gonna
No,
lie. I ain't gonna lie. When it comes down to these types of deals nowadays, it's unrealistic. It really is nowadays.
at least 90 days. Shoot, they not
But
doing that either.
Zeus, you're moving.
Damn.
Go
Everything that
go
they're doing in these promoting relationships is a scam. People need to be who they are, right? Who they are and live for who they are, not trying to focus on actually just saying, "Oh, I'm gonna die if I don't have someone." Right? Women so miserable and depressed because they can't find somebody they can live with themselves. What? Man, get out of here! Y'all promoting the wrong thing. Like
It's
you
men
don't know,
too.
you don't
Dude
know,
be
like
loving
how
it.
I'm seeing, you
Yeah,
don't like how I'm
I
seeing this
do
going
hope you
in
know
my
that
store.
men are
Man, I can
doing
tell
that
y'all
as well.
something
Like,
about women,
here's the thing.
boy.
Hold on,
And
Zeus,
I can
really
I
quickly,
read through women,
Yeah,
Can
right?
I
I ask a
don't
question,
really know
Kev?
that. I don't
Because I
know
want
the
to
other
hear
part of
Tony
the
answer.
conversation, so I can't really
Can
really,
comment.
I ask a question right quick? Because I want to hear Tony answer to
hold
this.
on, because
And
I
yours,
wanted to
Kev.
ask you a question
Oh, my
because
bad. I'm sorry.
I wanted to say something real quick. So Zeus, you
Oh, my
said that
bad.
women
are to a point where they're like they'll die if they don't have a man. Can you? I want to know then why are men going overseas because they're trying to find a woman?
Men going overseas because they tired of certain particular types of women and the behavior that these black women are showing. You understand what I'm saying? Like the animosity, like
Yes, but if
the
they were
majority of women
to
are
just not be,
angry as
if they were
hell.
able to be okay without a woman, they wouldn't have to do that, correct?
Say that again. Say that
If they
again.
were okay, if they were okay being without women, they wouldn't have to do that.
I
So
mean,
they feel like they have to find somebody, so they're going overseas, correct?
you talking about men are doing that because that's their own choice. Would not want to put up with a certain type of woman behavior anymore because the women behavior has gotten out of hand. They can't even simply have conversations with people no more without even getting irate, without disrespecting them, without degrading them. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah, I
what
think.
women have come to.
Yeah, I think you missed his point. He just saying you still not men not trying to live without women either. That's why they going across the
Nah,
seas too.
nah,
So that's
men,
sh-
men,
I
men
mean,
are
I
not
think
trying to
that's
live
kind
without
of
women
a
either. But what I'm saying is that yeah, men are looking other options to search for a certain
because
different
they
type
can't
of
be
woman.
alone.
You know, I mean, we get that. We get that. We both need women. We need women. Women need men. Right? We understand
There
that.
you go.
But the purpose of what I am particularly talking about, right, is that women make it way harder, right, for the good men, right, because they only want the bad men. You can't sit here and tell me that women out here
Well, we
looking for
not
bad
looking for
men.
them type of women
Kev,
anyway. That's why I don't really
Kev,
talk about that for real.
Women are
We not.
looking for
Kev,
bad men. I'm telling
Kev,
you, they don't want
Yeah.
good
My
men.
my wife
can
made
I
a good
chime in
point
right
before she
quick?
got me.
Go
Can I
ahead.
chime in right quick? You met me from talking about black women, right? And Tony met me from talking about black women because I am a
Thanks.
black woman. That's who I am, not no identifier or anything else, right?
Hmm.
That's where my lane is because that's what I know what I'm talking about. So when I talk to other black women, including the 10 years that I've been on other social media platforms and told other black women, this is why they won't date you. This is what's going on. That's what's going on. And I got so much vitriol from other black women. I stay in my lane because
Hmm.
I was taught, and I don't know how anybody else was taught in their households, but I had Big Mama. And Big Mama didn't go to the living room with Granddaddy. Big Mama stayed in the kitchen and they had women talk. And all the women got the women together. And then all the men got the men together. So my father raising me, I didn't step foot and tell him as a man what he should do. I don't have any bark or any fight in that. I just don't. I can only speak on what I see as a black woman, and I know it's a problem. You see what I'm saying? We
Right.
already know this, and my conversation goes way further than this app. But when it comes down to it, I just find it discouraging to see so many of our black men that have so much to say to the ladies, but they sit down and they praise men knowing that they're doing the wrong thing.
And that's where
Same
you
thing.
Right.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a
individually
minute.
you
Wait a
can't
minute. Wait
say
a minute.
that
Wait
they
a minute.
praise the men
Wait a
that's
minute.
doing the wrong thing. You can't say that. You can't
Because
sit here
they
and say that
say
you
they're
know
doing
men
the
are
wrong
praising other
thing,
men
and
that are
then
doing
they
the wrong thing.
continue on
That
to
is
doing the
straight
wrong thing.
bullshit.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because you're getting hot because I said
No,
men.
I'm
Take
gonna.
yourself out the category of
You
men and
said
just be
men
you.
praise other men that
Just
do
be
bad
you.
things. You just said men praise other men that do bad things to women. That's a lie.
But
I have seen it within 7 brothers and a father raising me. I watched my father not take accountability for not taking care of his sons, but taking care of his daughter.
So
So I'm
I see
teaching
where
my
your
grown
passion
ass
behind it is coming from.
75-year-old father to take
Right.
accountability
And I'm
before
gonna
he
respect
passes on
I'm gonna
because I
respect what
love
you're
him
saying.
and I don't want him to end up going
And
down
that's
a bad
one and
slope or wherever he
that's
think
your
he gonna
father
go
and that's your
based
father.
on his
I respect
seeds,
what you're
right?
saying. I
But
respect what you're
he
saying.
also created 7 more boys that emulated his behavior so they
That's
don't take care of their children.
that's
So
one man
imagine after
that he
those
gave
7 more
all of those
boys,
boys
more
his same
boys.
traits.
Wait a
He gave
minute,
all of
wait a
them their same
minute,
traits. So you
wait a
gotta
minute.
bring that
So
one
wait
man
a
for
minute,
those seven
wait a
men.
minute. God damn, Zeus. Soon as
No,
I
because
say
you don't know my
men, if
story.
you
Women are evil as hell. Are
to
you kidding
you,
me?
to you,
Men are
to
not evil.
you,
That
to
man was not
you,
raised right, and he
to
gave the example
Here,
to
you.
other men.
hold on,
Evil to
Zeus.
you,
It
Zeus.
sounds like hold on,
Personal.
Zeus, because right, this is becoming personal to you. But here's my thing: is that my wife would never say that I'm evil, or like I would never say that my wife is evil, like because we have a relationship built on trust and respect, and so evil is subjective due to what you went through.
Right. and I can identify those type of women. Is what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm not calling
Right.
Miss, what your name is, G
Oh,
Jane.
G.I.
You understand?
Jane.
I'm not
I'm
calling
about to
you
follow
evil.
you, Zeus.
I am not calling you evil. Let me identify that. I'm not calling you evil. However,
Right.
my experience has opened up my eyes to see and identify women who are evil very quickly. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just how you
Right.
said your dad showed your brothers the same bad
Oh
qualities that he
man,
had, right?
please don't.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
nah,
then they, and
nah,
then they, and then
nah.
I have a Pookie for a brother who has 21 kids. That
You
means
seen the
that
name, huh?
there's 19 women that have been
Oh,
with Pookie,
well, Ashley,
right? So they were
Ashley
the,
Katie grew up
wait
with
a
you, or
minute.
you
So
said
they
you?
were the problem for laying with Pookie, right? But it all started back from my father supposed to been raising them boys into men. He was
Right.
supposed to have been doing that.
So he
And he
dropped the
didn't.
ball. He dropped
He
the
dropped the
ball
ball.
for
And
7
those
boys.
women, those women, they decided to be with Pookie, which is my brother, and they are also a part of the problem. You see
See,
what I'm saying?
so it's a double problem. Then it's a double problem.
It's a double problem, period, within our community.
Not
It's a
only a
double
double
problem,
problem, not
period.
only a double problem, there's an even bigger problem outside of that problem, which is women keeping children from fathers, right? Right?
Yes,
Which hinders relationships. You understand what I'm
yes.
saying? Which starts it from the bottom, right? Like your dad, for example, he probably didn't have the right guidance and the right upbringing to where he
He
can know how
did.
to do these
He
things.
had both my grandparents,
So if
and,
he
and they
had
were
both,
loving.
hold up, you said both grandparents, right?
Both of my grandparents, yes.
They raised your dad, your dad, right?
His parents, my grandparents raised him,
So
yes.
with that, you saying that he still gave your brothers bad qualities of where they're not
Yes,
treating women.
because my grandfather was mean. He was forgotten about. He was the only boy out of 7 girls. So he was just left to the wind. Go out there, do what you got to do. My
Right.
father's 75. So
So
it was, you just be a man. You go out the door and you be a man. But when it came down to a father connection, we're talking about the silent generation. They did not talk to the children the way we're talking to the children today.
right, exactly, and that's why I have a program in my nonprofit to build better fathers. Right? Yeah, you don't know me, but I'm not nothing to fucking play with. I don't play about when it comes to children, child care, and actually relationships. If you just look at my page, I don't have the world to explain it right now, but you'll see what my son has been through and why I feel about how I feel pertaining to women. You understand what I'm saying? And if anybody know what my son has went through and saw my page, they'll thoroughly understand why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking. And the host should know as well. You understand what I'm saying? I can show
Yeah.
you.
So, okay, look, I've been for you. I actually was talking like that a while ago though, but I think once and I'm not trying to say nothing about, but I feel like it's still some stuff you got to heal from, just from my perspective though, because I was talking like that and stuff, but I realize it is just it's actually some, and I can feel you though. I would say it's a big amount of women that's like that, right? I would say that because I got people on this app that I'll be
Women,
like
the
Kanai on them. They
system is
speak about
ran
them
by
type
these
of ones
type
to
of
try to help
women.
them out or whatever. But
Hmm.
and I do. So I'm not trying to make it a war though, but I do believe it's a minor.
It
But it's
is a
still a
war.
lot of, huh?
No matter how much people want to disagree with it, it is a full-blown war out here, and women are using children against the fathers, right? That's creating that same cycle that G.I. Jane is talking about that happened to her dad, right? And it causes a rift. This stuff starts from the bottom. We talking about damn adults and shit. Who gives a fuck about these adults? Who cares?
Yeah, I feel you on that. And I'm about to say even that, right? I just don't even really talk about that situation in general or talk about them because a lot of them just don't want to be saved anyways. There's no point. That's why I don't
Hmm.
try to lump the whole group with each other or whatever. I
Right,
just don't
I
even do
agree
that
with
because
you.
like if I find one, I mean if I see one, I'm gonna be able to notice because I've made changes within my life. So I can't look at every last one of them as the same. You know what I'm saying? If I do that, I'll be missing out on my opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So
That's what I'm trying to
it's
get
no
at.
point to talk
We
about them
sit
type of
here,
women if we're not gonna be
right?
interested in them.
We sit here and let me tell you something. Somebody that don't know who they are, they're lost. They don't have no connection to the world.
Exactly.
Dropping the ball when it comes. If I tell you one time and I still see you out there doing what you want to do and you got 2 more kids after I done told you, let me tell you something. Nope, I'm dropping the ball. Bye. I'm throwing in the red towel, white towel, whatever. I'm throwing it in. You see what I'm saying? So when it come down to it, I'm like, I'm not going to keep repeating myself. You're not my child per se, but I am going to tell you what I see that is wrong. But I'm definitely not going to sit there and go on the app and just, it's just gender. It's all this. No, it's personally me too.
Well, I think a lot of people just bring it's almost automatically or unintentional for people to bring a portion of their personal through conversations that they have, because that's what helps people learn their experiences and their personal situations, right? So when people start attacking people, when they start talking about things from their personal perspective, right? It's like people don't even give people a chance, right? So that's why I dig through the conflict, and people can have misunderstandings or disagree with each other and still proceed respectfully. You understand what I'm saying? And still communicate effectively, so where both people can actually understand each other, even if they're doing different things. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I feel about it.
I feel
What
you.
up, Kev?
See, look, I feel you, but it do just from my perspective. Just like I just got on one of my mans from earlier, I can tell when somebody's triggered, and it do sound like you still like you. It sound like you got some hurt behind your situation, even though I know you care about the community and all that stuff. But it's the way that you because even the way you just delivering and all that stuff, it just sound like it's some
So
pain. It's
I
some
do
pain
more.
behind it.
You see pain that has
Yeah,
healed, and
most
my thing
definitely.
is because I'm passionate about something, and
I feel you.
I speak to the magnitude about it, like Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. And if I can yell something I'm passionate about, that means I'm still hurt. No, my brother, that means I
No,
am learning thorough about
the
my
fact that
experience.
I'm big on words. Like
But
if you saying evil, women are evil and all this stuff.
let me
It's a
just
lot of I
identify
say
this.
hurt. I say
Well,
hurt because I realize people is hurt in this world. I
right,
actually
but
have a forgivable
let me
heart.
be direct. Some people, you got to be specifically direct, because they can't just hear something and just say, "Okay, yeah, I get it," right, and understand. Like, no, I don't mean all women, right? I mean there are a certain particular set of women. So
Of course.
let me say some women, because for me not categorizing it, your perception automatically thought that I'm hurt because I didn't say some women, right? Now, if
No,
I
I
had
use
said
this
some
words. I'm
women,
big on. Like I said, I'm big on words, and the fact that you use the term evil, like men can't be evil or
I
whatever.
never said
You
that
was
men
like
can't
women.
be
These
evil.
women are evil out here, or
But
something
no,
like that.
my
But
man, I never said that men can't be evil. But just because I'm saying women can, based on my experience, you thinking
yeah,
that I'm saying man can't be evil?
okay.
I'm saying women can. I'm not saying women can't. But you just pull that in there like I'm saying men
So
can.
it's you don't feel like it's no hurt behind what you're saying.
My man, you ain't never been hurt in your life.
Yes, and
Right.
I done healed from it
Exactly.
too.
But don't
I'm like
dictate
I
because
check
I'm
when I tell you
communicating
I'm
passionate about something that I'm still hurt, because I'm thorough about what I'm saying and I stand on what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Don't just throw at people like that, you know what I mean, unless you actually personally know them. You feel what I mean? And you day to day with them, or whatever the case may be. You could just assume that all day and you still won't know me. You still won't get to the actual truth of knowing. You could dictate it or whatever the case may be, and you're judging all of that based on how
I talk
passionate
to
I
hundreds
am,
of people on here
just
though,
about
but it is
passionate
what
I
it is.
am,
I
just about
guess.
passionate I
Thanks.
am
Hey,
about
Kev,
something I'm dealing with.
Kev,
Go ahead, bro.
what's happening, bro? What's going on, bro?
What's up,
Hey,
man? You all right?
real talk, man. I do a lot of, I go live all the time, man, and I talk about a lot of different issues that everybody's, what I'm hearing now is nothing more than what we're not talking about. And what's the driving force behind a lot of different people's attitudes and how demeanors and how they attack situations, how they carry themselves, how they handle certain situations, especially when it comes to relationships. One of the main things that we don't talk about, and it's all tied into feelings, and we know for a fact that feelings are the driving force of how we respond to certain things. What we're not talking about, and what we've never gotten to the root cause of in these type of conversations, which could actually do the resolve of it, is the actual humiliation that men and women, good men and women, went through. Good women go out there every day and they tackle the issues of being a good woman, and they work full-time jobs, they take care of the kids, they do everything that they need to do as what they were raised to be. Good men were raised a certain type of way by the mothers. They had the guidance of the father. They knew how to be a strong, confident man, and they jumped out into the world. And what happens is, in our society, and what we don't want to tackle at this point, is that the good and the people that are out here that have not had that guidance have infiltrated the society of good people and the mal-mannered. And they have caused people to do this switch. And this switch has gotten everybody off of balance. And so when you have a good man and a good woman that have gone through traumatic experience, they can deal with the traumatic experience, but the humiliation guides the emotion, which causes people to react a certain type of way. And that's just a fact. So nobody's wrong. And I'm sitting here listening to the panel. Nobody's wrong in what they're saying. But the fact of the matter is the humiliation of being a good person and knowing that you were raised right, knowing that you would give your last to a person and then go through something so dramatic as a cheating or a divorce or having your kids used against you or having a man walk away from you or even at some point be in a relationship that is so toxic that it makes you second guess and question yourself. This is the issue that needs to be tackled, the humiliation, because we know who's good for us and who's not good for us. A lot of us make a lot of bad choices because we have way too many options in this field of play. And if you put the ball down and you say, you know what, I want somebody that does this, this, and this, you have to be careful when you say that because you never know what you attract. Because what we know is opposites attract. That
Yeah.
is the laws of attraction. We know this for a fact. So the problem that we're having right now is that you have, like I said, a lot of good men, and you can't decipher who they are. You can't pinpoint a good man anymore, but you can pinpoint a bad guy. You can't pinpoint a good woman
Ooh,
anymore, but you can
ooh.
pinpoint a bad one. And so the thing about it is this: when we're all mixed up and intertwined together, you have to take another thing too into consideration. A lot of people
Mhm.
don't want to be approached anymore because of the simple fact they never know what they're going to get behind a conversation of a person. So if you have a person that says, hey, I'm good, I'm a good guy, I'm this, I'm that, I do this, whatever the case may be, it's non believable because we've been infiltrated by the negative stance of this cultural shit that doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yeah, you gotta
I
pay
Mhm.
digress.
attention to actions and stuff. Yeah, you gotta pay attention to
Can
actions. So
I?
I got a couple questions
Yeah.
to ask you, Zeus, real
I got one question though. I got one question though. I got one because Zeus just kind of he put some in the comment section, and you know you didn't say that, Zeus. Didn't I not say that earlier? People out here, people in cabs. Did I not say what he said earlier that there are certain people out here? We need to stop with all the gender wars when it comes down to this, and really look at the broad spectrum of everything. That people out here, peopling, and you have to
quick.
separate good people from bad people. Did I not say that earlier? But then he
Yeah,
went
yeah,
on to
you.
say,
That's what I'm
but
about to
the
say. You did say
women
I was wondering.
more.
Yeah, but I know
Like that's
his focus was more on the woman. But I want to ask you a question, Zeus. Um, have you forgiven your ex? Any of your exes?
Of course I have, man.
Okay. So this, I wanted to tie this into this because it's perfect though. Um, so how you feel about the topic though? All
Well,
three of them.
let me see. Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah, and that. Let me just outline it because if I was mad, if I like, and I can say women are evil, and women should be able to hear it, and not get offended by it or affected by it because we can hear that men are bad all day. We can hear women trash talk men all day and be like, yeah, you're right, men are that way, right? And we won't take it personal, right? Just because they're not saying some men, right?
Of
But
course.
if a woman here, or like you just heard me say that because you and people do this to people, and I feel like people shouldn't do that to people when they communicate, right? People shouldn't just listen to the words because not everybody add every word in their communication, right? So to fully explain or what they're saying, they might leave out a couple words, but that wasn't the full meaning based on what you thought because they were missing a word. You understand what I'm saying? Because I don't say some women. A lot of women be like, "Oh, you hate women."
I don't say some either. I speak in broad too,
Well,
so I
but
feel
that
you.
but you took it that way when I said it though. You when I said women
No,
are evil, you automatically thought that I think all women are evil, right?
no, I never said that.
Come on, man. You literally started asking me questions if I was still hurt. So
Yeah, I
you double
did.
down
I
on
mean,
it now.
whatever. You're not going to admit. It's just my observation. Like I said, I take time and just listen to people, and it's just the way. Because, like I said, I've talked to a lot of people on here. I already know you ain't gonna admit. You ordered me. You probably really gonna be like this little no one talking
So
about. He
you
don't know what
saying
he
I'm
talking
not
about.
gonna admit that
But
I'm hurt? Is
but
that what you're
it's
saying?
just no. I'm big on wording, right? It's word. The way we talk and all this stuff. It's you can hear. pain in people in the way people
It
talk.
hurt.
You know what I'm saying? So you could tell if somebody
Passion, my
forgiving of
brother.
a situation. You
Passion.
could tell the way that, huh?
Passion, my brother. Don't forget about passion. You
I feel you
forgetting
though. I'm a
completely about
passionate person
passion.
too myself though.
You
But like
forgetting
I
about
said, words
passion.
mean a lot. The words you use mean a lot.
So
And I could tell, like, even when the fact that you said they evil or something, like, it don't even sound like you got some type of understanding or want to understand why a lot of them might be like that way or something like that.
oh,
You
I
just
know why
like,
a lot of women are that way. You don't have
huh?
to explain. You don't have to explain to me why some women are ways that they are, like right because what. And I say this because you must haven't looked at my social media thoroughly because I have been like stalked by women. I have been abused in relationships by women, right? And a woman to laugh at a man by saying that because women who know men are respectful and aren't gonna put their hands on them, they'll take that approach to try to disrespect them. You understand what I'm saying? They
Yep.
will put their hands on those men because they know that they're not gonna hit them back, right?
Facts. Yep.
So, my brother, I think that you need to take a different, like when men are talking
I
or
got.
passionate, you know what I'm saying? Don't
Oh
judge
no,
them,
I
man.
do this. I already know,
Don't
but
judge them.
I'm okay. We
Don't
gonna
judge
see
them.
then because I be like I said, I've been so okay tonight I'll be wrong though, but I'm gonna see you though because we friends though. So I'm gonna see you and what I'm gonna do because I know I can only call it out when I see it, right? So the next time I hear the way you talk or something like that, I'm gonna let you know right there.
Right,
But for
right.
now, we can't say anything. I can't say anything. You said I don't know that much, I guess, right now. But I was just saying from what it came off like, 'cause it seemed like that you got, and even when you went back and forth with Jane, it's like you was giving you got so mad that you almost about to get personal with her
Well,
for a
no, but
little
I
bit.
never
Like you
disrespected her
said,
though.
it
But
gets
you
so
got to
you got so
understand, I never disrespected her though. You understand what I'm
no.
saying?
I
When-
feel you. I never said
But when
that.
people start disrespecting, that's when people go left.
No,
People
she
can,
was
men
but she
can
was just showing
disagree.
that she was getting because this stuff get talked about on this app like crazy. I don't even really talk about it that much on my page for real. That's the thing. But
Well, that's what my page is for. That's what my channel is for. You know what I'm saying? I
yeah,
know this
I
is your
feel you. You
page,
said for the
but
kids and the
my
you
channel
know
is for
yeah,
advocating against women who keep children from their fathers. You understand? Because that's a problem of the world. You know
yeah, I
what I'm
feel
saying?
you.
It is. Nobody can disagree with that, right? So if you got a lot of fathers out here trying to be that magnitude of a man, right, and you have a slew of women who are trying to prevent that, right? So that's what I advocate for. And there were just some things about relationship that I touched on, and I specifically came in about women with children. You understand what I'm saying? Anything that I comment or document or communicate is pertaining to what's in the best interest of our children. How can we move forward? And like she said, how can we provide solutions, right? And that's just who I am. Yeah, just don't be, people just don't need to be too quick to judge or necessarily get upset. You know what I mean? In my opinion.
I have a solution for men. If you're hit by a woman in a DV situation, pull a Deion Sanders.
What you mean?
You didn't know about Deion Sanders' wife?
What you talking? Wherever with Deion Sanders?
That was years ago, like 2012. Putting her hands on Deion Sanders and he called 12.
Oh yeah, I called the police, and in the nature of when you call the police in certain counties, right? Because I'm pre-law, okay, and when you call police in certain counties, don't get involved. You understand what I'm saying? And imagine being a man saying, "Hey, I'm calling because I feel like I'm at my life is at threatening because the woman that keep putting her hands on me, she keep hitting the doors and stuff." They're not gonna respond to that like they would a woman would. You understand what I'm saying? The society just doesn't. That's the nature of us being men.
That's
So
understood because he went through a battle because they didn't believe him either. And he kept fouling and kept fouling and kept fouling. And then they were seeing the pattern that she would foul after he fouled.
men got to go through war to even show those type of things. Women don't have to
But
go through these loopholes in life to
I
show
did.
those type of things.
I
You
did.
understand what I'm saying?
I did, depending on the state and county.
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't have DV shelters for women either. And
Yeah.
that's why I want to build one for men because there are absolutely none for men.
See, the
But the
system really
problem
isn't
is
built for
that
men, or
depending
it's built
upon
against us.
the problem is that depending upon regardless, when they come to that door, they don't give a damn about man or woman.
No, no.
They don't care. Both of y'all can go down or the man can go down because at the end of the day, the man is the head. So let's go ahead and take him or both of them can go depending on how they feel at that door. And we know who they are 12.
Man, who is it that got my picture up there with it? Bro, I'm done. I'm done.
I just recognized that. That
So
is
much.
crazy.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, wow.
He got you looking like
Man, I'm about to call it, dog. I'm tired.
Oh, man.
I went way past my
about to
time. I'll
call it
be on
one
tomorrow.
piece, bro.
So if everybody done with the questions, I'm out. I'm gonna see you
Only
though,
thing I can
man,
say at
Zeus,
this
man. I'm
point,
gonna see. Maybe, yeah, maybe I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? But it's just certain things I
the
look
only,
at and I listen.
the only
But
thing, the only thing I want to say before I get off, so not to cut you off, Kev, but I think what we have to do, and it's a simple resolution to everything, is we have to sit back. Not only do we have to hold ourselves accountable, but what we definitely have to do at this point is realize that we as good people have been infiltrated, and it's going to take some time to weed out the bad seeds, because if not, we're going to keep getting rotten apples. Okay, it's just that simple. I
right,
don't personally attack people or anything like that, but it's just a fact of life, man. Like, if we want any type of strong cultural stance like what we once had, we gotta weed out the bad. And if it's gonna take a time, it's gonna take a lot of energy and a whole lot of effort to do. And at this point, we keep creating the bad while supporting the bad and letting the bad slide. It's time for us to start calling it out when we see it and start putting it on Front Street. That's the only way it's gonna work. I'm done.
hmm All right, I guess everybody is good. Appreciate y'all, man. I'm gonna be
I
on
didn't speak.
tomorrow. I'm gonna
I
see
didn't
what we
speak my
got
piece
going
yet,
on.
Kev. I didn't
Uh,
speak my piece yet, Kev.
say it again.
And
I didn't. I didn't
I
speak my
followed
piece
everybody
yet.
too. I'm following Zeus now. I just followed Zeus. And I'm gonna go in and follow the Mid King. I'm gonna follow him, and hopefully, I can catch some of y'all lives independently, and yeah, you know, I really do like this conversation. I like the way it went. It's a lot of passion behind everybody's ideology and what everybody went through. Everybody put their truths out there, and I think respecting the truths of people and understanding the truths of people is what's needed for us to survive and for us to grow as people. So
absolutely.
I really do like this, Kev. I always support you. So it is what it is with me and you, on a personal stance. And like I said, I'm following everybody now. So um, yeah, let's keep it going. Let's keep this energy going and try to come up with some more resolves.
Right.
Exactly.
Let's resolve some of these issues. And the people that don't want resolves, leave them where they're at.
Leave them where
Yeah.
they at.
Yeah.
Because that's the problematic issue within our community as it is right now. People don't care about what other people went through. So when you see a person, if you see somebody that could potentially be, because from the start of maturity to going through and experiencing their lives, we can look at all of the ups and downs that they go through, but a lot of people get put in categories when they never had an option to prove who they could be. And a lot of different
What the
people,
heck?
men and women, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So let's just let's figure it out. Let's do a resolve. Let's find the resolve for this and then push it forward.
Well, I have the
Resolve the
solution.
problems that are covering.
So that's about to say that's my whole thing. If ain't no point of that's why that's one thing I don't be like doing is just talking about stuff where there ain't no solution at the end. We could talk about all these many of things and no solution at the end. It's just pointless. That's why I don't like even going back and forth with nobody. I don't like none of that stuff or stating the obvious. You know what I'm saying? So if we could get to a solution or get something, what the freak? I'm echoing. Whatever. I'm about to call it a night. I'm pushed it already. I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow though, for sure.
Okay.
I appreciate y'all, man.
All right.
All right.